And then put this here. What's up, Mike? Making sure that's pinned. Making sure everybody sees that video today. Which, honestly, we did pretty good off the rip, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty happy with how that video is doing already. Not necessarily like the views or anything, but we had like almost 20 people in a 1 hour video live yesterday, because you have this option to like set a video to premiere. So I can I can set this to like act like a live stream technically, and that's what I did. And we had almost 20 people in here live for that, so that was pretty cool. It hasn't even been 24 hours, got 100 views on it about a video that's an hour long. So yeah, but if you guys haven't already, make sure to go like and comment on this video, and actually watch it. I spent a very long time on this, which it's funny because I actually had I had 30 more minutes of recording. It was like an hour and a half, but I took out a couple parts that were from the beginning that were like different recordings, because I was like, I kind of like this version of it because it's just me hitting record, going, and then hitting record again. It's not like me doing a bunch of cuts. It's literally one whole cut, the whole video. So that's why I stuck with it that way. Plus, it was a little shorter. But yeah, that was pretty awesome. I'm not going to lie. I think I need to fix my triple Q chart, I think. No, I don't. Never mind. I don't have to touch anything. Never mind, I fixed everything. I must have done this Saturday. What's up, Christian? Also, it was really funny because on Saturday, this like charting platform was like updating, which it does every weekend, and everything was fine. I had every chart set up. I was about to start recording, and then I started clicking around to like double check the charts I was about to talk about, and the what's it called? And it just kept like blanking the charts out because it was the update time. Every chart I went to, that was very annoying. All right, I need to make the watch list. But yeah, if you guys are in here, you haven't seen that video yet. If you still don't have time to watch it right now, that's fine. But at least go now and like and comment on it. If you do want to save it for later though and watch it, awesome. I appreciate that. But it's also just a really good video because it's actually things we've been doing in the community for past few months. It also kind of sheds light on how we swing trade in here, why we swing trade, what we swing trade. And if that video does good, like I said, I really want to do another video that's just as long. Maybe not as long as an hour, but close to it. And I want to do a video of me going through like our process, our routine. Like what do we do to get to from point A to point B? Like how do we go from not having a swing to finding one and liking it and getting into it? What does that process look like? I want to go through that in a single video. Now, of course, you guys here in the stream have seen me do that 1,000 times. It's not going to be anything new to you, but it would be cool to have like a video to like link some like newbies to or new people to. That's just like, hey, this is like kind of literally everything. Here you go. Without overwhelming them, just kind of all in one spot kind of thing. Now, of course, the easiest answer is always just gonna be like, hey, join stream. I'll go over it live. But that's not always the case. All right, let's stop talking. Let's make the watch list. I was just about to say, I really like that it's holding that. And then I saw that it broke and retook. Which, again, for a lot of people who don't know, if you're in here this morning, great morning to you, good morning. We have been short-term bearish, but not really in like a market crash kind of way. Me and my chat have been kind of just popping up on a couple big caps and seeing like, hey, this mega cap is slowing down. We saw it on NVDA. We saw it on Apple, but a lot earlier on. We started to see it in Microsoft very recently. We actually shorted that. Amazon also experiencing a little bit of a pullback into key levels too. It's not like they're breaking anything significant, but still they're down there. Google, another one we shorted, back down into supports. But as you can see, there's a rising trend every time I switch to one of these charts. If you've been looking at them, they are all down, but they're either curling up or they're holding support and basing. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean like, yes, we're all going to bounce. It's definitely going to go to all-time highs, but it does point that way. So definitely keep a good eye on a lot of your big boys and just kind of click through them and say, okay, this one is recovering, or no, this one isn't. And look, even Meta's down a bunch. I believe Avgo's down recently. So it's not surprising what I'm trying to say. It's not surprising to see that we're down when we have a lot of our big weights are down. It's like, it's not that surprising. And again, it's kind of funny too, because if you look at some of the ones that aren't down, like Tesla, you can look back and be like, well, hold up, it was down though at one point. You could see it did dip, and it has been kind of recovering lately. Kind of gives you that Apple vibe where it's already been down. It's kind of just been consolidating / trying to just build up to some extent. Really not that crazy. But you could see like a lot of these big mega cap stocks have the same kind of vibe going on. I even saw Garden post MU this morning. That one looked really, really good. And yeah, and you can find more examples. But what I'm trying to get at though is that NVIDIA has earnings on Wednesday. We have more data coming out on Wednesday. And then is it next week or the week after? It's 2 or 3 weeks from now. I can't remember, to be honest. I think it's September 16th. Is the next FOMC date. So we're kind of trading down towards the news that's coming out this Wednesday. And then we'll probably have like a good pop. And then we'll probably trade down again towards the next FOMC date. Well, I mean, we'll probably go up, but then we'll trade down the week before FOMC probably, or sideways. And then we'll see some better moves. So I would keep lookout. I would keep a lookout for those 2 news events coming out, not just this Wednesday, but also earlier in September. But yeah, so a lot of people are going to be looking towards NVIDIA and a lot of tech stocks this week because they want to see, does NVIDIA pick back up on its momentum, which it should, or does it dip back down? Which again, when I say should, I just mean like what history and probability have said. I'm not talking about what I personally think. What I personally think, I think we do go test all-time highs again on SPY, which does require a lot of these to turn back up. But you're not going to see that just this week. Like, not just this week, they're going to go up. You're probably going to see more struggle this week because of that news event on Wednesday. And then after Wednesday, it should open up, honestly, a little bit more. And then kind of keep your eye as well on oil. Oil's another really, 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 really big deal right now. The fact that they're still holding 81 to 85 is a little concerning. But I would like to say it's not pretty right? They have an inside bar with a red print following it. So history tells us this should go down. Should. But we need to see the break of 85. If we get the break of 85, we can be a little bit more bullish on the stock market than we are now, right? We're just kind of teetering right now and thinking about how things are trying to consolidate and turn back up. But you can see oil holding 85 is a very big deal, because if that does hold and continue higher, then that's bearish for the stock market. So keep that in mind. And then the dollar has honestly already done a good job for the stock market. It pulling back, of course, with the news we had last week was really good. So we'll see if that continues its weakness, which is kind of the seat we were already in. You know, we knew they were strong up here. Once they broke, we knew they started to flip the switch. But when they fell, they just kind of got to the target and chilled. You can see the same things happening here. They kind of just fell and are just sitting here, but not really breaking or holding anything. So from the high to the low of the dip, I'm just kind of looking from the 50%. Does this stay under that level? And if so, then that tells me the dollar is still good for the stock market. Of course, it's staying down is a good thing for us, for the stock market short term. It retaking would be a short term bearish pressure. So just keep that in mind. But it would need to retake two different levels to be, super damaging. Your software stocks, of course, holding another key area. You can see, yes, they're down, but they're holding over something. And this really does look a lot like your Microsoft chart, where it's up, down, and holding a pretty clear part of the gap. And then last one, semiconductors. Semiconductors and software, if you ever see IGV and SMH or IGV and SOXX on the same page that day, you're witnessing a very strong day, whatever the direction is. It's been a very popular trend this year in 2026. These are not on the same page, which these are crucial to move together for XLK to get really good single directional moves. On their best days this year, it's because those two are working together. So just keep that in mind, which I've really never had to go over that before. In 2026, I've had to go over that a lot. But yeah, so let's get to making the watch list, Bueller. Just shut up. Which honestly, I might need to add SPY today. Oh, nice. I can't type. First letter I'd type and I can't get it. All right. SPY is done. That was actually really easy to type. Good morning if you guys are getting in here. We just finished doing a little quick update for anybody who's in here early. Now we're doing the watch list real quick. VU. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Make sure to check out the pinned message if you have not already. I finally kicked my ass into gear and did the big video. Which honestly, when I finished it, I was pretty tired, but I was really happy I did it. Oh, the demons need a reason. Why is this one named Chris? I must have been showing you like drawdown fibs or something. I don't know why I did that on that time frame. Or we were going over something super specific for some reason. There's my chart. Almost in September. Damn, MU's already bearish to start the day. And I don't mean that because it's down. I mean that literally. Like it's rejecting, testing, up, failed, down, failed, down, failed, rejection, back up, rejection. That's a good pre-market low watch to start the week. Let's see. What else is right here recently? Whoops. I meant to zoom in for both these days. Let's see. Let's try to find anything that's from these 2 days. Just anything that's down here. That would be somewhat helpful. What's the low of this day? 929. Oh, and look where that lines up. Damn, low key, MU's a really good watch list sticker. I just think you need to have a closer target before 900. Like whatever is between this, about 915, I guess. I'll probably write down psychological targets for that. MU 943.10 and 929. Good short term signals. Towards 920 slash 915 slash 900. Tesla. Welcome, guys. If you're just not getting in here, good morning. We're making the watch list real quick. We just did a little market update. If you go back to the beginning of the stream, you can get a better quick little summary of what's going on and what we're looking at. If you don't want to do that, though, you can just wait, and I will do it again. Good morning, though. If you guys haven't already seen it, make sure to check the pinned message. Look at that. That looks weird. 751 671. Why don't I have levels right here? There's definitely like a level like right here because high to low. So that's there. Oh, you know why there's nothing there? Because there's a fucking huge double inside bar right here. I just now realized what I'm staring at. God, that's weird looking. It's like both ways and it's both colors. That's weird looking. And it's right above the current. Oh, Jesus. Ah, jeez, Rick. All right, let's do Tesla because we all love Tesla, don't we? Blink twice if someone's holding you hostage. Blink twice if someone's making you trade Tesla. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's see. I really feel like just saying for you to stay closed isn't really good enough. So PMH maybe. Like a fabric and this towards 366, 150 above 366. Target 370. Below 356.70 to 357.50. The tongue twister. Target. What is low to high of first leg up? 353.39. We'll just say 350, 350. And then we'll say meat of this 350.42 and 346, 347. Already did MU. Dude, I don't know if y'all been looking at my SpaceX levels since I put them up, but dude, they've been sexy. The whole move up, the target touch, slow down, pull back, inside bar, Harami, whatever you want to call it. And it's still holding the 130. So as long as it's holding 130, it should hold and go and continue up, or at least consolidate under 150. But I still feel like that's a good range though. 150 to 130. That's really not that bad. Surprisingly, this is trading fairly healthy. Which I already kind of went over everything I could on this because I'm a big Rocket Lab investor. So trust me, I know a thing or two. Oh wait, you're not even seeing the pain of the chart. So trust me, I know a thing or two about having to hold something or being in pain while holding something that you believe in. It's definitely not new to me. You got to be very selective, is what I've learned. But something I've definitely gone over though is don't buy the IPO. Nice little 3-day pump, I guess. Sure, if you're chasing those kinds of trades, good for you. Good pullback into IPO, break of IPO, came back down pretty much around 100. And I've been saying around 100 is a good buy for this. I just think if you're getting this in double digits, it's a very big deal. It's a big discount. If you're getting this at 100 or around 100, that's really not that bad. So in my personal opinion, like if you're a long-term investor for this, technically this is already a decent buy. You just shouldn't be dropping thousands of dollars at one price. You should be trying to just dollar cost average slowly over time and kind of just smooth out your price over time. Because what if it does dip and breaks 110? You're going to be happy that you weren't fully invested on whatever you had available. So that's a really big thing with me with a lot of these stock picks is like you really can't. I mean, that's something I learned with Rocket Lab. At least you can't just put all your chips on it all at once. Like just kind of slowly add to it over time. If it's something you really are wanting to be invested in long term. So if like you're thinking about like SpaceX, you really shouldn't be thinking about any of this price action. You should just be thinking about getting in and slowly adding to it over time. Not, yeah. Which again, I'm not getting SpaceX because I already have Rocket Lab, but I have been thinking about getting a little bit, just kind of dollar cost average into. But I think it'd be stupid for me to have the two space stocks that matter. But either way, though, I'm really happy with kind of our analysis of SpaceX up to this point, as well as Tobias's too. Like we've kind of been on the same page, and we don't really ever talk like that. We're not like, hey, make sure when you talk about SpaceX, you and me are, saying the same things. So I thought that was cool too that we were kind of lining up. And yeah, good morning, good morning. Make sure if you guys get in here, you drop a like on the stream. Check out the pinned message, new video on the channel. It's about an hour long. I did like a little event for the YouTube channel yesterday if you guys missed out. That was pretty fun. I also tried to hang in the chat the whole time. I had to hear my voice in that video, but I was just happy to be there so I could answer if anybody was just chilling. Oh, gotta ban this bot that just joined the chat. Hold up, guys. I swear, I think since I've started resharing the invite link to the community again, I think out of like the last 100 accounts that have joined, I'd have to say like 80 of them were bots. And I'm not even stressing. You could ask any of my mods. I'd say maybe 20 of those 100 latest accounts that joined are real people. And maybe 9 or 10 of them have actually typed. It's actually pretty sad how many bots there are. It's pretty bad. I've never seen it this bad. In the almost 8 years I've had this community, I've never seen it this bad. In the past, it was just like here and there. Now it's like almost every other person on Discord is a bot now. Or every other account is like a bot now. If there was ever like a global like Discord member, like live member feed count or something, like where it's like displaying how many people are actively using Discord every day, I would instantly assume at least 50% of that is fake. I don't think they do that because I don't think they care about, or maybe they do, I don't know. But still, that's pretty bad. Someone throw out a ticker. I need another ticker for the watch list. I have Spy MU Tesla. I need another one, preferably a cheaper ticker, but it's not really about the price of the ticker. It's more or less about like what it looks like on the chart. And then we'll chill for a second. We'll go over the market one more time. If you guys didn't already and you're waiting for that, you can go back to the beginning of the stream where I did that. I'm a real person when you see firewater. My TOS has issues too. Dude, I had to freaking close and reopen my Discord this morning. I mean, Thinkorswim this morning. That was so annoying. At the top left, it was like, you have delayed data. And then I looked at my screen and the SPY price was still back at like the midnight price. And I was like, huh? I was like, where's the rest of pre-market? I'm not delayed. I'm not getting anything. So then I went back and I had to just relog in. Walmart for a day trade watch list? I don't know about that. Or if you were just trying to tell me, hey, Walmart. Which, in my opinion, I think this is crazy. This is around 100, but they did have a lot of revenue taken away from like Amazon and all kinds of other places, so it is also understandable. BMNR. Bitmine. Now, when I said give me a watch list, I mean a ticker, I meant for my watch list. This cannot be in the watch list. I am happy to see it's on the New York Stock Exchange, though. I think half of everything I've clicked on that says bit or mine in it is from OTC, which is really bad. OTC is over the counter, but this is not. This is not over the counter. So there's something. I don't know what the fuck this is that you asked me to look at. I'm going to be honest. I don't look at stuff like this. Why can't I? There we go. Blockchain technology. No shit. Engages in Ethereum treasury operations, Bitcoin ecosystem services, including consulting and advisory engagement, including leasing, blah, 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 blah. Disciplined Bitcoin treasury management. The company sells mining equipment to customers and related parties. And coin, we can't do coin either. Coin's is up way too much short term. This one would be as simple as just doing this, going from previous day close to that day's open for the gap, and then also adding your 50%. Like that's as easy as that. It's just, do you want to trade off of two levels in such a wide range? And then I would definitely add the open of that candle to get your supply of previous day high, and then draw your previous day open in case it does ever dip. And then you have your pre-market low right there. So, I mean, actually, I guess it wouldn't be that bad of a watch list sticker. You know what? You're right. Let's add coin. Previous day high supply is 189.87 to 191.36. All right, I'm pushing the watch list. Spy MU Tesla coin. All right, chat or stream. You have my entire focus. My entire focus is now on chat. I don't have to type up the watch list anymore. It's done. We've completed it. All right, what are you guys saying in here? Welcome, 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 though, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. The vid was amazing. I appreciate you. Hopefully, other people think the same because I put a lot of energy into that. It's weird doing it for a video. I won't lie because I feel like in a live stream, I can just talk. I need to be able to do that for my videos, which I've done a really good job of doing up to this point, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I want to have a script for my videos, but then every time I start to get any kind of organization, it just feels weird and I don't really want to do the video anymore. So I was like, all right, let's not do that. Let's just hit record. Just go at it. And I actually failed the first 3 times I was trying to record it because I didn't know how I wanted to do it. But I'm happy we got it done. Because I did literally promise that in stream about 2 weeks ago, if anybody remembers, and then I was like, I kept thinking about it, I kept feeling bad that I hadn't posted it or done it or even tried to record it. The other thing I promised y'all that I wanted to try and start was BB Theory #2, having the second playlist going. But I haven't really gotten into it yet. I have notes for how I want to do it, like what things to talk about and what topics to look at, but I have not started that yet. That one is going to take a lot more. But yeah, when I do that though, I'll do the same exact thing I did last time. I'll release it for the course server where all lifetime and all course members get it. And then on YouTube, all members of YouTube will get it. So they'll get a little link. Which I don't know what we should do with the first playlist. I think we should just keep it how it is. Just keep it posted for basically just people that are in the chat or in the YouTube thing. I am impressed how many views that playlist has. It has almost 1,300 views, and I've kept it private for the most part. So a lot of people have actually clicked on it and actually watched a pretty good chunk of it. I would say there's probably 50 people, 50 actual individuals who have seen the whole playlist, but I wouldn't know all of them. You know what I forgot to post? Man, you guys ever find a show or a movie and you're so glad, you've already seen it before and you're really glad to watch it again? That's what I've been doing. That shit hits different. I don't have any levels under. What is this? Oh, I see what I did. There's drawdowns. I see. Oh, I just drew that wrong. Of course, it lines up with that open. All right, these are all posted, but Who's all on stream? Make sure to say what's up. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to drop a like on the stream. Check out the pinned message. Got a lot of things to look at. NVDA and more data coming out on Wednesday. So a lot of the market's trading towards that date this week. And then after that, it should be released for the early September FOMC. Yeah. Oil, of course. I think oil is the other really, really big thing to just kind of easily remember. Just 81 to 85. Is it holding or breaking those? Right now it's holding, but we know that it's not too pretty on the daily time frame. Kind of awaiting more news on that end, Iran-wise. There were rumors of a lot of ships passing through, but not a whole lot was confirmed, I'll be honest. 17 seconds, guys. What's up, Shamrock? Good morning, Alex. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We just finished updating the market to start the stream, and then we just finished making the watch list. Market is now open. And I wanted to leave this open because I wanted to see where that 50% at, though. And there. Just in case if we see that or not. We might not even see that move ever, but I just like to be prepared just in case. Right now, not a good hot start for the market. I was going to say slightly down, but now we're getting an actual move to follow it. So we're actually a little more than slightly down. About 0.25% on SPY. Almost 1% on Triple Q. It looks like your semiconductor sector is having another big struggle day. 2.2% down to start the day. That's really bad. 0.6% on software. If you see that get worse, expect more selling on tech. Same for the semiconductors, of course. But if those are on the same page, it's not good. Bitcoin up again today. Looked like coin was up almost 2.5%. Bitcoin is up 2.5%. Which, if you guys remember from the last couple of weeks of just analysis in here, we've pretty much just kind of covered how a lot of mega caps have just been kind of giving us like slowdown signals. We're not necessarily like bearish in the sense of like, oh my God, this is going to market crash. But we've definitely were expecting some selling to some extent. So I'm still really not surprised by a whole lot of this. But I would like to see going towards Wednesday and after Wednesday, do we see a lot of mega caps turning back up? Because a lot of them turned down and pulled back around the same time period. So I would like to see if that happens again, but to the upside. Or do we see that continued struggle? You know, do things continue to get more weak? So that's something we're definitely looking at this week. Not just this week, but just moving forward. And yeah, if you guys are getting in here, make sure to drop a like on the stream, say hello. And also if you have, take the time to check out the pinned message, the new video on the channel. You'll probably hear me say that a lot this week. But I just want to remind everybody, big video, check it out when you have time. I'm going to switch back to one chart for a second. Okay, yeah, we're on the right chart. Oh, no, we weren't. I was like, where'd my dotted lines go? Which we already kind of know that it's a little bit of a struggle because we're back under 767, which we were trying to be bullish above. We were looking to see if today could we hold on to the 765.10. We're opening under that. So we're pushing into the previous day low, and now we're headed towards the end of the gap at 762.65 on SPY. So it looks like we'll see if we can get a reaction from here now or not. Reaction, I mean just anything. It's just straight selling so far. Good morning, Data J. Good to see you, brother. Right now, we might be witnessing SPY sell off more today. Triple Q is down 1%. They are at 706s. Oh. Data J, Data J, Data J. This is kind of what I feared too in my update video. If you guys watched that over the weekend, which I posted that super early this weekend. I hope more people got to watch that. I posted that on Saturday, so hopefully that was watched or somewhat analyzed. But yeah, tech down 1.5% right now. As we know, if pure blood tech is down, that is not a good sign for the market. I would like to say software didn't get worse. It was semiconductors. So your semiconductors are what's pulling us back right now. It's AI and memory. 506 to 508.50s. I want all of you to remember that. 506 to 508.50s. 506 to 508.50s on SOXX. That's a very good number to try and hold. If it breaks lower, we understand it is a lot more bearish. Tesla under watchlist levels in the first candle. That is disgusting. We'll see if it continues to hold under this. If it does, Tesla is still bearish. A good retake, though, is not impossible. As you can see, it actually happened the very last time it did this. Break, retake in 4 candles. MU down 5.4% to start today. To think I was sitting here staying like, well, I don't know if it can go to 900 for the watch list. It's funny looking at that. Hell yeah, SpaceX, do your thing. Also, I'm not surprised to see Tesla down. Their last couple of weeks has been fucking insane. They've done really good job recovering off of those lows. But no excuses. Still new lows on NVDA. Your SOXX is probably still holding a new low, yeah. We'll see if AMD, Avgo, NVIDIA, MU turn back up. If they do, that's a good sign the market can relief bounce here. If not, we'll probably cascade down a little bit lower. Bitcoin getting some of that love from the market down today. Banks, another high. Comms up. Discretionary, actually holding pretty well. Staples up, which, again, if you guys know, you know. Coinbase holding up. Where's my levels? Where's my levels, my lord? There it is. My lord. Looks like we don't know that. Tesla's still selling. I mean, these aren't like crazy updates for you guys. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Trying to make sure everybody's aware of what's going on. There's a lot of selling happening on very peculiar sectors. XOK mainly. Good morning, ESB. Good morning, Hericium Erinaceus. UNH was too fast for me above the level we talked about last week with you on stream. Was it too fast or did you hesitate? Let's look. Okay. I don't know what level we looked at last week, but that did move up kind of fast today. You're right. To be fair, though, you were supposed to remember that, though, from last week, that if this held at all, it should go up because its sector has done really well. But that is a tough one, I guess, to get in. But in my opinion, you should have been looking at getting in that last week, not today. But I don't know. I guess that's dealer's choice. Everyone feels a little bit different on how they enter things. Microsoft's already down, but not really furthering today, so we'll see how that fares. NVIDIA down again today, as we honestly, you kind of expect NVIDIA to go down into Wednesday, and then we'll see at Wednesday what it does, which, in my opinion, the more it does this, the more it's screaming for a bounce after earnings. So I wouldn't be surprised if NVIDIA is at like fucking 240 from earnings or something. That would not surprise me. Just some crazy ass number. Not telling people to gamble on earnings, but I'm just saying, like, it does kind of feel inevitable. Feels like Thanos. MB rejected a very clear area, broke pivot with open today, breaking the 2 day ago low, down at basically 900 already. That's insane. That's definitely the most impressive sell off today. I would say Intel's pretty close behind that. AMD's not far. T-Triple-Q, of course, is going to be in pain today, which I would like to point out the levels that we have gone over on this chart. If anybody's been in my live streams and just kind of seeing this, when we did this from Leland's post, it was down and breaking this, and then when it finished, it closed above, and we were like, damn, that's fucking sexy. In 2 weeks, it jumps up and smacks this. I mean, pretty much one, but two. And now it's perfectly rejecting the only notable lower high in the area. It's perfectly rejecting it. We drew all this beforehand. Insane how well this chart has worked out, by the way. If anybody remembers when we went over this, that's what it looks like now. That one has been fucking insane. All right. Which, again, getting another lower open just kind of screams more selling, but we still need to see a break of that low, the meat of that low. So until that happens, we just have to assume that it's sold to target area between previous day low, Friday low, I guess you could say, and then the gap. So we'll see if they chill between here and consolidate. Do they get worse? Do they get better? What you can do while this is in between these two areas before it breaking either of them would be switching around between your sectors or any of your top weights and just kind of saying, are things getting better? Are things getting worse? So also oil being down a little bit still is not that bad for us, but it's just not selling off. So that's not good. Also, SOXX not holding anything still. So you should still be a little bit more bearish until we see some life come back to this chart for your overall indexes. You should still be a little bit more bearish on Triple Q, but also understanding that that's a big chunk of SPY. Still seeing selling. SOXX still selling. That is a fucking huge sell-off. That is 3.5% down already. I'm avoiding Twitter today because every post on there is just gonna be people talking about sell-off and why is the market so weak today. But they're not gonna understand why it's weak because they're gonna be like, well, everything is green though. What are you talking about? Semiconductors are down like a bitch today. What most people don't understand is that's a very large part of the market. My bad, Alex. I got locked in again. That's what we said. We said 399 previous weekly high could reach previous monthly low. Yeah, you can't hesitate, man. Don't hesitate. Because then you'll look at stuff like this and you'll be like, damn, why didn't I get in? It's like, yeah, why didn't you? That is a good question. I think again, it's just because you might be too locked in on like just zooming in. If you zoom out on UNH or you zoom out and you go even further and you go like to its sector, remind yourself, what is its sector doing? What is Eli Lilly doing? What is J&J doing? What are these doing that do affect UNH from a technical point of view, not from, of course, a business point of view where they're, that's not what we're talking about. But yeah, that's what I would be using, and you should already know in the back of your mind, yes, this is lagging its sector. You should know that. That shouldn't even be a question. Now it's just about when do I get in? Where do I get in? Where am I comfortable? You got to figure that out first before you're consistently entering the same setups. That's exactly why I did that video too, for the channel recently, because I want people to see that too. Like, I even state that, like, it doesn't matter what strategy you're using. It's just you need to consistently go with it. If you don't consistently try to do the same thing, how are you ever going to get consistent results? It's the same thing in life too. If you think about it, like, let's say you worked at like Wendy's or something, and there's like a very certain way you do to make something, like for fries, let's say. There's a very certain procedure you go through, a routine you go through to make those fries. If you go off and do a couple different things, the fries are going to turn out a little bit different. You don't want them to you want them to be the same. They're already perfect. Why change it? So you just need to consistently stick to doing that same set of procedures or that routine, I guess. No, I got your joke, Data J. If someone didn't get that joke, that's on them. Because that's like goo goo gaga information. Like a baby knows that. A baby knows that SOXX is the bearish. Morning, y'all. What is up, Chris? Good morning to you, my friend. How are you doing on this fine sell-off of semiconductors this morning? I would like to say semiconductors finally, I'll say, slowed down at 500. Software is also picking up at the same time. Remember, when these work together at the same time, you see that impact on the chart. So you should see some sell-offs with a green candle appearing. That is what we're seeing. It's pretty funny how just watching these two it could almost give you a blind picture of what today's doing, because every other sector is either flat or is green right now. See, look at banks. Banks are flying. Comms. And I'm also so glad we're done shorting banks, because I was sitting back looking at this going like, damn. Because all right. If you go to the last two banks that I shorted, BAC and JPM, we did really good, right? But we can't just keep holding on to puts for banks when we know its sector is doing this, right? It looked good. When that happened, it's like, oh, it's not as good. Could be better. Ugh. Holding above the previous day's 50% that initiated that dip, that's not a good sign. So it going up today, honestly, not surprising me. And I'm glad that we had the indication to get the fuck out, because that could have been horrible for us. Damn, MU, tell me how you really feel. No problem, Alex. I was only stating like that because I literally just went over that in that video, so it was fresh in my mind. Like, you saw how I did it with banks? Like, you should have been doing that with healthcare. Sometimes it's to get you in early. Sometimes it's a signal of like, hey, dude, watch out. You're not actually as bearish as you think. Maybe don't short every bank stock. Which I was just happy with those short term anyway. But it is kind of funny looking back and seeing that the sector really did give us confirmation and then also invalidated the very next day. And it's like, hey, it's not as bearish as you thought, dude. But not in a sense where you're down like 40%, you know? So that's why I like the sector confirmation. And then like if you like, let's say I'm looking at Apple. I'm gonna check out XOK. I'm gonna check out the other IGV stocks, and then I'm gonna check out XOK and Microsoft and other tickers like NVDA, other tech stocks that maybe don't perfectly relate to Apple, but they do affect each other. If this sells off, it affects it. If this doesn't, it affects it. So I want to see that. I want to see how are those all doing as like a whole like picture. Are these all strong, or is it just that one that I was zoomed in on that looked good, and the rest of these are actually telling me another thing? So it's a really big deal. By the way, MU around 900 is a crazy cool thing to look at. SOXX around 500 is another good number to look at. We'll see if those hold or if those continue selling. In my opinion, it should try to start consolidating here. I won't lie though, a lot of people today, this is why I'm probably not getting on Twitter now, are going to be confused on why we dipped today. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know how they could be lost. If you just take a quick look around your sectors and the things that their subsectors like software, semis, like it actually does make a lot of sense. Not just on today's charts and smaller time frames, but zoom out, see those daily time frames. Good morning, Garden. Good to see you. Welcome, Garden Trader. And shout out to anybody in here who was in that video yesterday as it went live. It's like a premiered live stream looking thing. Thank you guys for anybody who was in there live. I saw a few of you in there. We had like almost 20 people in a random like Sunday video premiere. That was really cool. I was watching it on my phone and like replying and stuff. Watching my own video. Which I don't really do that, but I was really excited about that one. And then you have this on Twitter. Like actually bot accounts. What's the take? Hard to engage without a thesis on the table. Brother, no human being types like that. Isaac Everest, I'm just going to assume you are a fake person. There's no way you're a real person typing. Wait, maybe he is real. Oh, dude, people are weird on here. Also, if you click this, you can see where they're from. Okay, wow, he actually is from here. He just is illiterate as fuck. Maybe he is real. If I'm calling you illiterate, by the way, that's bad. I'm nothing special. I'm not some intellect or anything. If I think you're illiterate, you're probably really illiterate. You're probably you need help. Visa popping off, good shit. No one tell SF yet. Twitter reminds me of dead internet theory, the most out of everything. Yeah. That was a big reason I got off Instagram. It went from like, dude, we're getting all these likes, dude, all these new people are following us, all these engagements we're getting, and I don't know what it was, but after the first like 2 years of Instagram, because that's how we got a majority of people in my chat was Instagram, and yeah, it deteriorated really quickly where it felt like it only drawed in more bots, so we stopped doing it. But then you go to Twitter and it feels like the same thing. It feels like half of everyone you interact with is like not even a real person, or you can't tell. It's so weird. It's a little disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna sit on this for a second until I see it stop selling off. And yeah, engagement farming. On top of the bots problem, now you also have engagement farming, which is like I'm not going to target a certain page and give you an example because I'm really not trying to make fun of someone who does it, because at the same time, like, they are just trying to get their bag. So I'm not really hating, but it does ruin the app and the social platform pretty badly. Because you'll see the same like 5 posts on Twitter all day from like 100 different pages, and it's like, what the fuck? I spend like hours scheduling posts and getting like original posts out. I'll go on there and see like people shit on my posts with like the same thing I've already seen 22 other pages throw up, and all of them do well. It makes no sense. And then everybody, every single trader, every single bigger page on there will like post something. Half of every comment will be like a bot comment or like a spam comment. And it's obvious too. It's not like anyone's hiding it or like, oh my God, we're not aware of this. Like, no, it's right there in the open. It's so in the open that it even pops up as probable scam or probable spam, whatever the button is, when you're on Twitter. Like, it's just, I don't know. I've never really been a person who does the tinfoil hat and goes, dead internet theory. But dude, half the internet is genuinely dead. Take it from someone who's been online the last 8 years promoting their chat. Like, it's insane what I've witnessed. The amount of like bots and like increase of bots it feels like has happened in just the last 8 years. It feels like it's just gotten like 100 times worse. And not just on one specific app either. I always see people say, well, that's just this or that's just that. Dude, it's everywhere. Dude, YouTube has bots. Like, every platform has them. It's not just one platform. I keep getting distracted. Kid's home. Good luck, everyone. Also, Bueller is so special. His mom lets him wear his helmet to the diner. Okay. It's my special helmet, actually. I think they are stopping the program that pays for engagement, so it should die down. No, that's the thing, is they're not. They're not stopping the paying people for engagement. They just changed how to get signed up. So there's actually a lot of people that get paid for engagement still. Would you rather have $100,000 today or a $10,000 raise? I feel like some people are going to say the 100K instantly, and then they're going to pause, hesitate, think about the 10K raise, and then instantly do what I just did and think, well, hold up, what if I get fired? I think I'll take the 100K today. Oh, that's your entire feed today. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to make fun of somebody. There's a specific page I follow and follows me back, and their page is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. SPY holding better, but it should be holding better than Triple Q if you guys haven't already realized from the updates. The rest of the market's doing fine. It's either green or flat. Nothing's really selling off either. It really is just your semiconductors, and then software sold a little bit, but you can see they're doing really well back over today's open. It's just your semiconductor folder. You can see SMH down a lot. Again, the main difference between SOXX and SMH that I like to use SOX over SMH for is just because SMH is like 20 to, I think it's like 20% NVDA. It's like, dude, if you want to watch NVIDIA, just go watch NVIDIA. Like, I can see that it's down. I don't need to go to SMH to see that. SOXX is a little better balanced, I guess you could say. But it does include extra things. So it is a personal preference, but I actually like both. I think both are fine. I don't know why people do one or the other. I've been clicking on both. I post socks a lot more, though. Because we're all going to be retired within 5 years from our fat stock gains. Yeah, I feel like I would just take the 100K today and then I would dump it into like I don't know, some like really pussy ETF that pays out dividends as well. Probably like SCHD, SCHG, probably SCHD. Or you could go crazy with it and just dump it all into Netflix. Nah, I'd probably split it actually. Put 50K into Tesla and put 50K into SpaceX. Just leave it alone for like 10 years. Come back and be like the happiest camper ever. This chart on the daily is going to look nuts, by the way, because I was trying to like keep my X's like this because it's like, all right, well, if we sell from here, we should go here. And we talked about that in the video that if we don't curl up and we do end up breaking this, we probably are testing this level within 1 or 2 days. We're not even just testing it in 1 day, we're breaking it. Longs on Bueller special helmet. Yeah, man, it's got little flame stickers on the side. I put those there myself. Just in case I get lost. If you guys are in the stream, make sure to drop a like on the stream and click on the pinned message. If you didn't already see it, we did a pretty long video the other day. Make sure to go check that out. Drop a like on that as well. It's about an hour long. It's about how I swing trade with my chat. Right now, we're not witnessing a market-wide sell-off. We witnessed a semiconductor sell-off. Almost said software. Which I would like to say they're slowing down again, but they're not. It's not super horrible. It's just they are rejecting current day open, which is not a good level to be rejecting. And then I keep almost calling the software. Semiconductors are still pulling back. We're trying to look if they slow down around 500 or not, but to be honest with you, we weren't expecting them to go down this much. I was just expecting that if they did start or break this level to start this week, that they would probably go to here. I didn't expect it to break that perfectly and go down $6 more, 7, almost $8 more. That is a lot more selling than I anticipated. But I would like to say the rest of the market's holding up fairly well. You can see your bank stocks are doing really well, actually aiming towards all-time high, which is a really good positive sign for us. Comms moving higher, which if you guys haven't remembered this chart, just remember it has been in a very big consolidation period. So we're looking for a massive breakout on this over the next week or so. Discretionary, not really as bad or as coiled up as your comm sector, but you can see they have a little bit, and then when they broke down, now they have a retake with a bullish back-to-back bullish kickers, by the way. So this one also feels like it has room to run if we do get that positive print on tech over the next couple of weeks, which again, as we know, semis and tech do have a little bit to fear the closer we get to Wednesday with NVDA earnings. So I'll have to see how that goes. Which I've already stated my opinion on this. I think it probably should sell into its earnings, and then you probably will see it pop up because they are still growing. So, yeah. That's my personal take on NVIDIA. Which isn't good for the stock market because semiconductors are a pretty large part of it. This being down 4% today is really bad. Everything else is green or flat, and it just shows you how impactful it is. Look, SPY's down pretty significantly. Not breaking any new lows yet, but still, the fact that it just looks like it still does want to sell more. And then the sector it directly impacts, of course, triple Q, your index triple Q. So if you ever see people around today and they're like, why is the market so red today? It's like, dude, your semis sold off. What do you mean? Our heaviest sector is pulling back. And has been. I would like to say has been. It's not like today was the first day it sold off. We've been bearish on this since it broke this again, because this is where we were trying to be like extra bullish from. We know if we struggle with this, we go down to here. That's what we've covered about 100 times now. So, like I said, not really surprised that it's here. Surprised it's breaking it so easily. I mean, it's just selling through it. And let me know. Hopefully, these updates are good enough for you guys just to get kind of an update around the market, not just the individual chart we're looking at. Of course, I like to be aware. The bearish sentiment is insane right now, which honestly, fair enough. Like, I've been saying for the longest time, if oil continues to hold 81 to 85, that's really bad for the stock market. The only thing that saved us short term were because of what happened to bonds last week. Now that we have NVDA earnings on Wednesday, more data comes out that directly impacts the stock market on Wednesday. And we still have FOMC early September. I mean, there's a lot to look forward to. A lot of different reasons why the market could get worse or get better. We'll have to see. In my opinion, we do pull back towards NVIDIA earnings, and then maybe we get some relief there. But if not, then I think that just speaks to the weakness of the market, which will be nice to see communicated that way. MU is at 888, by the way, down 8% today. Holy shit. I was saying 900 would be crazy. That I didn't think it could do that. 888. It is $12 down from what I said. That is insane. I'm not even patting myself on the back anymore. I'm genuinely impressed by some of these moves. Tesla down 2.5%. Avgo down 1.7%. NVIDIA down 2.5%. Oil is down almost 2%, and they're still above 85. That is insane. Let's go see what Financial Juice said for the market thing. It's just saying what I just said, actually. I don't have to go repost it. Nice. I like to post it. There's like a bunch of new things on there, but there's nothing new on that. Our strategic reserves lowest in like 50 years. Oh, yeah. They've been making new lows since before Biden was president. People just don't talk about it. We've been making new reserve lows for a very long time now. Every year it gets worse. Every year we're out of oil. I've heard it for the last maybe 7 years now. Not even gonna lie. Maybe even longer than that. I've heard we're almost out of oil for over 7 years. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really believe the numbers. Hey, take this booster shot. You won't turn into an alien. No more dollar menu at the McDonald's. Everything's $2 at least. Is the Costco hot dog still $1.50? Can someone do a quick search for me real quick? Is that the only thing that hasn't changed? The Costco hot dog? If it's over $1.50, I mean, you can't really be mad at them, but like, I'm just curious now. Hoarding it for his jet. It's not even just Trump though. Like, dude, every fucking president has used so much fucking plane fuel. It's insane. Dude, Pelosi, oh my god, I forgot about that stat. There was this one time when the Taiwan stuff was happening. Y'all remember when like China was like, let's invade Taiwan, and then we stepped in and we're like, no, you're not going to, blah blah blah. That's our homies. We need them for semiconductor chips, damn it. When that happened, I believe it was Pelosi who traveled, or one of the people who traveled. And after that trip happened, she broke like a milestone that only a few politicians have ever done. She broke like a milestone that I don't remember the number of mileage. It was a crazy number though, like 100,000 or something weird. But like she had fly miles as a politician, and it was like this crazy ass number, and it had Trump in like fifth place at the time. I'm sure he's in first by now, but he was in like fifth at the time, and he was like way behind her, and it was just like, holy shit. During COVID era as well, there was so much plane fuel used, and I will never understand how. No, it's just Trump. Yeah, no. No, it's literally everybody. That's the thing. It's not just the presidents that waste a lot of fuel too. There are so many politicians that fly a shit ton. It just doesn't get talked about because they're not the president. They're not the perfect. They're not the perfect. They're not the person with the sights aimed at them. They're just kind of in range of the sights. The president will always get the most criticism, no matter who it is. Your most loved president will have haters. Your most hated president, well, that one will be obvious, but also everyone was making fun of Leopold. But what people aren't talking about right now is how many brokerages and firms followed Leopold's trades, and how many of them might go under as well. If Citadel buys another place and buys another like group of stocks and then sells them off for profit after a bounce in the market, I will laugh. I'm almost rooting for Citadel to buy the dip on another firm. We need to see another like hedge fund just go under. Even Taylor Swift does a lot of jet travel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does a inhuman amount of jet travel. Which, to be fair, she is like a global superstar. So I mean, fair enough. That's like I'm not comparing her to Michael Jackson, but it's like I mean, like those are the people who are supposed to be traveling a lot, though. You know what I mean? They're worldwide superstar phenomenons. Like no shit. Nancy Pelosi does not need to be racking up her fly miles. Neither does Trump. Neither do half of these politicians, to be honest with you. Now, flying across to Europe for like a summit or something, though, that is kind of important. You know that. Okay, they need to do that. But yeah, no, it is pretty crazy. They like to make it seem like it's just American consumers wasting everything. But it's like, dude, y'all are abusing our numbers with how bad y'all fly. And you might say, like, well, Beeler, how can only this many people waste that much fuel? Trust me. Look up the stats yourself and you'll blow your mind. How just a few hundred people waste more oil and fuel than most of our population. This is still down. We should still see weakness in the market overall. And if anything adds on to that, these things that are up, if they start to slow down, that'll only add on to that. Not really seeing it just yet, but I just wanted to point that out in case we see that happen in the future today. Past Bueller talking to future Bueller. Should still be a little bit more bearish than bullish because of your semis. Which I would like to say software is also down back again to 1% after rejecting the current day open, which I was a little happy to see this candle breaking that. I came back to it and it had closed under it. So that's not really a good sign. Also, yeah, I was going to say, I don't even think it got to the 50% of the gap down. So it kind of just needed to get to those two levels or above them to just show any sign of life, and they're rejecting it. So software not looking too good, and your semis are still very bearish. Not really seeing any curl up just yet. Now, if you guys are looking at tickers that aren't in that folder, you're looking at something that's a bank, or you're looking at comms or discretionary, you're probably having a lot more fun today because there's some pretty good moves happening across the market today. Even though your semis are down, if you go check out some of your software stickers, your Apple and Microsoft actually moved up and hit pretty good levels and slowed down. Your discretionary tickers like Amazon, pretty good move up, slowed down. Tesla, very big sell off. You go to Meta, Meta should be green, yeah, because XLC is doing pretty well. Google as well, doing pretty well. So it's not literally every stock just falling off. It's just mainly your semiconductor. Sorry, I keep tripping up when I explain that. My wife won't let me be here if I say anything negative about Taylor Swift. Oh yeah, I mean you probably shouldn't do that. As a YouTube streamer, I'll be honest, I don't think you should ever say anything bad about Taylor Swift because you never know when a Swiftie is watching you. Not that I want to say anything bad about her. I'm just saying if you guys are ever going to stream or something publicly, two things that you should never do, which I kind of broke one of the rules today, is talk about politics, but we kind of have to here and there because of what we're looking at. But on the other end of things, you should never, ever, ever talk down on one of the big mega stars of, current day, even if you're not a personal fan, because those fans are like true diehard fans. Remember, a little bit bearish on the market because of semis, but we're mainly looking to see can the semis pick back up or get any curling action short term, and if so, does software also follow along with them or help? And if so, then that can make the day a little bit more promising. But until then, we just see a lot of weakness, at least in those important sectors. Your banks, comms, discretionary staples, they're all green. Your healthcare is even flat, I would say. Industrials, energy, slightly flat, slightly red. Nothing super crazy for those. Your wife saw her 3 times on the Eras. Jesus. There was one time she was here for the Houston rodeo, and that was the time I had gone, and I remember I had never seen the stadium so loud in my life. I had never, ever heard that stadium that loud. Not at a Texans game, not at anything. But when Taylor Swift was there, dear God, they might have broke the sound barrier that day. By the way, if you're ever down in Houston and the Houston rodeo is going, you should 100% go. It doesn't even matter who's playing that night, just go. 20 most disliked countries in the world. I don't know if I believe this this poll. Where do y'all think we're placed? We're apparently the second most disliked country in the world by World of Statistics point of view, at least. I don't know if I believe this one. It has China at number 1, Russia at number 3, North Korea's at number 4. We're somehow more disliked than North Korea? Nah, this poll is bullshit. How are we behind China, but Russia and North Korea, Israel, Iran, Iraq? What? I don't know if I believe this poll or that it's from a real source. Yeah, and then also, you know what doesn't make sense about this list? Japan is on it at number 12, right? But right under it, with the same source, the top most liked countries, Japan is third. How can they be third on the most liked, but 12th on the most disliked? I already don't understand. Their stats don't make any sense. Somebody said it here too. They said, how the hell can you dislike Japan? That's what I'm saying. The only people who hate Japan have never been there. That's a crazy list, huh? We're number 2. Wait, I want to go back. What was the other most liked countries? Switzerland, Canada. Okay, that's definitely cap. I'm sorry. I know people from Canada that hate Canada. There's no way. Sweden's up here, Italy, which Italy also has to be capped. I'm literally Italian. Norway, Spain. Okay, I actually think Spain should be higher up the list. I've never heard anything bad about Spain. Like, I heard visiting there is, like, pretty amazing. Australia? Nah, bro. Nah, this list is bullshit. I'm sorry. These lists are bullshit. I'm sorry I even read those out. Nobody likes Australia. I like Australians. I don't like Australia. Oh, my bad, $10. There are more levels. I'm just trying to show the fact that we're kind of targeting from here to here. And the fact that in just 2 sessions, it's basically maintained staying down on this day, kind of triggering, hey, it should go down to this. And then today, it breaking that is pretty insane. Because now it just feels like it really should just teeter off slowly if we don't see a retake at some point this week. Which, remember, with NVDA earnings on Wednesday, it's very possible that we are down tomorrow, and then on Wednesday, retaking that with the earnings. So we'll see if things get better or worse after that. But yeah, pretty big deciding factor in the market. But it was already showing bearish signals, is what I was trying to share with everybody. It already showed this last week. This isn't like new. We're just impressed because of how much it's selling off. But it did already scream at us like, hey, we're struggling. Software, though, you go to that chart, it's almost like nothing's happening. I mean, it is still weak, but it's indecisive at least. Whereas SOXX is decisively down. But no, I don't have a lot of levels on that because you're not supposed to add a lot of levels on that. Or at least I don't like to. And then another concerning thing is oil still holding 85. But the whole point of this, though, is the fact that they do have a Harami inside bar candle. And they are a negative print, not just lower open, but also a red print so far. So we'll see how that closes out today. But oil being under 85 would be a better look for the stock market. It holding 85, not looking too good. So I am expecting news to come out from Iran or Trump soon on that. More news than we have already gotten. Because oil is still holding 85, which, as we know, every time it holds 85, you either get a good move up to the 90s, or you get news that comes out saying, hey, things are better, or things got worse. That's pretty much where it's happened every time. It's either at 81 or 85. And if you don't believe me, go back and look for yourself, because we've done this live in the streams, and we've proven it over and over. 81 and 85 news events happen for oil. It's just what it is. Fuck yeah, Netflix is green today. Good job, guys. By the way, who saw Target? I thought I was a genius for trimming right here. If you guys don't know, we have shares from basically 90 on this. And we trimmed pretty much 50% of our position as we got into this area finally, because it's just crazy this keeps going. And now it's done this 4 days in a row, post earnings. 170. That is insane. This is going to turn into like one of my best stock picks ever. I thought it was always going to just be Rocket Lab, but honestly, Target might be a close second now. I'm very happy with that. UPS is probably my other favorite one. It just isn't performing super well. This is kind of crazy if you can get this around like 100 or under 100. It's still not breaking the level that I wanted it to break, though. I'm like, please break this so we can buy more. Like dollar cost average slowly, because if it breaks that, hopefully it stays down for a while and you can dollar cost average for a while. But dude, Target is turning into like one of my best picks ever. One of my best trades ever. It's fucking nutty. Oh, I got you, Devontae. My bad. Just saw your post. Oh, yeah, it was your birthday. He said, my first trade is a 24-year-old. I like that the green candles we got help under the 9 EMA and the 50% of that move. With it being early, I only took one con with the close above the 50 as a stop loss. Oh, okay, close above stop loss. Sold into the first level. I had marked 50% on 760 to puts. Okay, so you like that it kind of fell, came back up. 50% of the dip. It's at the 50% of the dip, and you like that it's at your EMA. Nice. Also, you have volume confirmation too. Rising price, lowering volume. And then you have dropping price, rising volume. It's like, dude, it's literally giving you confirmation. You could literally just look at this and know what it did. That's crazy. Which it won't do that all the time, but it's nice having that too. I don't even use volume, but that's clean. I don't really hate people who do use volume. You don't even need it. But some people like it. Honestly, 10 out of 10 review here. I know your gains aren't like, oh my God, I got 150%. But the trade is like super obvious, in my opinion, as like a BB trader. Super clean. And you executed it perfectly. And since, what was your thing? With it being early, I only took one con. So he's not like, he understands like, yo, it's not even the first hour yet. The first hour hasn't even finished. So he knows he's like kind of trading early morning. He doesn't want to go super crazy. I like that. Quality over quantity, Devontae. Can never go wrong with that. Ken Griffin sold. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that, Tobias. I'm sorry about that, Tobias, yeah. You got pancake flopped on. You should have just bought Target with me, man. You'd be fucking rich right now. Oh, you did? You are selling Cerebras. Okay, I see your channel right now, actually. Did sell half for a 20% gain and half for an 8% loss. Okay, I mean, honestly, managed it pretty well with what you were given. I feel like a lot of us in here, me included, would have fucked that up a little bit more. Considering what you were given, that really isn't that bad. Could have been worse, could have been better. Yeah, I would definitely focus on Tesla at the very least. Tesla at the very least. Make it look scarier. Oh, wait, I was supposed to go tweet about Target. Mayweather. What the hell was that on my feed? Who is this? I follow this person? I'm not gonna lie, at first I thought it was AI, but never mind, it isn't. Yo, fuck that cat. That guy's I swear that guy's like skits on like whatever are fucking hilarious. I didn't even know that guy existed, but I saw one of the videos and I was like, wait, this guy's like famous. One of his clips have trended like really well. His page is hilarious. In Musk, we trust. And looking at the 13Fs, every effing billionaire has shit the port for like 30% waiting. Oh, dude, there are so many people who are just owning Tesla to own it, who are like owners of other big companies. Need to get my daughter. We'll update the channel later. Bet. You do that, King. Appreciate your hard work as always, Tobias. You know, I don't care what the rest of chat says about you when you leave, you know? I think you're great. I think you're doing a great job. You know, screw what everybody in the YouTube chat says right as you leave, instantly, right after you leave. You know, who cares? You know, who's even thinking about that? You know, I'm not. All right, guys, he's gone. Let's start roasting him. God, he's such an idiot, dude. People from Norway. No, actually, people from Norway are pretty cool. All right, well, I'm not going to say it's curling up, but this is the best it's looked all morning. Even if it is still bearish, can we at least go back up to this area? We'll see if software picks back up or not. If not, though, it's still very weak. I can't believe Target's at 170. That's actually insane. If another $10 move happens, that position's up exactly 100%. That is insane. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to go to this chart. Bars. I'll remove this just because it is kind of ugly to look at. Mm, 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 mm. Bro, why does this chart never save the setting? It's because I didn't apply it to the damn drawing set. I honestly hate how Thinkorswim works. Watch the gap 50% from last week. Also, kind of keeping a close eye on the sectors down here, just to see if things start to slow down, since they were a good hot start today, even with semiconductors down. Yeah, it's only been an hour since the open. Felt like a lot happened, but I think it's just because of how much selling happened to start the day. Is that just me that feels that way? I feel like a lot more time happened, but I think it's just because of the moves. Dim moves, yo. We still do things down to detail. Is there anybody in the stream that was in the live stream yesterday? Or premiere live stream thing? I don't even know what to call it. The swing trading video go up live. Was anybody in here that was in there live yesterday? That is how many trades we covered in this video. That shit was a lot. Man, looking back at it now, it's like, damn. I can kind of see why the video ended up being about an hour long. In the moment, it didn't feel like that, though. It felt like I was only talking for like 30 minutes. But then I looked and it was double that time. There's nowhere near that. MU back above 900. That's a really good sign, short term. I won't lie, I'm still a little concerned with SOXX though. And then the fact that, actually, oil broke 85. Not that that's amazing, but it needs to actually close under that on the daily. Microsoft's still trying to push that resistance though. Amazon's still pushing. Oop, Avgo flipping red. Yeah, as long as this is failing, these should probably slow down. Just keep an eye on that. I am really happy with a lot of the moves we talked about though, because we kind of expected semi weakness, but I didn't expect just as this much selling. That was a lot more than I expected. And then some of the watch list stuff was all right. It just happened way too quick. Which, honestly, a lot of them are still in their areas right now. You can still trade them, but I don't blame you if you're like, yo, I didn't want to trade that first move today. I think the big thing with me is like if you're too zoomed in on just what you're trying to trade, you're going to always hesitate because you're just seeing one signal. But if you combine it with like checking out like I don't know, just the overall market awareness, if you're like, oh, I know semis are weak and I'm looking at shorting a semi, then yeah, you should have a little bit more confidence than if you were just looking at just that semi stock. And vice versa. And yeah, if you guys are seeing reports on that, that is verified. On Nancy Pelosi buying 12 million of Bloom Energy and 1.5 million of Intel. Pelosi is bullish on BE and Intel. What the hell is SPY doing? Well, it's down because of semis, but it's holding fairly well. Not like down too much. Like it's only down 0.25% here. Because the rest of the market's not selling off. It really is just one part of one really big sector. The important part of the market sold off today and is still down. It's the important part because it weighs the most. Your NVIDIAs, your AVGOs, your AMDs, your Intels, your MUs, your AI memory, semiconductor stocks, a lot of those are down right now. Very heavily too, not just a little bit. They're down pretty strong. So right now what you're seeing on SPY is just an attempt at a relief bounce, but it's just because of everything else is either up or they're flat. but they're not up so much that they can counteract the down move that happened from the important part of the market, if that makes sense. So that's why it's down, but it's not down that bad. And then you look at triple Q and it's like, well, hold up, triple Q's down a lot. Well, yeah, that's because it's a lot more of triple Q. The important part of the market is a very big part of triple Q, so it is going to be down more than SPY. It's impacted more than that. And then the far right chart is an exact display of that important part of the market. A lot of your big weights are down a pretty good amount. It's just everything else is holding fairly well. And then you do have a couple stocks too that are down that aren't in that. Like Tesla right now, they're down 1%. They were down worse. That could also just be cooling off from its extended relief rally we've seen recently on that daily time frame. Healthcare finally having a red day, but they're also on the tail end of new all-time highs, so it's not like it's super bearish. Banks green again after looking like they could fade away. This week was a really big test for them because if they end up breaking, here, I'll just show it. If they ended up breaking, Jesus, man, I gotta do this every time because I have it too zoomed in. But they were really close to breaking the key support we were looking to get more bearish. They broke it, and then Friday of last week, they did a really good job of getting back into it, so kind of making it 50-50 again. And then today is like destroying all people who are still bearish on it short term. So I'm happy we're done with banks, but they look good again. And then really, to be honest with you, you're probably going to have a little bit of indecision in the market this week because we have more data coming out on Wednesday, as well as NVDA earnings, which is a really big deal. And to be honest with you, if there's anybody in my community who's confused on why semis are down today, then you just genuinely need to pay attention more or check out some of the recent videos or updates I've been putting out for everybody, because this was actually very real and very, very obvious, to be honest with you. Now, the thing you can be surprised about is the size of the sell-off, because even myself was like, yo, what the fuck? This is breaking 500. That's insane. But, we've been saying this thing is weak. It's not like this just started today. This happened over a week ago. We knew one of the more important parts of the market were just getting weak. As we get closer to NVIDIA earnings, which is on Wednesday. That's probably your biggest market event this week outside of just normal inflation data. Anything that can affect the interest rates, anything like that. Because we do have news that comes out on Wednesday as well for a lot of that. But the most important event this week is definitely NVIDIA. It is nice seeing triple Q hold at 706, that 705.56 level. Not just a green candle above a couple levels, but actually seeing a candle try to hold above. I really like that reaction on SPY as well. You have a little dip, but then you have a break, a retake, a potential higher low. And even though it is still favorable towards bears because we're under current day open, it does bring to question, can we at least go make a test towards that open from this dip? Same question, but for triple Q as well. It really just depends. Can this chart not just keep selling off? Yeah, that's pretty much the market right now. Not much else to really cover. It really is that simple. Semis pulled down a lot of other sectors didn't. That's why SPY is outperforming triple Q right now. This is the longest daily losing streak in 4 years for NVIDIA. If it has one more red day, it'll be the longest losing streak in 7 years. That's insane. You know what's really cringe too? I'll go onto Twitter and everybody that I follow was like, yeah, These are only going to go up from here. It's like Monday, and I'm mainly kind of using it to backtest like my thesis because I was thinking this was a good pullback spot. But I started seeing everybody say like, no, this is good for long term. Like, get some here. But now I see those same pages going on Twitter and being like, this is the flush AI needed. Like, what? You were just saying this was going to go up. Now you're saying this is what it needed? What are you talking? Like, where the fuck did that come from? You just cannot trust these people. It's a little weird too because a lot of people do look at Twitter and like FinTwit and stock twits and stuff like that, and they do genuinely take it serious and think about investing in that fashion. I just don't understand why. If I went onto social media and everybody was saying the same thing, I would just instantly assume the opposite's going to happen. Now, is that the case every single time? No, that's not the case. Not even close. Not even close to every single time. But, man. Holy shit. This page said, feel old. Margin call is 15 years old. Wow. The movie Margin Call. My margin call is 15 years old. Seeing a hammer down on SPY instantly makes my eyes go over to the left and see, is there any sector kind of pulling back at all? That isn't just tech, because of course we've been saying tech, tech, tech. Banks cooled off. Comms cooled off. Discretionary is pulling back. Healthcare is still pulling back. Staples are cooling off. If there's ever going to be a bounce in semiconductors, it's going to be when all of those cool off. If this continues to cool off and those are still pulling back, you're about to witness an even larger red day. Not that SPY and triple Q were down an impressive amount. It's just, that's just how things have been going recently. Any of those pullbacks I said just now too, I really do mean cooling off. Like they're more or less just kind of like hitting a good resistance and chilling for a second on some of the sectors I just mentioned. I don't mean to be like, oh my god, they're all pulling back heavy aggressively. No, they're all popping red candles at the same time, and that's what makes the SPY chart make a little bit more sense. Because it's like, yo, where's this red candle coming from? You know, that wasn't happening just yet until just recently on this chart. So it was kind of nice to be like, oh, well, why is that causing that? And then just go see real quick. Check your XLs. It's like, oh, more than a couple of them are doing the same thing at the same time. Okay, well, then you should see that impact on the SPY chart. You looked up. What the hell? Make sure to drop a like on the stream if you guys haven't already. Dropping updates every now and then. Just kind of make sure everyone's aware. We did the pre-market watch list. We went over SPY, all that good stuff about 2 times before market opened. Just the market overall. And then just kind of updating from there. Software still not kind of adding on to that selling pressure. You know, they're red, but they're not adding on to the extra selling pressure, which is good. Semis are still down about 3.5% though. Oil, I would like to say broke 85, but it's not like it's selling off through it. We're just at it basically. So still waiting for more news for that to come out. NVDA kind of expecting a red day today, and then probably a smaller session. Don't really care if it's red or green tomorrow, but expecting a smaller session. And then going into Wednesday, seeing what that does with its earning move. which should affect the impactful sector that's selling off all day today, the far right chart, as well as your SMH if you like to watch SMH instead. Those are both especially SMH, heavily affected by NVIDIA's movement, so it'll be important to see what that does. What's up, though? Who's all on stream chilling with me? If you guys are busy, you don't have to type. I'm genuinely just saying who's all just sitting here as well. if you're just sitting here staring at the screen with me. Maybe we can chart something up together if you guys want here in a little. Here, work been busy this morning, still listening. All good, dude. Like I said, if you guys are busy, you don't have to type. I just genuinely throwing that out there to see if anybody is just like sitting there bored. If I sit here quiet for too long, I'll start to be like lost on what I'm supposed to be looking at or talking about. But honestly, a cool thing to kind of remind yourself is like always have like a routine of things to look at when you first come back to looking at charts. It's kind of nice to just get a good look at SPY, triple Q, stuff like that. But then also the sectors, then it's kind of nice to go from there, look at like oil, the dollar, just kind of see if they're still up or down. And then diving into those individual equities to see, what's up, what's down. There's a lot of things that have been down recently that we're looking to see can they recover short term, which could carry the market higher over the long term. So we'll see if that is what we're witnessing, not just this week, but going into next week as well, as we get closer and closer to that FOMC, which this could end up being. I told y'all this was going to happen. Where last meeting we were all saying it's probably the most important one of the year. Now we're kind of moving to the next one. Now everyone's going to say the same thing again. Now this is the most important one. So we'll see what happens there. And then, of course, still waiting to see if more Iran Trump news comes out for oil prices. It's really all I care about it for. Cleaning the kitchen and watching Triple Q, double IB on the 5 with current candle IB so far. Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? I have it kind of squished right now, so that's kind of hard to tell. But yes, you're right. It is kind of squeezing its ass, or sorry, squozing over 7 and 550s. That far right chart, though, is still so bearish. It's insane. I was trying to give y'all a scenario where things weren't so, like, scary sounding. It's like, well, maybe if things sell off, this can finally move up again. Nah. I think it's going to stick to what we talked about. I think it's just going to stay red, and then tomorrow we'll have, like, a small red, small green day for SOXX and just semis in general. And then Wednesday will be a big tell. Plus how we open on Thursday after the NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. Howdy, what's up, Steph? Good to see you again. It's been a little over 2 hours in the stream. Make sure you guys drop a thumbs up on the stream if you haven't already, and make sure to check the pinned message. Saturday, like super late, I did like a really long video. Did like a couple hours of recording, then I cut it up, and then I scrapped half of it and just used one really long recording. And then I put it up. We did like a premiere version of it yesterday where it kind of acts like a live stream, like as if the video is a live stream, but after it's done, it's like a public video for anyone to watch. If you guys haven't already, make sure to check it out. But that was really fun, though. We'll have to do more of those. Any thoughts on Walmart? Sorry if you're busy. No, you're good. I'm just chilling. I'm kind of just waiting to see, like, does this get worse because of other sectors getting weak? And if this just keeps selling, then nothing's really changed. But yeah, we can look at Walmart Bud. I'm assuming larger time frames. To be honest with you, I have actually been looking at this a lot because this morning I talked about this just because I figured there were going to be people who asked about Walmart today. So I went over it in pre-market, but I'll just repeat what I said there. I was just basically saying, like, honestly, it's crazy that it's even around 100 because from a long-term point of view, you should be pretty happy with trying to own it around that price or under that price. So that's already kind of crazy that you're given that opportunity. What a lot of people are going to be scared of long term is how much business did these other companies take away from Walmart. But Walmart's going to be around forever, to be honest with you. It's just short term, it's pretty hefty. I would definitely keep this as like a weekly time frame watch, though. Which I did not say this in pre market, but getting some levels from like the monthly and then watching it on the weekly, so you can just kind of watch the slow confirmations that are true signals instead of just waiting for one green candle on the daily. If you watch Walmart on the daily for trading this, you're just gonna miss out because it could sell off a little bit more, and then you'll get a way better favorable price. Which if you get under 90 on this, that's crazy. Getting under 90 on Walmart would be like getting Target under 90. It's a no brainer for a long term play. If you meant something else though, let me know. But I'll be honest with you, I think it's already kind of a discount. I think it has a little bit of more downside, but if it happens, you're not really complaining as like a long term dollar cost investor. If you meant something else though, Steph, let me know. I definitely wouldn't watch this on the daily though, or you'll fucking freak yourself out too much. If you wait for the weekly, you'll like calm down. You'll start to see, okay, this is what it's actually telling me. Giving it time to actually give you signals instead of just buying because it's down. Which honestly, this isn't one of the dumb ones to do that with, but you should definitely wait a little bit and get better confirmations first. But I definitely understand the crowd where they're like, I'm just buying this because it's down. Like, okay, that makes sense. It is Walmart. Oh, you have a swing for this week. Okay, so you're doing it for a completely different idea. Uh, that's a whole nother topic. I feel like that is a little bit of gambling because it kind of feels like you're just getting it just because it's down. You don't actually have good confirmations that it should go up yet. But if there is any stock to do that on, it would be like a staple stock, like a Walmart or a Costco, a McDonald's type ticker where it's going to recover. You just don't know when. That kind of stock. So, I mean, not totally bad because it's on this. That is a little gambly, though, from you. Let's go from high to low. I'm just drawing a couple levels real quick because I don't have everything here. And since you're here watching, might as well do it in front of you. And then on the moves up, let's chart this. I mean, it did stop at a level. Like, perfectly at a level. Yeah. All right, well, two things I would keep on watch. One, well, actually, there's three things. Let's start with the most awkward one. Let's say this hole's green right here, and then tomorrow's a red day. You really need this to hold over the 50% from low to high of that move, as well as that 103.57, which if that's what that looks like, then that's how you draw that. But if it just keeps going up, if it just keeps going up, you don't need to draw that fib. So, honestly, good spot, but I still think it's a little too early for people to be getting short-term swings on this. You were hoping for a dead oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, just getting a good relief bounce, a good little retracement trade. It's down. You want it to go up. It's probably not going to get to the 50% of the gap super quick, but I do see why some people like what you're doing. I could see why people would aim for like the low to the open of that candle, where the low made before it gapped down from earnings, because that'd be a good relief bounce target. Is like you're not expecting it to recover totally, you're just expecting it to go hit something short term. That's okay. Just make sure you don't do those trades too much, because that is technically a speculation trade. So it's got good technicals on it, but it is technically speculation. Not a bad setup though, honestly. I'm not trying to scare you either. I'm just trying to give you like an honest answer from what I'm seeing. It is holding a good bullish strip technically though. It's just you don't have like a true signal there yet. Which, if you like swinging, you'll definitely like that last video I put up. It's an hour long. Worked on it this weekend. Not even 24 hours later still. So make sure to check it out if you haven't already. But it's a little long, but it covers pretty much everything that we do for swing trading. And 98% of these posts are like naked charts, no indicators, just straight up levels. The first two examples that are actually losing trades, I did have the 8 and 21 on for how I found them. But yeah, you might like that video if you like that kind of thing. Plus, it's nothing fancy. It's just simple price action. I'm not using like this crazy indicator set to get into swings. We're just kind of just using market awareness to help us out. Oh, I'm like, why does it keep changing my levels? It's because it's not the same chart. That's why. That's perfect. Thanks for the info and time. No problem. Thank you for bringing it up. I appreciate it. Doesn't always need to be a winning or a losing trade. I'm just happy to go over shit that people are looking at. Like personally, like it's also kind of just cool to see like what other people's comfortability is. Because like when I go over something, I'm just kind of going over it from my point of view. You know, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, you know, I don't know how you like to trade, so I don't know. But I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna go, well, that's too early for me, or that's too late for me. I'll make that clear too. I'm not gonna ever sit here and be like, dude, this is too early. You're in this way too early. So a lot of the time, just kind of going off of what I see. And we did a lot of swings recently, so I have to kind of wait and get the right setup. And now that we have a couple things lining up at awkward times, like I have to be very patient for my next big swing for the chat. Knowing that we have NVDA earnings Wednesday, I'll probably wait till after that. But a lot of the time that happens, and then we have more data going into the next week, that makes it for a really good like Thursday or Friday swing, which I don't like doing those a whole lot, only under certain conditions, and this happens to be one of them. So I'll probably have a Thursday or a Friday swing for the chat. I would prefer to find it Monday through Wednesday though, so I can do it on stream. What do you guys do on Thursday and Friday when I don't stream? Do you go to the Discord? Do you just fuck off the rest of the week? What do? You trade on your own? If you guys don't have a place to chill on Thursday and Friday when I'm not here, you should definitely check out that YouTube streamer I showed y'all before, Stock Market Live. You talk naughty. Oh, yeah, y'all do be talking naughty on Discord. I went in there. I saw what y'all are talking about. I got a bunch of goons in my chat. When Cat is away, the mice will play. You son of a gun. Yeah, I went in there and I saw like Kevo, React, you, Leland. Grass fed, all talking about some crazy ass shit in there. It wasn't that bad. I'm exaggerating it. Yeah, that was pretty fun to go read. If you've noticed, I pretty much don't check on y'all on Friday at all. On Thursday, I'm pretty much reading the chat like all day. Mainly because I like to see who's actually trying to be active on their own without me like pushing them to do so. But yeah, I also try I like to read the chat just to make sure like everyone's ego is in check. Like I should have never go in there and someone's like acting a certain way. But honestly, we don't really have that problem anymore. I think we finally got all that bullshit kicked out of the chat. I don't really see anybody with an ego typing in chat, so that's good. And if anybody I see in there that has had an ego, they've definitely shed that ego. So that's good. You don't have like weirdos in chat trying to like talk a certain way to people, talk down to certain people, and it's just weird. Everybody is even in my chat. It doesn't matter what kind of trader you are. You either add to it in a positive way or you don't. Data J, Data J, Data J, Data J. Discord and trade on my own. It depends. We chill and hit dingers, some base hits, some dingers. That's another word that if you said that wrong, it could be taken the wrong way. What was the word we said last week? That was like it felt like it was being racist, but it was just a normal word. That word was crazy. I don't even remember what it was. Kayakers, yeah. You damn kayakers. Like it's just like a word, but like, bro, the way you say it, it sounds kind of fucked up. Like I wouldn't even be surprised if one day the Google algorithm picked up my like voice and heard me say that and was like, "Yo, is he being racist?" It's like, no, we're just playing Contexto and we've gone crazy. All right, I actually have an actual breakup of Nancy's plays. She got 10,000 shares of BE. She got 100 call options at $100 strike expiring June of next. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, June of next year. That cost between 1 to 5 million. She did all that on July 24th, so a month from today. Or before today. Then she bought another 5,000 shares and 100 more call options, same strike, 4 days later. So she averaged down, bought 10,000 shares of Intel and 50 call options at a $50 strike price expiring same time, July of 2027. She did that on the 24th. She's up 12 million in new purchases, as much as 10 million of it going into Bloom Energy. across 2 rounds in 4 days. Every option in the filing expires the same day, June 17th, 2027. I gotta see this chart for myself. All right, let's save this because I'm tired of fucking messing with it. CC line them up. And let's fix this too. Which, if you don't know what I'm clicking because I'm going too quick, sometimes you go to the settings of the chart. If you go to Snap Drawings 2, OHLC, and then click Apply, I do that because when you go get like a level, I don't want to just mark a random level around it. I want to mark the actual high or the actual open. And you can do that accurately very quickly. But now we need to save grid as, and then save. Did that work? I guess it did. Now I can fuck it all up. There's going to be so many people who just buy this just because of what Nancy did. But let's look at this from a BB point of view. Can't really do the monthly yet. I guess you could do the weekly. Let's just do the major fib upwards. And then we'll do the major fibs downwards. Which we can't really draw this one yet, but technically if that's the recent low after this weekend's, that will also be the next fib around 220. Oh, why'd I go to the 5? I just meant to go to the daily. I need to draw more fibs. I didn't go low enough. Jesus, that's crazy how that lined up. And it's not there. Yeah, 219. So yeah, 220 basically. If that is the low for the week, which it might not be. It's an industrial. Which, if we're being honest, does look like shit. Didn't Trump just buy a bunch of XLI? Or is that XOK I'm thinking of? I think it's XOK I'm thinking of. I didn't even know Trump knew ball like that. Trump buys XOK. He actually knows ball. I mean, I don't know if I'd be buying this for the best of gains, but that is the best one for, like, stability, I guess you could say. It's a nice way of putting it. I mean, a real man would get double leverage, you know what I'm saying? 4x leverage tech sector. Where that at, though? When is the 400x leverage coming out? We need that now. And she did this when? I want to see her exact entries. What did I say, the 24th? And then 4 days later on the 28th. Damn, she's like buying the low. She bought a bearish kicker and then 2 days later on the 28th. She went through that move and this move and is still in most likely. What does she know? Oh, Trump's overtrading bad this last month. Did you see the stats for last month? It was pretty crazy. He's taking 47 or 48 trades a day. They did it by like average over a day, and that's insane. That's just last month. That's insane. If there was someone in my chat doing that, I would be like, dude, you need to chill the fuck out. I don't know, though. I don't really know how his thing works, though. You know, I don't think it's him. I personally don't think it's him just sitting there on his phone, just entering and exit. I can't believe that. Like, if you've ever seen Trump in either of his presidencies, whether you hate him or not, you do have to agree, like, bro, he's always around. He's always doing something. He's always on camera. He's always doing something. Like, he's always around. Do you ever see this man holding a fucking phone, entering and exiting trade? Like, I don't. Like, that's all I'm saying. Hate him or don't, you got to agree with me on that one. There's no way it's him doing all that. And I know people are going to say it's like his son or something too, but like I don't think it's that either. But maybe it is. Who knows? That would be like a case where it would make sense at least. I don't know. I'm not coming from like a hateful or even a positive point of view. I'm genuinely just coming from like I'm trying to understand point of view. It's 100% Baron. I mean, it could. It definitely could. That would make more sense than nothing. But the thing that also like adds to it being his son is like, why on God's earth are they taking that many trades? Like that's another reason that makes me think it's not like a professional financial advisor, because you wouldn't catch them doing that because they'd be scared of the backlash. That's what makes me think it is someone in his family, but I just refuse to believe it's actually Donald Trump taking those trades. Maybe advising, sure. I really don't know. Like I said, we are purely guessing and speculating at this point. But it is a little nuts. Also, guys, right now we're looking at the Nancy Pelosi trade on BE right now, because that is kind of nuts that she's entering the lows, at least the recent lows. Which, to be honest with you, we should go probably look at the weekly on this. I won't lie, I like the weekly candle she's buying on. I can't hate. I can't hate. It's just a little hard to justify that this is a stock that is definitely going to bounce. It's an industrial, so it's a little bit news related. So is Nancy Pelosi betting that we are gonna continue having war and stuff like that continue higher? Because that's essentially what her trade is saying. Considering that is directly news related recently, over the last year or so. By Eric Trump alongside major financial institutions and semi-blind trust. Yeah, so it's a mixture of things. That's also what I didn't think about, is like it's probably a multitude of things, like where it's probably someone taking some short-term trades mixed in with some long-term stuff, mixed in with whatever their financial advisors do with it. So that makes a lot of sense that it's like multiple things, but the amount of trades that were taken on individual tickers were kind of crazy. There was over like 200 or 300 on just one ticker. I couldn't remember which one. It's like Intel or MU or something like that, but it's just crazy. Biden's son couldn't do that because he was too busy doing drugs in foreign countries, living the life of a fucking, like, an actual in-game character for GTA should be Biden's son. I'm sorry, like, that guy should be a legit in-game GTA character. Not even hating. I think it would genuinely just be funny. I still find that meme to be just so fucking funny. Biden wins the presidency, and they're like, uh, it's like not even hours before that. By the way, Tesla looks so good for a dip right here. Dip buy. And end of week 370 is 288. What was I saying though? Oh. The Biden son thing was so funny. Uh, Biden wins presidency. It was like not even 12 hours before that. It was like all over every news media, like CNN, MSNBC, like everybody was posting this. And they're like, yo, we can't find his son. He's on the run. The FBI are looking for him or something like that. It's like CIA or FBI. Like someone was looking for him. and it was openly known, like they weren't hiding it. And then he wins the presidency, and that same night he walks up on the stage and he's with his dad on the stage when he becomes president. And it's like, well, there he is, guys, get him. They can't really get him now. I thought that was the funniest shit ever. Like, not even hating or anything like that. Like, that was genuinely just funny. No, I can't. I don't respect him. I'm just saying, like, that shit was funny. That's like a video game thing you see. We've been looking for this guy. Where is he? Pops up on presidential election stage. There he is. Legit video game scene. If anybody does like this, we have a pretty clear stop loss if it fails. I don't know if I'm too keen on this idea, though, just because of the market being a little weak, but what does discretionary look like? Oh, they look pretty good. I'm pretty sure Amazon's green right now, yeah. Amazon's going up. Yeah. I like Tesla a lot then. Also cool because we talked about that break and retake happening, and it kind of happened again today. The only thing that sucks about Tesla short-term longs for like a scalp right here would be because it is already up. It's more of like a cool off day from being up. Has anyone looked at Grokbot? No, I have not. I use Grok for one thing and one thing only. Enhancing images. Like, if I have an image from a screenshot that looks like shit, I'll go to Grok and I'll be like, yo, can you enhance this? And then under it, I'll put, please don't change anything. Please don't change colors of anything. And then I'll put please at the end. Because sometimes it does a really good job of, like, just making the picture look more HD. And that's, I don't know. I can't do that in Photoshop. Or, I mean, I don't have the skill to do it. I'm sure you can do it. I think I used it one time for a thumbnail idea, but ever since YouTube added their AI, I just ask that AI for like thumbnail ideas or like title names, like, hey, what do you think this video should be called? But a lot of the time I've realized it just gives you repetitive pattern bullshit. Like, if I say, hey, this video is about pink clouds and purple rainbows, it'll give me a title and be like, how I discovered purple rainbows and pink clouds. It's like, dude, all you did was just remix up the words I gave you. So it's not really like AI. It really is like an LLM. So I really don't know what to think of it, to be honest with you. Let you know. All right, I really do like this Tesla same week 370 call at 258. I'm gonna check my parameters again. A little bit of a slowdown on Amazon. Still like discretionary, even though it did kind of cool off. I am happy to see this looking better too. And remember, when you're looking at this, you really are looking at all of your tech stocks. It's not just semis or just software, it's everything. So if you ever want to dive deeper though, you can just go straight to like looking at software or check out SMH or SOXX and see it a little further, because IGV isn't really down, it's just not up. So it's just kind of relatively slightly red. Semis though, those are very red. It's just now they're trying to base and curl up. It's just They haven't really done that yet. So when you go to your XLK, you can kind of see that where it's just down and it's at a good level. It's reacting, curling a little bit, but isn't really anything special yet. So you're looking to see if that curl up continues or not. This is your most important chart, to be honest with you. SOXX and IGV, but XLK is really nice to look at every day. In my community, we call this the cheat code chart because it really does give you direction pretty much all the time. There are, of course, certain occasions where it isn't the most helpful because there's other things going on. You know, if this is the only sector down and every sector is pumping, you'll see the market not up as much, but it should still do well, right? It's when this sector has other things added on to it. You know, if this sector's selling off at a pretty good pace and other things are already down, yeah, the market's going to be bleeding. So this is it's like the driving force of the market is what I like to kind of think of it as. It's not 100% either, you know, not every single time it goes down or every single time it goes up. You do need to still check your other sectors to see is anything adding onto that or taking away from that. But it is definitely a good starting point. I'm trying it out. Pretty cool. It can log into my jobber. What the hell's a jobber? Pull a list of all the clients we have on service plans that haven't called and have it send out a text on. Oh, wow. So it's like doing a lot, actually. I thought you were going to be like, it just writes their name down. That's actually a lot, though. Scheduling, invoicing. Oh, okay, okay. That's pretty cool. Damn, and it actually, like, would you have to, like, give it the login, or how does that work? Like, how does it have access? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. I'm not in this yet, by the way, guys. We're just still looking at this to see if we liked it. I liked it a lot more a few moments ago when Amazon and XOI were holding better, but they're not holding as well now. So I'm still kind of clicking around to see if I like this Tesla play or not, because I'm not going to lie, that is insane that we're seeing this set up. This could be a really good high or low of day, but we need to see if the things that help it push up are going to still be green. Which, this looks good, don't get me wrong, but it's at the high and it's forming a 3-bar, so it's either about the 3-bar play to new high of day or it's going to reject here. And then Amazon is already kind of like at that point where it's hit the level and it's just kind of like teetering against it. So nothing new past it, but it did a good job of getting to it. So that would be bad timing for Tesla because Tesla's at a part of the chart where it needs to hold or it's going to fall. But if it looked stronger, that could have been a really good setup. And it still might be, but keeping that on watch. I logged into the systems on its computer. Oh, okay, okay. Damn, that's pretty crazy. Now you can give it a name. Jarvis. Gonna see about Google ads too, but yeah, I've never really done ads for like this channel. I think I've tested ads once on here and on X once for like one specific post to see like how it worked and how it looked and like what even happens. But I've never regularly done anything. For an actual business though, is actually pretty smart. Like an actual in-person services type business, that's actually really smart. All right, clicking around. All right, I think I do like that Tesla play. I'm gonna get in. I will cut if this play closes under 356. Same week, 370 call, 251. And now I'm going to click around and try to stay aware of the market while that's happening. Bit of a risky part right there, but I like the risk reward because we're either going to be wrong pretty soon, or if we're right, it's just going to keep going our direction for a little bit. So good risk reward. Which actually I probably should draw the 50% of that dip. Okay, it is around that. So 355.47 is my, if you want an exact level, that's my cutoff point. If it gets under that, it's definitely going down more. I kind of want to go back to this chart because it was kind of chill to look at that. It was pretty chill, yo. Oh my god, I hate that it does that. So what is this music I keep getting recommended? I know y'all can't hear it, but the songs I've been getting recommended today. I don't know if YouTube does that to you guys as well, but I swear, like I'll get like a song and then the next song plays, and it's somewhat similar to it, and then the third song plays, and it's like nowhere near the first two. It's like, what the hell just happened? I'll go back to a single chart in a minute. I wanted to see a good eye on what everything's doing at the same time while we're in that trade. Oh, you know what we could have been doing? We could have checked out the watch list. Which SPY was pretty straightforward up to this point. I wouldn't say it's doing anything special. We're looking to see if this basing turns into anything, or does it fade away back into support. MU. Let's go to the 5-minute. Now, that would have been pretty impossible to just be like, yep, short that from open. But break of 929 was my trigger. Like that, being under that's bearish, but it just kind of sucks it happened so quick. So I don't really blame people for not getting that. And then I did set a target for 900 as like the worst case scenario. So I'm happy to see it basing around that. But that does suck. It did just do it all in like 25 minutes. So I guess I can't really hold that against anybody. Tesla's on the watch list so far. Kind of the same story as MU. Just kind of like fell past everything we were looking at. And now it's teetering around a pretty good area. So we'll see what kind of direction we get from that pretty soon. And then coin. Really nothing special about this one either. Not really like the first two where it just kind of ruined everything. It just kind of fell back into range. I would like to say, though, from current day open, pretty clean rejection. I wish we could have seen that on a couple other tickers we are looking at. Coin really nice, though, because since it didn't fall as far, it didn't have to relief bounce as far. And when it rejected, there's a key level nearby. So not really as clean direction, but once you see that trend against the current day open, it is a little bit better looking. Hell yeah, triple Q. I'm assuming that's semiconductors, yeah. Two-piece coming outside today. Not much happening on that one. And yeah, I was gonna play music for the stream today, but I was like, man, I am so exhausted of that music. And nobody found good music yet, so we had to turn it off. I think I'd rather have silence in the back of my in the background of my stream than some of the music that we see or hear. I can't even speak right. It affected me so much. The question is with these higher lows that we just saw, like on 763 for SPY and 704 to 705.50 on triple Q. It's since we've moved up to 708 on triple Q and about 764s on SPY. Did they get another higher low, or do they just rip up to the open from here? That's the question, because these are already pretty good bounces so far on both of these. It's just, do they continue from that? Why do I go to Twitter and the top thing trending is we don't need Canada? What the fuck is happening? Trump to raise auto steel tariffs on Canada to 50%. Trump sets January 1st, 2027 for 50% Canada tariff hike. Canada will be treated like a state no longer. We don't need Canada, they need us. Oh, God. He's setting big tariffs on Canada again. You know what is weird about that, though? We keep saying we don't need Canada, but if we didn't need Canada, why are they almost 100% of where we get our natural gas from? I mean, it's almost 100%. I saw someone say 80% or 90%. I was like, actually, I think it's more. I think it's closer to 100%. Is the crazy thing. So I mean, actually, we do actually kind of need them a little. Not that I disagree with some of his tariffs, but I have to disagree with some of these. I don't like treating Canada as like another country because they're like our next door neighbor. You want to like if your next door neighbor came over for sugar, you'd be like, yeah, I got you, bro. I want to be like that to Canada. Considering all of our natural gas that we get from them. Also, is anybody in this Tesla trade? I'm gonna take a trim here. Yeah, I'm trimming one here. 271. Held our stop loss perfectly. Oh, it actually filled me for higher. I was filled for 2.74, not 2.71. I marketed it out and it gave me a higher focus. It was moving. That was lucky. All right, we're still in the second half. Let's see what it does. I need to check Amazon and XLY a couple more times too. Come on, load. I mean, that looks like shit. I'm going to be honest. That doesn't look too much better either. All right, Tesla, you're really working on your own here. We're going to have a very small gain if we don't get a pop of 358.70s. A very small gain. Literally cannot wait for this orange to perish. I mean, I don't know about all that, but he definitely could be doing better on a couple things. It's worse than it. No, I don't know about all that. I know y'all are just saying whatever, but I'm the guy streaming. I got to be careful with what I say. I also am very neutral. Like, I don't really think either side is that good. And I've stated that a million times on here because it is kind of funny how many people quickly forget what the last president just did. And then they hate on Trump. And then the same thing happened with Biden. When Trump got out, it was fuck Trump, get Biden in. And then right after Biden, it was fuck Biden, get Trump in. And before that, it was Hillary, Trump. Before that, it was Obama, Bush. It's like it's the same shit over and over again, and it's just funny how people like act like it's just one side that's the problem when it's both sides that really do need to improve. It's very fucked. And I said it 8 years ago, and I'm going to say it again. If you guys think what is happening right now is bad, you have no idea what's next. Because at least the people we've been voting in have had some experience at that level. Hillary, Obama. I mean, Trump kind of came out of nowhere, but there's a couple people that were in here that weren't the best, but they at least had some experience. Bro, the people that we're about to be voting in for presidents over the next 8 to 16 years are all going to be people that have zero experience and are even dumber than the people we voted in the last 16 years. And it's funny how people don't see that. That's my problem with it all. There really isn't one side is perfect. Both sides are wrong. Like right now, we're talking about Trump's trades and Pelosi's trades, but like past presidents have done this. I mean, not to the extent of Trump, but every politician trades and does insider trading, and it's like so easily provable. It's right there in front of your face. But no, it's just one side that's the problem, and that's kind of my issue as someone who's like in the middle of everything. I really am neutral on it all because if you look at it from a non-biased point of view, there's so many things on both sides that have a lot that they do wrong. There's so much bad things about both sides. Like, I'll give you an example. The Republicans are really bad at pushing things forward and finally getting them done, but they have foreign policy. Democrats love pushing new laws. They're really good at that, but they have horrible foreign policy. They let other countries walk over us. Republicans don't do that. But Republicans also suck at passing laws. So it's like that's just one example. And yeah, let's hold up. Let's check Amazon and XOY one more time. In the dark tent, no, they can't see. Fucking Countess. I kind of want to cut the second half of this trade. It's break even right here. Big old gun, electric chair. Yeah, let's cut the second half of that. 2.44. We got lucky on that bounce though. But I don't like how everything's like at a good target, so I'm just gonna cut that there. Let's see what the final numbers were. Again, this is probably a very small gain, like I said earlier. If it doesn't give us that pop, it's gonna be a small gain for a scalp. What was the numbers? I've been walking. The Martian. Yeah, 9%. And then 2.7% for the loss on the final exit. I'm just gonna say 3%. All right, nothing too shabby there, nothing crazy. Why do people keep typing this? What is so important about this today? I see what's his name mentioning it now too. Is there anybody here knows the hell BMNR is? And if you do, just let me know what it is. You're probably more knowledgeable than I am on it. Also, did anybody take that Tesla scalp with me? I just like to see. I think we had a good setup on Tesla. Bad timing with the macros of the market because, as you can see, like things are up from the supports, but not that wasn't a good time for Tesla because at the time they were still consolidating. And now that Tesla finally looks good on its own, the counterparts don't look so good. So small gain on that, nothing crazy, nothing to write home about. But still, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. You can hear and see me stress while I'm trying to scalp something. Which I already stated this before. We really have only been doing like 1 to 3 scalps on stream every 2 weeks. And then we've been doing pretty much the same 1 to 3 swing trades on stream over 2 weeks. So we really have hammered home quality over quantity, which I know that's not popular. People are going to be like, what the fuck, bro? I need more call outs than that. But I don't know. My win rate is through the roof because of it. So clearly it works. And anybody in here who's experienced all my trades and stuff, like you've seen it for yourself. I've definitely traded way less than I have in the past, but I'm also winning a lot more. And I think it's just because I'm being super selective and I'm being just aware of like what affects what. And then making sure that myself is like being pushed in and out of the trade based on that instead of how I feel, which is a really cool thing we talked about in that swing video yesterday. Instead of letting like emotions push you in or out of a trade, you kind of just allow the actual confirmations of the chart to get you in or out. You know, what were the things that made you bullish or bearish? Okay, well, if you're not seeing that anymore, or you don't like it anymore, or you're not really feeling like it's holding that well anymore, that's a great time to not hold it anymore. But base it off of the thing that got you in. Don't base it off of, oh my God, I don't like that I'm down 11% here. If that's why you're cutting, that's not a consistent reason that you can overlay over multiple trades. And then another thing I think that's helped me recently, and hopefully helps you as well, is kind of just being happy with what you got. You know, if you get a small gain or a small loss and then it goes your direction afterwards, like don't be that person that goes to the chart and is like, wow, imagine if I held. Yeah, imagine if you did, but you didn't, so it doesn't help you. You know, like I said, go off of the things that actually make you bullish or bearish. Don't actually sit there and just talk about what ifs or could haves or, a bunch of bullshit like that. Aim for the higher probability situation. And if it doesn't work out, okay, so well. So what? There's always going to be more. Just try not to get so emotionally caught up on everything. Instead, you should be more invested into how you feel based on your confirmations. You can still feel things. You just can't be like, oh my God, I feel fear because red candle. Okay, that's not why you should feel fear. You should feel fear because, oh, it did like in this case, it did a relief bounce. It went up, and this is at a good spot for a slowdown. Not necessarily super bearish. It's just after this bounce, yeah, it's hit a good spot where it makes sense why it would slow down. And now, that is actually bearish, but I'm just saying. And this example is actually bearish because it's under the open. This is under the open, but just to kind of point that out. Man, a lot of updates, but honestly, that was fun. Yo, who all in the stream has seen or was there live for the video? If you weren't there live, it's okay, but has anybody in here seen it? If you haven't seen it, that's okay. It is about an hour long, and I did post it just yesterday. And you people have lives, so I understand you don't have 60 minutes to drop on one video. But y'all should get through this, or we should watch this on stream one day or something, because it's, in my opinion, I did a really good job with it. Not to toot my own horn. God, I keep stretching. But we should watch that together if a majority of you didn't get to see it. Not that I like to watch my own videos on my stream, but that would be a good one to do. But yeah, is there anybody who caught that live, or did anybody catch the replay of it at least? If you guys haven't at the time, it's no big deal. I'm just curious. It's weird. I've always I always cringe when I hear my own voice or I go watch my own videos or hear like my own content. But I actually watched that whole thing live with everybody yesterday. I was actually like locked in. I was like, damn, dude, I really fucking love how I did this. I was actually invested into my own content for once. I was like, damn, dude, finally I'm cooking. I think I was also just proud because of like the journey of those swings. Because that's just 13. That's not even, here, look. That's just these trades down here. That's just those. It didn't do any of these, which I don't know if we will, because this is a lot, and I honestly don't remember half of them because they're kind of older now. Like, since we've done these, that's like 3 months. Like, I'm sure once I started seeing entries and exits, I'd remember them, but it's like, I don't know. It's not as fresh on the mind. You watched a good portion of it last night? Damn, dude. Let me know when you finish it, though, because I'm not going to lie. I had a lot of fun making that. I'm not just saying that for like the you'll watch my video aspect. Like, I know I should probably want you to watch it, but I actually enjoyed my own video for once. I wasn't like, oh, my voice. God, I fucking hate what I'm talking about. I think it's because of like the journey and all like the all the energy over multiple months that happened for that video. Because that is almost like 3 months of swings. But yeah, that was a lot of fun making that. I did it kind of late too. If you notice the time in the bottom right, I didn't leave any like thumbnails on around the screen. I wanted people to see my whole screen. Plus, it's just kind of cool showing off the Thinkorswim platform because it does look kind of clean to people who've never seen it, which most people have by now. And it looks like we did the right choice with Tesla. Even if it does pump here, for a scalp trade, you really shouldn't have to hold through a drawdown that long. So I'm actually really happy that we took a small gain instead of struggling and stressing through a potential loss. Because it could still bounce here and get a good new high a day, and then I'm completely wrong on what I just said. But short-term thinking, though, is like a scalp. You really are just looking for either it works or it doesn't work. You don't really want to sit there and hold through an it doesn't work situation for too long. Let's see if we get that continuation bounce here. We are breaking current day open on SPY. That's a really good sign. They just kind of hit it and stopped. Triple Q has a little bit of room up to it, which would be good for the XLK and XLY sector. And then SOXX just kind of showing, hey, this is a really big pivot area. You know, we broke through it. We knew that we were going to be bearish towards it. We broke through it today all the way to 500. Now we're back up to it once we hit 500. So I'm not really surprised by a lot of the movement, to be honest. I think we're just surprised by how much it did sell off today. It hitting 500, hitting this pivot, not really surprised by this. It being down, not really surprised by that. Just, again, by the size of it. Now I got you, fam. I kept being interrupted with work calls last night. Operating on 3 hours of sleep today, but got my coffee. I got my back. That's crazy. 3 hours of sleep, and you're just running on coffee fumes. Good luck, brother. More power to you. I called out Nike before a bunch of these big traders I follow, and now I see them posting it today, and I'm kind of happy about it. SpaceX adopts NVDA Vera CPU for Earth and orbit AI systems. The announcement pairs NVIDIA's first CPU built for agentic AI, which takes actions beyond just answering questions. With SpaceX's AI's plans to scale Grok and launch computing into space via its Starmine satellite, Vera's 88 Olympus cores and high bandwidth memory speed up task up to 1.8 times faster than leading CPUs. SpaceX AI president Mike Nichols highlighted how it boosts orchestration and efficiency, while NVIDIA's Ian Buck noted its role in real-time actions from Earth data centers to orbit. This unified architecture adapts to space challenges like power and thermal limits. Damn, that's actually kind of sick. SpaceX and NVIDIA are working together now. What more could you ask for? Must be a full moon soon. And D touches territory today, New Hampshire. Ooh. Yo, what's up, guys? Jetta here again. Back at it again with the Bowflex. The ShamWow. I guess I'll update chat and tell them when I'm looking to do another swing. Where is my YouTube channel? Here it is. Dude, Spy did a good job of hitting the 50% just now. I mean, didn't hit it, but it got close of the gap down. Man, where's T-Bone Panda at? I have to tell him something very important. You didn't have to delete that. It's not like you gave us a zip code. Unless you did that on accident. Unless you did give me a zip code, then yeah, maybe delete that. You don't know why. Okay, you probably did it on accident, then you're good. I was like, why is he deleting it so late? Like, too late, bro. You already doxed him. Assassins are already on the way. Whole clan of ninjas headed towards NH. All thanks to you, Alex. Just to take out D-Touch. Look what you did. I had like 50 movies run through my head when I said all that. I just realized how many movies there are where Somebody gets found and like a group of people go after them. I was thinking of that Ninja Assassin movie. I haven't seen that movie in forever, but I still think about that movie because of how much just fake blood there is in that movie. And it's so obviously fake, but you're still like, holy shit, like when you see it. It's like so much. Run, detouch, yeah. Run, run, you fool. From I almost said Elden Ring, bro. I just almost called Lord of the Rings Elden Ring. Oh god, I'm cooked. Garden, garden, garden. I wish T-Bone was here. I really wanted to tell him about the thing I was watching. You guys ever find something like on a show or a movie and it like locks you in? You're like, oh, I love this. But you know it doesn't last forever, so you try to savor the taste of the show or the movie just that much more. That's currently what I'm going through. Kind of looking to see, like, I'm not surprised they're still going up because you have these two levels in the way for Spy, CDO, and 50% of the gap down. And then for Triple Key, you have CDO. I didn't mean to draw that. And then for SOXX, you have this area here. You can see, like, all three of them are pretty much in the area of those levels. So they started off bearish, fell, hit things, recovered, held, and now they're hitting those relief areas. For SPY, it's that area. For Triple Q, it's around the current day open. It's not going to be perfectly at it, most likely. And then SOXX 506 to 508.50s. Oh, that's sick. I didn't know that's how that worked. I thought the whole time if I didn't delete it and then went to fuck with this chart, I wouldn't be able to go back. But actually, because it's on the screen still, it lets me do it. I don't think I've ever tested that. And if I have, I just don't remember. Very interesting. I've always said, if you just stop clicking around on Thinkorswim, you'll learn the platform. But I swear, the more you click around, the more shit you find is on here. Every button will teach you something new. And I'd still like to say, we're still under the good directional levels. Like, technically, this isn't that bullish yet because it's not above these areas yet. But getting to it is a good sign. Now it's important to see, do we pop our head above it or do we get a better high or low under it and then see a better retake later? Does it just kind of reject it, fade away? There's a couple scenarios here. But it is technically still bearish as long as these areas hold up. But, of course, breaking that could change some things. And then we can start to look and see what's causing that, which it's mainly this chart here causing a lot of the movement today because of how much it fell. And then its relief is just good because the other sectors were already up or were flat. So now you're seeing like a market-wide hold instead of just one sector falling off. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't even know if that did, but yeah. Yo, yo, this guy is literally speaking about our strategy. I mean, it's not our strategy, but like the thing you and me like a lot about like long term picks that not a lot of people like. Bro, y'all have to see this post. So I said part of the reason I entered Target around 90 was because of this. Love this post because it highlights important info. I will say this. Everyone thought Target was dead and then boomies. Everyone thought Adobe was dead and then boomies. Everyone thought Disney was dead and then going through a boomies. Now I believe Nike is in that same category, which this is how I feel about Netflix, PayPal, Target. Like, there's so many good like tickers that just everyone hates on. Netflix, PayPal, Target are just three that I've personally gotten into and done with and traded, but like there's so many good examples of like everyone hating on tickers for no reason. Oh, dude, this company's so dead. And then you go check their revenue and it's just rising over the last 20 years. It's like, is it dead? Netflix, Nike, PayPal, these are all profiting companies that have done nothing but grow. If all you do is look at Twitter and look at other people's opinions because of what the price has done and how it's made them feel, then of course you're also going to be bearish on everything. Everyone's a fucking skeptic. So of course you're going to see that fear and that hesitation in everyone's words and how they say things about certain companies. And then a general bias adds up after everyone has those opinions and it's like, "Damn, this stock sucks. It's down too much. I don't like it cuz it's down." It's like, "Yeah, but is it still making money or not? Fuck if the price is up or down. You should want it to be down so you can have a discount buy so you can own more of it over a longer period of time." That's literally the whole point. Everybody, let no one tell you different. You said, man, I don't know if I can walk away from sales. Is there anything better than a new sale? I mean, I've never been in sales, so I don't know, but I assume it's pretty addicting. You and I mean, my mom's in sales too. Sounds like a drug. So I guess it's pretty good then. A bunch of old clients up myself. I don't do most of it. Just closed a good one. Damn. What kind of job is it? Or is it like a different kind of deal? Wait, yeah, why'd you censor him? Oh, you accidentally did it. Wait, I can still see his messages though. 700 unit apartment complex, new construction. God, dude. I remember this one time my boss tried to get one of those jobs and he didn't get it, but God, dude, that is a lot. Dude, it's crazy how some of those are put together though. I did not know that's how apartment complexes were built. At least how some of them are. Some of them are built like in a weird way, and then like I don't know, I don't know how to explain it. They try to hold me down. Nah, Data J is just a dog shit mod, bro. He's the worst mod on the whole YouTube channel. He just doesn't know how to contain himself. He said, I thought you had a YouTube channel, so I left clicked your name. Dude, it's actually funny because Data J, every time he makes a mistake, he does something that I swear to God I've also done. Because he's not wrong. Like, clicking people's name is like, it feels natural to be like, oh, let's check out his channel. And then it opens up a bunch of options, and it's like, would you like to ban this guy? It's like, whoa, 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 I just wanted to see his channel. And it was delayed, so I left clicked again. No, you're fine, dude. That is something that like is actually super easy to do, and it's kind of annoying. It's not your fault. YouTube is coded horribly. Because in my opinion, you should just be able to click on somebody and it goes to their channel or pops up and be like, yo, let me view their profile. Not would you like to ban them? Would you like to drop this user in timeout? It should make you have to click the dots to do that or something. Clicking them should just open their page. Because that's how my brain works too. Oh yeah, it's because his nephew took his YouTube, changed the name of it, like fucked with all the settings, and now he just left it that way. So now he's the Drew View, and he's 11 apparently. Yeah, it was funny because there was a couple days when he was in here where his name was literally like whatever it was before, and then that happened, and since then he's been the Drew View. So it's funny because some people in here are like, who is he calling Chris? Like, who's he talking to? 11, got my own plumbing company. Yeah, I mean, you're the most successful 11-year-old I've ever heard of. Yeah, I'm an 11-year-old and I'm running a plumbing company. Something light. Something light, just it's just some shit I woke up and thought I'd put together. Not everybody can be a failure. Other kids they're worried about what their dessert is in their lunchbox at 11. Me, I'm worried about owning a company. It's just some people are just built differently. That's all it is. Yo, thank you guys by the way for 22 likes on the stream. That was weird. I just had a song play and it just paused and it wouldn't keep playing. That was scary. Huh. Twas weird. But yeah, thank you guys again for all the likes on the stream. Appreciate you. If you haven't already heard, check out the pinned message on the stream or just go to the YouTube channel and check out the latest video. I just realized too, I need to fix my YouTube thumbnails for my streams. Jesus Christ, it looks horrible. And check out the latest video. Drop a thumbs up and watch it. It's an hour long, so hope you got popcorn or food or are doing nothing. I won't lie though, it was actually enjoyable to watch. I was saying earlier, I find it impossible to rewatch my own videos, but I actually rewatched that with everybody live when it went live, and I actually enjoyed watching it, which was really weird. I think it's because it was the swing trading stuff, though. I think I'm just a sucker for swing trading content. It's all enticing to me. Started my journeyman at 6. Well, I thought maybe this old profile, he never updated profile. Most base super genius at age 6 could get PhD and said college is dumb, going into trades. If everything goes according to my nephew's plan, though, both of us will be retired soon from his Minecraft videos, which he has not edited in 2 or 3 weeks now. Jesus. Editing videos at 11 is kind of base, though. I wish I was trying to edit videos at a younger age. Because to be honest, it's one of the craziest life skill that anyone can have. It's just if you got to put the time and effort in. It's a really good life skill, believe it or not. Honestly, is there anybody in like another one would be like Photoshop, like getting good at Photoshop, getting good at just making thumbnails, making pictures, making whatever, just doing small edits of things. Just getting good at that is another good one. Well, his mom took away his video games and YouTube access, so I helped him come up with a plan to get some of it back because I want to be the cool uncle. What did he do? What did he do to get all of that taken away? Yeah, he had to have done something pretty bad. He doesn't listen. Okay, well, yeah, fair enough. He doesn't listen. Bros like me for real. He's doing it at 11. I'm doing it at 64 years old. He doesn't listen is all I needed to read. Dude, YouTube access at 11 is pretty crazy too, though. I don't think I had a. Actually, how old are you when you're in? How old are you when you're in like seventh or eighth grade? I don't even remember anymore. I didn't have a phone till the end of like till eighth grade, which is the last year of junior high before you go to high school. I was in one of those houses. He's starting sixth. Damn, that's pretty good, man. Having YouTube access, he's got it pretty good then. His parents are good. Yeah, first that's pretty good then. Yeah, junior high is a good time to start letting kids like kind of have more access, but you got to be really strict on it. Make sure they go outside too. They got to get outside and play some football outside or basketball or just anything. Unless it's one of those days where it's just so mf and hot outside, nobody wants to play outside at that. Oh yeah, I was. Yep, and then you said it next. Problem is, summers here it's 113. Yeah, that's it's impossible to play in. It's not even exercise. It's just genuine pain. And 50%. Yeah, that's too much. That feels like hell out there. I don't know. I was a weird loner kid. I always played in my room and played with like army men and shit. I don't know if I did that in sixth grade though. I don't know what the hell I did in sixth grade. Honestly, all of junior high, all I did was go outside. I was so addicted to like, because we were in like a new construction area, so like every other lot was like just empty land. So like there was like a football field everywhere, and there were kids everywhere. So like it was pretty easy to just go outside all the time. I don't know what we would do on hot ass days though. I'm pretty sure I would still go to like someone's house and play like basketball, but would like hide in their garage every like 20 minutes because it's so fucking hot. I was addicted to going outside during junior high. I remember that because I was into basketball, I was into baseball, I was so hooked on like sports. But you can't really do that in 113. That's like that's you can't really do anything in that. That's not good. That's too hot. Question though. Okay, so I entered puts. We touched the 765. Okay, so you're talking about spy. 765. Almost twice. Yep. Pretty much. Yeah, I did hit it twice. Pretty much. Took puts on the break of today's open. Okay, so you're recently in this. Where would you put your stop? Close over 765.23 or 76? Oh, the open. If the open is going to be where you're making the distinction of getting in, it needs to be you're like, if it's breaking, if you see good price action above it, you need to be getting out. Not even just a break of it, but like getting a good close over it, getting good price action over it. But you're in the right direction though, because going up to this and then thinking like we should go down next, like that should be your thinking. It's just, do you get a favorable dip? Do you trim on the way down, or do you just get greedy and hold forever? Those are a couple things. If it does pop up, that's very real scenario before dropping more. So just kind of keep those different scenarios in your mind, and then make sure you're not just staring at SPY. Like trim as it's dropping, and then and then go check out a couple sectors and go through them and say, okay, I like this, I like this, I like that. If this happens, I'll stick with it. Like right now, a great one to look at is your XOK, like staying under 181, pretty favorable for somebody who wants more downside. Banks losing some of their strength, which remember, this is one of the strongest sectors today for upside. Comms cooling off a little bit, but not really pulling back super heavily. Discretionary, same story as comms, which a lot of the time it's going to be the case. Kind of the same thing on healthcare too. Staples against a notable resistance. So yeah, pretty favorable for you there. The only thing I would be worried about is like if XOK pops 181, because that would mean semis and software are trying to move up more. But you could look at SOXX and see, does it break or hold 506? Because if it holds this, you should expect some short-term upside. If it breaks 506, you should be looking for this to sell off more, which is the main driving force for the sell-off to start the day. So that's good for you if that happens. Just a couple extra things for you to look at if you want to click around and not just freak yourself out staring at SPY. Water play? Oh, like playing with water. I didn't really do that much. I think it's just because it was a hassle. I really don't know what we did. I think I would just stay inside and play like Xbox or something. I had to buy my own Xbox. I remember I got that shit in like 7th grade. I didn't get a PC until Fortnite came out. Fortnite was the defining change in my life. Not to play the game, but because that's when I got a PC. I just used Fortnite as remembering when I got it. Make sure though, Drew, too, that like you make sure like as it's dropping, like right now, like it's making new fresh lows. Like you want to trim a little bit as it's making those lows, and then you could like hold whatever else you have. But keep that 506 on watch on SOXX, because I would say this is probably the most important thing for anybody trading right now. A lot of people really aren't weighing as much importance on this chart today as they probably should. This or SMH, because they really are the main driving force today. Banks did pretty good to start today, though. I won't lie. Even with this latest dip, they're still up almost 1%. But they're not as big on SPY as, your tech stocks are. And then if you want some super pussified targets for downside, I mean, you kind of already went through one. Second, I'd probably say is the top of that first move. Or, I'm sorry. Popped here, then it slowed down. Then it popped again. You're pretty close to the second pussy target, if you want to call it that. And you're kind of already through the first one. Like for quick scalps. Kind of in a second area. Looks like if it breaks that, you should be fine. I really like that 15-minute, though. Just because it just kind of shows you, like, it still isn't really done. The next candle will tell you, like, is this strong? Is it going to bounce and then reject under this? Kind of same timing as SOXX reacting to 506. Where'd that purple line go? Oh, yeah, and good point, too, by Data J in chat, too, yeah. Hitting previous day low. Which I'm just now realizing I don't even think this is the right chart. I know it is. Never mind. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? Just have shorts here. Right now we're just kind of watching the reaction to this resistance. Tech still reacting under 181. 506 is still an issue though for your SOXX chart, your far right chart. If that breaks though, should be better for sellers. And we're already seeing seller friendly on everything. We're just looking for further confirmations on this. Still seeing a lot of them pop up. It was a good two thing seeing banks pull back at least a little bit, just because that was one of your stronger S&P sectors. Now your other strongest S&P sector is your comm sector, your Meta, your Google sector, and then discretionary. Not too far behind them with banks still. And it looks like we made the right choice of trimming this and then cutting this, or sorry, trimming this and then cutting this for overall positive gain, because it looks like it did just dip off after. So looks like we did fine in our Tesla trade, even if you tried to hindsight it. All right, back to SPY. And yeah, like I said already, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already, and check out the pinned message. We put up a really big video yesterday for everybody. And honestly, I hope everybody enjoys it, or at least gives it the time to check it out, because I had a lot of fun making it, and I'd have to put it up there as one of my top 10 videos. I think it's a top 10 video. I doubt it'll get top 10 video views, but more just happy with the quality of what we made, or what I made. It was also kind of fun though, because we did all of it on, or like 90% of it was on stream, so it's kind of fun to like go through it again and review. I did my one trade. I just came in to say what's up. What's up, Brigney? Good job on your trade. Hopefully. Don't be scared to post that review if you get time later. Hopefully you're doing good though. And yeah, SOXX trying to hold on to 506. We might see that other scenario first, where we get a little bit of upside first before more downside. A break of the 50% of this dip here, though, if anybody is scalping the market right now, if you go from the high to the low of this, it's a good kind of in-between level before it gets too high up to 508.55. So if you're looking for short-term downside confirmation in a passive way, staying under that level would be good if we don't just fall under 506 instantly, which is still very possible. But if you're looking for like a median in-between level, there you go. Traded the open range breakout on triple Q. Damn nice. Good shit then. Damn, good job, bro. 1 second, I'm gonna get a drink. All right, I'll be right back, but this should keep dipping unless we see retakes of the key levels we've been going over. I'll be right back, though. Y'all let me know. Keep me updated. Drop your updates in chat. I come back and we're still pulling back, but it's not that crazy. All right, now I think this is where you look for your bearish retest. Yeah, if this goes up here, go from high to low with the fib. What am I doing? If this stops here, draw that. When it stops, if it stops, when it stops. You can do it on all three charts. And if the bearish retest goes back up, that's where it should test first. But that's if it stops here. Right now, it's still selling. Okay, maybe we did call the top perfectly. I keep trying to second guess it and call it the lower high, but it keeps dumping. Chris, are you still here? Is he still holding those puts? One runner? Okay, nice. That's what I wanted to hear. At least hear that. If we get that dip, did that make sense what you're supposed to draw next? Go high to low. If that happens at any point here, which you can do that on the 5-minute as well. I'm just on the 15 because it's honestly a little bit cleaner. Like right now, you could probably already draw it for SOXX. Meaning the main thing that's been pushing and pulling the market up and down could go up to this level next if it doesn't just keep dipping straight up. And then anything past this, and you're like, all right, that sucks. That's probably going to pump more. But SPY and Triple Q don't seem to give a shit, which means something else is selling off. Tech is pulling back. Banks are down. Oh, comms are finally getting a seller candle. Discretionary and comms finally got a seller candle. We hadn't seen that in a little bit. I was like, why is this dipping so much, but this isn't? So I had to go see because something else is dipping. Which, I mean, that just is better for you if you're someone shorting that. But if you had those pulling back and this pullback at the same time, this would probably already be at 763.50 or breaking it. That's the thing. Really good job, though. Looks like you already have a really good feel. I mean, I already said that before, but it seems like you have a really good feel for, like, where direction is from. And that's really the main thing I really like to teach everybody in my community is just, like, having better direction. You know, the things you do with your trades is different from what other people are going to do, but we should all have the same key directional levels. You know, like on SPY, for instance, the current day open and then the gap down 50%. it dumped from here. Okay, yeah, cool. It hit a level. It didn't just keep dumping. It made a higher low. So what's our thinking? Okay, well, it should go up into here, but should we still be bearish or bullish? You should still be bearish. And you have that confirmation with break of open, test at 50% because we know this move is very normal. The question is do you get a favorable dump good enough for a scalp, or is it something that you just get a good small gain on and you're happy with and then you move on? Because you could already be happy with this move, technically. But, of course, if we see continued weakness, which looks like we were good to draw that fib early on SOXX, we might be drawing in here for SPY and triple Q here in a second. That'll look like this if we do draw that. Looks like we will be. These candles still have like 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. So we could still see rejection, and my fibs might be deleted because we didn't make those. We did hold those lows. You traded before, just never. No, I know, but it's different with like scalps because like you really do have to be short term. You can't be too dead set on like I need to trade from here to here to make money. Like no, you really don't. You just need to get a favorable entry here and get one decent size move down. Like, and it has to happen at the same time. So that's why it's kind of nice to see like different things line up. But it's nice that you knew to like still be a little bit bearish there. Because even if it does hold here and bounces back up, like it's still like, damn, like you knew where the top potentially was though. Which that's all I care about, as long as people have a good sense of direction in my chat. Everything else is second. I don't even care if you don't know fucking patterns at this point. Like, as long as you understand, like, if price goes to a certain part of the chart, like, we know where to be bullish and bearish from. Okay, so it looks like our fibs are going to stay there. We are going to leave those up. Everything's sing like the opera. All right, now we'll see. Is this the lower high of the day? Why is it? Oh. You know, is this the lower high of day, or is this gonna retake? And if it retakes, and then you know, okay, it has possibility of moving a little bit more up, even if there is a near resistance. Like with SPY, there's this level. With triple Q, there's these two levels. With SOXX, there's 50850s. So we're not out of the trenches yet, but they're definitely trying. So we'll see if this turns into a lower high for the day, or does this turn into the recovery? And I like the fibs a lot because you can consistently do that method. It's not like tomorrow it's going to be different. No, it's just it might be a different size of a move. So you might just have a different looking range, but you should have the same exact setup. Same method. You know, the methods are all the same. Not switching it up every day. Same stuff. This is definitely a more hands-on approach, what I'm doing for you guys here on stream, but you don't necessarily need to do all of that. But if you're just going like candle to candle, like I'm showing you guys, it's kind of fun to do because you kind of get the whole full story of the chart. And then small moments too that other people might not catch. Like a lot of people aren't even going to realize that there actually was a moment in today where there were a couple sectors almost pointing down at the same time, which could have led this to already be down more, right? But you wouldn't catch that if you're reviewing it later on in the day. In the moment, you can catch that because, you know, you see it in the moment. You see it happen. You're not getting like an old replay of it. You're getting a live in the moment feel for it, and you can actually see what's happening. Candle to candle live is fun because you can kind of tell the story of what's going on based on levels, what it did in what order, and what it should possibly do next based on what it just did in what order. And if anybody wants like a better breakdown on that, we do have videos that cover that. It's called Order of Operations. And if you have access, which a lot of you guys do, if you have a colored name in my chat, there's a playlist called BB Theory. You should definitely check that out as well. But it just kind of tells you like what you should be looking at in what order. Data J, Data J, Data J. 15-minute made OB and 10-minute made 2 OB in a row. Yeesh. Sheesh. Yo, what's up, Data J? Where's my Pokemon updates? We took a break, but tried starting again today. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was curious. I was like, man, if they were hitting it that hard, they're either chilling now because they're burnt out a little bit, or they're already almost done. I feel that though. You definitely got to take a break now and then. People make fun of One Piece being so long, but if you actually try to track how long the Pokemon canon universe is, it's actually so much stuff. It can get a little overwhelming. I haven't even seen it all, and I've been live for forever. But it's not good with youngest child. However, my daughter and I are going to watch movie 5 this week. Ooh, which one is that? Pokemon Heroes, the movie? Is that right? Almost done with season 5. That sounds right. Dude, I think this movie, yeah, this has Latios and Latios, however you say those names. The blue and red flying ones. Those things have like crazy cool powers. Damn, that's actually, y'all are at such a good part. I don't even know if I've seen that or not. Oh, you've never seen it? Yeah. I don't think I've seen it either, to be honest. I mean, I definitely know those Pokemon and stuff, but like, I've definitely never seen that movie. I'm sure it's going to be pretty good if it's got those two in it. It's like the ones like you can't really fail. Can't really fail. Man, I remember when I was young watching Pokemon for the first time, I would get so pissed at Ash for not seeing like certain Pokemon that were like flying right above him or like any. I used to get so pissed at Ash through the TV. Ash does so many things that I would never do. Into season 5 is a changing cast. Is that where they change out? They don't change out. Is it Brock or is it the chick they change out? It's not Ash, right? There's no way they change out Ash. I think there is a point in the show where Ash just changed out, though. I can't remember. Oh, Misty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I knew it was one of his close homies. It was Misty or Brock that leaves. Because I remember seeing that later on, and I was like, what the fuck? Where'd she go? Where's the Piplup girl? The Clefairy chick. And they get more kids. Maybe her and her little bro. Forgot name. Damn. Yeah, I don't remember everything. I haven't seen everything. I've probably seen like a couple things through videos where it explained a couple things, but yeah. No, the Pokemon lore goes deep, dude. That'll make a kid cry. But then also like happy as fuck. The Pokemon universe is deep. Well, we reacted to the lower high levels on all three charts. Two of them in a bearish fashion. I'd say Triple Q is more teetering, where it's like kind of deciding still. Spy definitely rejected, but SOXX trying to hold over. SOXX may be indicating possible upside potential for the main driving force of the market today. So that could be screaming for 508.50s, even though these look like they're rejecting. So probably a good thing to keep SOXX on watch to see if more upside happens, and if it does, that should make SPY and Triple Q go green, and then add on other sectors for like added on confirmation. If these are still holding or just relatively green, then it kind of adds on to that. This bounce stopped at CDO, now PDL is just exporting. Yeah. It still could fall from here, but I think you're definitely going to see a little bit of a fight here. A little bit of up and down. Plus, it makes sense. It's around a key pivot area. That's why I always like to throw that in there too. Like, good risk reward here for it to go down, but you definitely want to also keep that other scenario in mind where you get up and down, which is not good for a scalper. So, as long as you're entering around the better part of the chart, you're not going to be as in pain as someone who's like entering on like, new lows or something. Because then you're going to have to go through the retest, and that's going to suck ass. But if you've already entered to the point where you're not really worried about that, then it's really not that big of a deal. And it still could fail here. I'm just wanting to point that out in case we don't see it just dip. I don't want to just point out the obvious, oh, it should bearish retest from here. It is. That's what it's doing right now. It's obvious. But I like to point out the not as fun conversation as well, where it's a little bit more difficult to stomach. Because there is that chance you do see it not reject here, and it just kind of consolidates to the right. It's not even if it goes up or down. Like, it going to the right would suck here for someone shorting or longing here. There's a Harry Potter TV series. Am I fucking dumb? Damn, Jon Snow's gonna be in the Harry Potter TV series. Jon Snow. Jon Snow. I would always love how his wife would say his name in that show. That shit was the best. Jon Snow. I always thought that was the coolest thing ever too, that was his wife in the show. New recent low on SPY, not new low of day, but new recent low from this recent move. New recent low on triple Q. And it does look like SOXX is coming back down. That might have been the fight we talked about. Maybe it frees up. If it doesn't sell off here, though, I'll be impressed. Because they just made that look so good for, all right, let's fight to consolidate for a second, and then it's not. So if these do hold and just continue like they, it should go down. Just because, again, more of a bullish invalidation turned bear validation. Also, SOXX, very impressive. Closed over and closing back under the very next candle. And it's a little creepy, too, because we're only 6 minutes into these candles. We're not even halfway. So there's a little bit more time for these to sell off. If they don't, I think that would also speak to the consolidation point of view. So should dip. If it doesn't, who knows? Reaction goes to chat and says, opinions on Tesla anyone? I feel like hold PDCP consumption phones. Oh, he's talking about for a smaller time frame. I'm like, what you mean, Willis? Lily Jade made an account today and joined our Discord today. 99% chance that this is a bot. And I connected like Siamese. Dude, we even drew the fib live together just to show off how that works. Mainly, I was trying to look cool because I was trying to explain it to Chris, but it's like working out perfectly. The thing is does it continue? This candle has another 5 minutes. 4 minutes, 40 seconds. It should finally stop soon as we get closer to the end of this candle. But now it begs the question, if this keeps selling, does that allow these to keep selling? Because if that's the case, this might break. Whoops. This might break 763 in that scenario, and this might actually test in between that area there again, which is kind of crazy. So this kind of leaves open possibilities for more selling. As crazy as that sounds. We'll see, though. I think after such a large dip on SPY and triple Q, because this is a 15-minute candle, that's a pretty large dip in one candle. We should see if another 50% candle happens. So whatever high to low of this is, if it does bounce, same thing for this. High to low, if that bounces, same thing here. We'll see, though. BBL? Is that a ticker? What is that? Well, damn. Did you take profit on runner, or are you just hold? You said you want low of day, which you might not get new low of day, but you could get around 763s. But this is already a really good dip to take profit on for a scalp trade. That's something you can actually write home about. You could genuinely be happy with what already happened. Mainly because of the speed of which it happened. It wasn't super slow, to be honest. And I will say, if anybody's like in here and like, I don't like the movement for today, I have to say, man, you're just full of shit. Because sure, you can bitch that the first move was hard to catch because it was in the first fucking candle, but the buy dip back up made sense, and to where made sense, and then it rejecting from that where made sense. Like nothing after the open hasn't made sense. You could say certain opportunities were better than others, sure. But today's movement has been really good, even though it's still really not outside of the range of current day open and the recent low of that first candle sell. Like we're technically ranging right now, but where we ranged between was very clean, is what I'm trying to say. I like that a lot. And I like that we got to cover the process of the base build back up, as well as the slowdown against key levels like the 50% or the CDO in certain charts. And then further here with Chris talking about the fibs and how to kind of micromanage it further. That's pretty much all you got to do. I would definitely review that part of the stream today, though, if anybody in here struggles with that, just kind of micromanaging things. There's a way to do things without adding too much emotion into it. Mm-hmm. The Drew view. Oh yeah, didn't you play Minecraft or something, Chris, this past weekend or something? Did y'all beat the Ender Dragon yet? Oh, that's a pretty good close on SOXX. All right, I would look for this to maybe have a little bit more room below, but you should be expecting some sort of relief bounce soon. It does have a little bit more room below on SPY and triple Q, but it really does depend on if SOXX is going to sell more or not, and if it's bad timing. Because if other sectors start getting bought up and that sells more, it's not the greatest dip. And if that sells off and those sell off, really good dip. If that goes up and the other sectors are going up, well, we're not dipping anymore then. So look to see if you get a second, or this would be, second lower high here, or does it just keep selling? which you can do the exact same thing we did with this fib on the next lower high. You can go from here to here if this is where it's relief bouncing. Same thing on this chart, here to here. If it's where it's relief bouncing, that's where you can do it from. Here to here. If that even happens. Just pointing it out before it can happen. As of 20 minutes ago, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent says anyone who helps Iran will be removed from the U.S. dollar system. Says countries who stick with Iran will be isolated with them. Dear God, this guy's scarier than Trump. Damn, this is cool. First posters for Brothers, starring Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey as Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey. The series follows Woody and Matthew as their friendship goes into chaos when they discover they might actually be brothers. And it has like pictures of them being like damn near identical. And I think to this day it's never been, it hasn't been 100% confirmed, but like after talking to the dad, Matthew McConaughey's dad, they figured out that there is actually a chance that Woody Harrelson is his half brother. There's like a legitimate chance they're actually half brothers. What are the chances a dad has Matthew McConaughey or has Woody Harrelson and then goes and has another child and it's Matthew McConaughey? What are the fucking chances? What a fucking stud. It's crazy too because they started like they didn't. I don't. I'm pretty sure at first they didn't like each other. Then they became friends, and then something happened, and then they started thinking like, "Damn, wait, are we actually related?" That's got to be one of the crazier Hollywood stories because it's just so like it seems just so unbelievable, but it's like it's so crazy because it's like, damn, it might actually be a real thing. Who would have guessed? What's a favorite actor of y'all's if you had to say one? Like maybe it's not your favorite, but what is one of your favorite actors? It doesn't matter what movie or whatever thing they're from. Unless you guys start saying some weird ass answers, then I will question you. Looks like we're still holding the lows. So, like I said, a little bit of room below, but we should be looking for some sort of relief bounce at some point. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I have to say the levels are leveling again today. Been saying that a lot recently. They are leveling. Oh my god, I paid my Netflix bill. I was like, where'd that money go? Ring, ring, ring. Do you guys have like auto pay set up for your credit cards, or do you have like a system you do, or do you just wait for the auto date, or do you pay it off early? What do you guys do? I'm about to pay mine early. Is why I'm asking. I like trying to pay it early, but then sometimes I get lazy and I don't mind it getting to the auto schedule date, even if it's like some small ass amount, like $90 or something. Which, unless you have kids, you better not have fucking huge credit card bills. If you have kids, you're allowed a little slack. Life ain't easy. You pay yours weekly? Damn, that's fucking smart as hell. I never pay it down all the way on purpose, of course. I was taught so well how to increase my credit. I had a credit of almost like 800 at one point, or 780 or something. I had such a fucking amazing credit score, all because I would like get I had the same car forever, and I'd get my credit card and I'd like fill it up, and then I'd like pay it down but not all the way and let it carry over credit, and then you do that over and over again. And I did that for like 4 or 5 years, and next thing you know, my credit was like solid as fuck. Mine did take a dip though when I paid off a car and then I sold it. My credit like dropped off, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I didn't even think about it. It didn't drop off bad, but it was just like, "Whoa," it was unexpected. Who has a really really big credit card in here? Does anyone have like a credit card that's over like 10, 15K? I'm sure some of you have bigger credit cards than me. Mine's like 22 or 23 or something. It's like a weird number. Like how much I can use, not how much is. It's not full. Thank God it's not. Nobody has a bigger one than that. Y'all have to have a bigger one than that. I know there's a few of you that got bigger ones than that. No, I just meant like in general. Like, what is the credit card total? I'm not talking about how much you have on it or how much is your balance on it. I don't want to like learn that info about y'all. I was just trying to see who's got a big boy credit card. You have a few? What's the biggest one? Or do you just have a bunch of like single digit ones? Available credit or balance? I don't want to know that. You have several that keep increasing? That's what mine keeps doing. I swear, like every year I'll come and check it and it's up like another 1,000 or 2,000. Every single year it goes up. I'm sure there's a way to tell them to stop that. I have no idea though. Between 20 and 40 is your biggest? Holy shit. I was just curious what y'all had. You mainly use debit though? Yeah, debit's the best. It's not good to rack up debt. I was mainly asking because I was checking my thing and I was paying it off earlier. So it made me curious what kind of credit cards y'all have in here. You know something I wish I would take advantage of though, but I'm not really good at like being outgoing or just going and doing anything. It would be so sick to rack up like fly miles. This shit here is funny. Romantic movies should be considered as sci-fi because none of this shit happens in real life. What's the song? I'm actually reposting that. That's funny. Damn, this is a really cool post. Railroads were once 63% of the entire U.S. stock market, not 63% of transport stocks, 63% of everything listed. The history of concentration in order. Tulips, 1637. A single bulb traded for the price of an Amsterdam canal house. South Sea Company, 1720. Shares went from about 128 in January to above 1,000 by summer, then back near 150 by December. U.S. railroads, 1840s, 63% of the U.S. market cap. Utilities, telecom, and industrials, 1929, 36%. Nifty 50, 1972, 40%. Japan, 1989, 44% of global equity. .com, 2000, 41%. AI Big 10 today, about 40%. Every one of them was built on something real. Railroads did compress a continent, the entire internet, or the internet. Wait, what the hell just happened? Oh, a new candle closed. Sorry, let me repost this 1 second. Sorry. Sorry. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I feel like a fucking surgeon on the charts today. We did a really good job of talking about why this could go up first and then look for better retests. Then we get the breakdown. Then we get the retest. Talked about the whole procedure of drawing from high to low after that first dip initiates. Hey, we are trying to reject this. It actually worked. Now we're seeing even more lows. Again, I was already saying like getting to 764, like getting to here is already like, you should be happy with that. Breaking below that and getting near this, like this is a cherry on top. And you actually got SOXX to continue going a little bit lower. It got the cherry on top. So I don't know if I'd be looking to get new lows. I know Chris was joking about that, or maybe he wasn't. I really don't know. But either way, like that's already a really, really, really good dip for anybody who was looking at this short term for downside. Also, I updated this all the way through on stream, Twitter, and Discord. I was left, front, and center on that move, on both moves up and down. SPX is perfect today. Yeah, I didn't get to look at it as much. I'm not gonna lie. I'll go look at it now though. I posted it, but I didn't even get to update it or look at it too much. I don't even remember which chart I posted. I wish I could update in that channel more. Oh, it is this chart. I was right. I was like, man, I knew those levels were wrong. And then 50% of the gap, which I failed to show chat today. I did it with everything else though. Triple Q. Hey, mister. That was scary. I like this too because we did everything on stream too. Anybody's like, yo, how do you keep getting these levels or why is this so accurate? You could literally go back and see it before it was even on there. You can get all the breakdown and stuff live. We also do reviews. So if you don't care about that, you just want to catch the review, got that too. Oh, my bad, Guarded. You said put it on too. Yeah, I was like, I'm missing a level. What's wrong? Then I saw. Yes, I did see them, Tobias. I saw them and I saw the Pelosi news. I did see it, yes, sir. Pelosi's going to be rich. I even went over where she bought. She bought here and then 2 days later bought more. Both options and shares. Her options expired July of 2027. July 16th or something. I don't remember the exact date now. But July of next year. So yeah, even Pelosi's a wee bit bullish, you could say. Yo, listen to this. This one sounds creepy. This is 18 hours ago. Just in, as of tonight, 1 in 4 homes for sale in America are in Texas and Florida, 2 states that hold just 17% of the nation's homes. Of the two, Texas is the bigger concern. 48.3% of all Texas listings are cutting prices. San Antonio, 54.7%, Austin, 54.3%, Dallas, 53.3%. Part of the pressure is home builder competition. Builders account for 28.4% of everything listed in Texas today. Are we about to witness the big short again? Except this will actually be like unhealthy in so many ways. Like that's good that prices will dip, but that sucks for people having to sell their houses like that. It's like good and bad. It's It's like horrible and great. Yeah, I mean it's good for people wanting a new home, but like think about the people selling that shit. Then don't sell your home. I mean, what if you have to? We can't all be big dick Tobias. Peter did also has 50% allocations before the. I was looking at stock before, and then I saw the news. And was like, bye, bye, bye. Yeah, BE's a weird one because it's an industrial. Isn't that the weird thing? They're more XLI related than they are energy related, or just as related to both. But yeah, I was looking at what sector it's in. And it's actually in industrial. I guess it's because they do the work for energy. In Florida, yeah, that's how it is almost everywhere, though. Almost everywhere, it's overpriced. It's worse in some places though. Like Florida, for instance, is probably where it's going to be worse specifically. Same thing with Texas. There's a lot of states there where it's just like, what the fuck? People don't want to sell, and if they do, they should sell for a lot less. That's what's fucked right now. It's very stagnant. You'd move to Austin in a heartbeat if your wife would let you. Newly built home on discount. Yeah, that too. There's a shit ton of new homes here. But it's pretty expensive everywhere. And then think about the rate you would lock in. You like following home inspectors on Insta? As well as how crappy new homes are being put together. Yeah, I mean, Texas is the most strict state in terms of like plumbing laws. I don't know about the other trades. I'm sure it's pretty close though, because we have like really strict laws here for homes. And you would be surprised at things we still see here. So when it comes to like other states with like less quality, I would assume it's 10 times worse when it comes to that shit. Because I've seen people like, man, I'd have to tell you this one. There's like this vent pipe, and normally to do that, like I mean, if it's like a return air sealing, you don't do PVC, you do something else. If it isn't, you can do PVC. But this guy put like PVC into this rubber like thing, and to make it sit there instead of gluing it or anything like, which you wouldn't put into a rubber thing anyway. That's already illegal as fuck. He doesn't glue it. He caulks a PVC pipe to like this rubber boot that's normally for like a roofing vent, but for something on the ground. And it was like, brother, what the fuck am I witnessing? And that was someone who worked like a good company. I was like me as an apprentice had to like tell I snitched on this guy, but it was for the good sake of whoever the fuck was buying this house. Cause I was like, yo, dude, he did some really illegal shit. And it was like unfixable. Like you had to like basically start it all over to fix it. So I had to tell my boss because I was close to him. And I remember we went back and looked at that. And when he looked at that, he gave me a raise because of that. Because when he did that, he had to fire the other guy. Because it was like, dude, are you fucking serious? Like, that could have cost us tens of thousands of dollars. Like, they could have sued us. Like, and that's someone who's licensed in a strict state. So I can only imagine the shit people try to get by in like places where it's not so strict or where it's not as licensed as hard or anything. Because like even like getting your license here is hard because like it's like they're strict on it. Like, I mean, if you're a hard worker, it's not hard, but like if you're a slacker, it is hard. But the shit I've seen is insane, and that's in a state where it's like super 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 strict. And I know that because they tell you that at the board. They tell you like they show you this map where like it's strict in the country, and like there's a pretty good number of states that are pretty good about it, but there's a lot of states where like it was like There's at least 30 states that don't have like a really strict policy line for like new home building. Like having a licensed plumber, having a licensed electrician, having a licensed HVAC guy. Like that isn't a thing in every state. So it is pretty crazy. And then like to get your license isn't as strict in some states as it is here. It's pretty crazy. So I can only imagine what those home inspectors go through. We've even gotten on we've laughed with home inspectors before because like they'll come in and like let's say we have to like do something because they called us in to like fix something at their house that they're about to buy or about to sell. We'll go in and we'll fix a couple things and then we'll give them a quote and then we'll come in and fix it. But then the inspector comes back and honestly, to be honest with you, home inspectors are nothing compared to construction, like new construction inspectors, people who go and check like a job site. Those are the real hard asses, and we're used to those guys. So like when you go and you do like you meet a home inspector, it's like a really fun, good time because like they're really chill. But the guys that are on like the big like construction sites who do like inspections, those guys are hard asses. And I can only imagine the things those people have seen. I've seen them fail a home after we did this like shower remodel. They were like leveling this like concrete floor in another room, and I remember he brought a level in there and it like dipped like a little bit, and he failed them for the whole inspection just for like a slightly unleveled floor. I was like, holy shit, this guy's crazy. I mean, it was a good call, but still. Afternoon friends, great swing trade video. I doubt you even clicked on it. He probably clicked on it and thumbs up the video, but I doubt he watched even 2 minutes of it. I know for a fact you didn't watch that. Imagine the Netherlands. I wanted to build a whole neighborhood since I wanted to borrow 150 million during COVID, but the license them takes 7 years. Jesus, dude. You wanted to buy a whole neighborhood or build a whole neighborhood? Like you personally, 150 million. Oh, aloha. I brought it up earlier, but I didn't know if you heard me. But I was like, yeah, Visa's gonna probably rally more. Um, did you see what happened with Visa and Mastercard and all that? Yo, 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 Bueller here again. Yeah, that's probably the amount of the video you got through was that me saying that. And then you probably already clicked off it. I know you, Ace. It's cool. Not sure I saw. It came out like last week, I think, end of last week. It was either Thursday or Friday, one of the days I didn't stream, of course. That Trump has been buying a shit ton of both. So, and people are like actually buying up Trump picks like big time now because his track record during this recent presidency has been pretty insane. I think he's actually like it's weird to say this because he's our president, but like he's actually called out like 7 or 8 different stocks and all like he literally says go out and buy this, buy that, and then they rally over the course of like multiple months. So I can only assume what Visa and Mastercard are about to do. Bro's bullish on credit card debt, I guess. Rice traders. Oh, okay. So you got through the first 2 minutes. I'm proud of you. I think that was what my original guess was that you got through the first couple minutes. Rice traders, that's all you typed to like try to make me believe you? That's crazy. Ace Ventura, Ace Ventura, Ace Ventura. What is Ace's role in my chat anyway? We should just ban this bum. Oh, never mind. Damn, you have access to that channel and you've never entered a swing trade with me? for that Drake song again? I can't talk to broke boys. I can't fuck with broke boys. Something like that. This fucking guy. Swinging PayPal. Dude, this guy didn't get the memo. Dude, your name is Peter Porker. Yo, what's up, Ace? What's up, man? I missed you, bro. I know you don't fuck with me anymore because you're like, that's just how you roll and shit, but just letting you know I still fuck with you. If it means anything. Probably doesn't mean anything. Yo, Ace, why is half the internet only just now getting like short-term bearish on things? What's up with that? My level's been telling me we've been bearish for a few days now. Why is everyone on the internet so shocked we keep dipping? Watch, just as soon as all of them are about to start flipping bearish, we're going to start getting dip buys and everything's going to start pumping again. Everyone's going to become like double liquidity again. My entire timeline is just people saying, "Oh my god, we're bearish." Like, dude, yes, we've been short-term bearish. Did you not get the memo? What's up with that? What is up with that Ace Ventura trade? Come on, man. I paid you for this interview. Can you guys believe I paid him $6,700 for an interview and he only gave me 30 seconds of on-air time? Pretty insane. Yeah, 6,700. Genuinely criminal. Like, who does he think he is? Who told bro he could cook? I created a new concept. 3 phases of the year. Oh, you're into moon cycle trading now. I fuck with that. Moon cycle trading fucks. It's funny because the first time I ever read that term was literally like a week ago. And I'm already making a joke about it. I didn't even know people actually traded off of stuff like that. And if I have heard that before, I just don't remember that because I definitely have never looked into it. Like, this is my first time typing it in is right now. On the 29.5-day lunar cycle, buying near new moons and selling near full moons. Lunar gravity affects human emotion. Oh, God. Waxing versus waning phases, new to full, are treated as positive momentum, while waning phases, full to new, are linked to consolidation or pullbacks. How accurate is this? You know what's weird thinking about it? Is, what the hell did I click on? If you think about it, when the market goes up, and then it starts to consolidate, that could be a whole moon phase. And then if it goes up again towards, I guess it makes sense, but that is a little weird. If that's accurate to any sense, that's pretty crazy. Logically, it kind of makes sense for like 2/3 of the time, though. I feel like there's like 33% of the time where you're going to be completely lost on whatever the fuck you're looking at if you're only looking at moon cycles. 33% of the time is a lot of the time. I split it up like that because as you're going new to full, of course, one. As you're going full to new, two. As you consolidate, of course, you have your waxing to waning, waning to waxing for your consolidation signal. But like, what about the times that it's in a bearish downtrend and you think because it's going towards full, it's bullet like that? They're gonna have a lot of like invalidation signals there. I'm looking at a chart that shows it off though, and it's kind of funny how it looks. This would be exactly how the Illuminati trades the stock market, though. Man, there's so many horrible entries on this chart, though. Like, they're showing tops and lows and stuff, and, like, that's fancy and all, but, like, these entries are dog shit. The first 3 or 4 are like, okay, damn, those are perfect. And then, like, the next, like, 4 or 8 are like, what the hell am I looking at? I'm looking at data from 2020 all the way to 2023, just using the moon cycle. Which this is probably a horrible time frame to look at that as. 22 is a bear market. 2022 is a bear market. That's kind of a funny concept though. Moon cycle trading. That's kind of cool. I can't really hate. It's like saying you don't like Ace, but you've never even talked to Ace. You know, you don't know why you don't like him yet. Wait till you meet him, then you really won't like him. Ace, ace, ace. Grape juice hits, dude. No extra sugar added type shit. Ace Ventura. Yo, why the 30-minute looking so good though? Why is it tagging Kevo? Oh, because he's the last one that typed. I was like, what the hell? Let me get my article. Sorry, I was doing a big post in chat. If you guys want to go check that out, please do. I know I'm answering to Chris, but you should definitely all go check out what I posted. It's just I'm not even saying for Chris's sake, but it is insane that we have people in chat who still don't look at this stuff when half of every post I put up is about them. You know, that's all I'm saying. Not even just about Chris. I'm sure there's other people that are probably too scared to type or don't type at all and do the same thing. It's like, dude, we literally go over this stuff every day, every week. Stopping by to say hey to the realest trader out there. Been a while. What's up, dude? Happy to see you again. Appreciate you. I guess I can get off the 30-minute now. We're just chilling. What a day so far. Decent Tesla call out, nothing crazy. And then honestly, if anybody ever struggles with reading price action on SPY and Triple Q on days like this, please review today's stream because this is some really easy shit. You just have to be disciplined to actually stick to doing it. It's really easy to get bored and then be like, oh, I'll just look at something else. Yeah, which honestly isn't even a bad idea, just looking at something else in general. But when you have that initial move that happens so quick, there's so many good potential trades that pop up. We talked about higher lows and then us making the move to at least here to possibly get a lower high retest. We end up getting the test of it perfectly, but then the lower high of it as well, a good follow-up move. Not as great of a move on Triple Q, but still getting the same price action, and then even less so on semiconductors in general with them having such a down start to their day. But I really, really liked the analysis today, just kind of breaking down how to kind of realize that. Also, kind of sprinkling in the sector stuff, just kind of pointing out like what's contributing to the move up and down as they're happening is really what we're doing with those. On the stash box with the max hut. I'm gonna post that. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I was supposed to post SPCX into Tobias's channel. I totally said I'd take over posting those levels over and over, and I didn't. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yo, you know what would be a funny tweet? I'm gonna screenshot what another ninja said in my YouTube chat, and I'm gonna post it and say paid actor. Oh wait, I need Grok to enhance it because my screenshot sucks. Enhance image, change nothing else, please. Just make it HD looking, please, Grok. I don't need you to fuck up this image. You gotta tell Grok not to do anything else, or it'll sit there and fuck with your image and like make things look so dumb. It's like, bro, I just wanted you to make it look more clear. I didn't need all this extra BS. Just make it look good. Okay, see, like this. This is perfect. You did your job, Grok. I'm proud of you. It kind of made your profile pic look really weird, though. Not gonna lie. Actually, it kind of makes you look like a Giga Chad. Not even gonna lie. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Your kids call you Giga Dad? Dude, your profile pic is like the perfect example of like Giga Chad, Giga Dad. Looks like a badass, probably is a badass. No, but for real, thank you. I was just making a good joke out of it, but thank you for real. Today's been a pretty good day, I'm not gonna lie. I've been pretty happy with today's breakdowns. I didn't have as much time to look at the watch list though. But to be fair, we did a lot of cool like micromanaging with the move up and the move down. Since this move down, I'm just kind of chilling, just kind of saying it's going up from the exhausted move down. But this is definitely nice to see them not just trying to move up, but taking levels. So it's a little bit more exciting now, finally. Oh, that's why it kept fucking with me. I was like, why does my chart keep moving? It's because it moved over. I was looking at the wrong screen as it happened too, so that was really throwing me off. All right. Sorry, I was making sure we were all good in Discord. I wanted to make sure Chris was good. What's up there, chat? Who's all still in here kicking it with me? It's 1:30. We already said we're probably not going to go for any more short-term swings until after NVIDIA earnings and data on Wednesday. Would anyone like to see any of the recent short-term swing ideas we did? These two I did on my phone while I wasn't in chat Thursday and Friday and part of last week. But I did want to at least show you guys some of the other ones that I did that weren't like official, like, hey guys, we're getting puts on this. So I posted CCL, like this one for downside, and it did such a good job because you guys know how well this does with options when it goes from pass to in the money, especially on something like CCL. It's really cheap, really good, and the movement's really nice. The other one I did that was not an official call out, not even really an idea. I just kind of did this one 100% on my own. Was Bank of America. Since we were already bearish on when this candle broke the support and kind of just like not an engulfing, but is engulfing the meat of the candle, I was like, well, I need to see 50% of this. Broke under, gave me this candle. I'm like, all right, I'm in. It did this. Then it gave me a dump. I trimmed, gave me another dump. I got fully out. And then I was like, all right, if it dumps more, I can't really be mad. So I was happy with that. But I've really been liking the recent ideas and swings recently. It's just been, you really can't get ahead of yourself and you can't try to look for one every single day. And also be aware of what are the other pieces of events happening. Like we know Wednesday's a really big deal. So we know trading towards Wednesday probably isn't going to be that crucial. It'll be what happens after Wednesday and what happens from Wednesday, from the NVDA earnings, from the data that comes out. So, yeah. Well, we could look at swings or we could play Contexto or we can chill and do nothing. Just stare at the wall. I'm not looking at entering any swings until after NVIDIA. Well, like, besides the Nike thing, but that doesn't really count. That's like a longer term thing. Oh, I gotta stretch. I gotta stand up real quick. Get some extra blood flowing. Chris. It's kind of cool having Chris in here because I don't have too many people come from Twitter and be like, yeah, bro, I'm here to check out your streams and shit, and then actually stick around. I feel like some people get in here and they don't hear that I'm talking to 10 other people, or they don't hear me calling out every 5 seconds. When in reality, I feel like what I do is better because I'm not sitting here just giving you plays. We'll give plays and stuff like that too, but like I said in Discord chat, like we're also just giving general market direction. Like I'm not looking to tell you to just buy Tesla or Nvidia. Like I'm looking in here to look at everything. So not to like toot my own horn, but it's like pretty rare you have people come from Twitter and be like, "Yeah, man, I'm here to watch your streams and stick around and hang out." Most of my people are from like other Discords because they didn't like them and they found mine somehow, or they're from YouTube. Which honestly, all of my YouTube people are the best. I've never met someone from YouTube and they were like hard to talk to or like didn't like being here. Like everyone from YouTube is always chill as fuck. It's so weird. I think it's just because they probably watch a lot of content first and then they reach out. So they're probably already kind of like on the same page as us when they're finally speaking. But I would say like almost everybody I get that's straight up from YouTube has been really cool. I don't get too many people from X. Most people come from Discord or YouTube. What's even more rare, it's not just finding someone that's like a good person or sounds like they're pretty chill or they're funny or they're just, they're hungry, they're ready to learn. Outside of that, it's also on top of like, are they even actually paying attention? Because like, if someone comes into chat and they're like, yo, check out my strategy that I'm doing that relates to nothing y'all are doing here, like, I don't care about them being here because it's like, that's not, I'm not trying to dampen on their parade, but like, rain on their parade, but like, we're trying to be focused. We're trying to focus on stuff in here. If we dilute it down with a bunch of extra bullshit, excess noise, people are going to lose focus and lose track of what they're supposed to be doing. And I already see that every week in chat still. So I know it's an issue. You aren't built for today's general attention span, which is good. Or if you can't think for yourself, some. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Like I don't want people who come in here and are just looking to. Which, what's like funny about that is like I market myself like that. But if you were to actually just take every play I post and call out, you would actually be up so much this year. And you can even ask some of the people in my chat. Like some of them will take a play and then not take the next one and then kind of miss one and take the next one. And like they kind of just get some of it, they get a little bit of it. But anyone can backtest everything I've done in these streams, in the swing channel, in part of the streams when we're talking about the swings we're getting in. Like, it's not hard to backtest. It's not hard to review. So, like, to the people that do want their handheld, like, they completely can. It's just I don't like start off when I talk to people saying, "Yeah, guys, we call out swings. Get in here, get rich on swings with me. Let's all get in these swing trades with me." You know, because it makes people think like, "Oh, okay, I'll just wait for the next thing he says. I won't actually try to be a part of what he's trying to look at and what he's doing and try to understand it." So, yeah. All right. Well, in terms of swings, first thing we need to look at is SPY, triple Q, some of our sectors, and then our macros, and just kind of see what does the market look like. We need to get a good look at this creature. So as we know, this week should be a little bit kind of slow or slightly down to start the week. As we're moving into this week, from what we've seen, we know that we have a 50-50 candle on a downtrend against resistance. So going into today, we kind of expected it to be slightly red or flat even, which I guess we got a bit of both. We're not even breaking the next level. We did break for a little bit and then got back above it. The big thing about this is if we can maintain under 767, that's the next like pivot level, right? We made a dip down, our pivot level was here. We made a dip down, dip up, pivot area was here. Made a dip down, dip up, pivot levels here. So we're kind of just stuck in this forever downtrend until something changes, something that can change this. And another thing before I continue too, something else that kind of led us to see that this potential was here for the stock market were other big tickers that pulled back. So we shorted personally Microsoft and Google. Now, not to the extent, and you can go back in my TA and see it for yourself. We were shorting this in the extent of like, we think it can slow down short term. We're not thinking it's going to go down from here all the way to 470 and it's going to crash the market. Same thing for Google. You know, we shorted from here into this day's low, didn't touch it again. It's fallen even further. If you go to a lot of your big weights, they've either already taken an early dip, like your Apple chart or your Tesla chart. So let me zoom this down like this. You guys don't have to see me zooming. An early dip like Tesla or Apple, or a later dip like Microsoft, a later dip like Amazon, a later dip like Google, a later dip like Avgo, MU, Intel. I can keep going. But you'll see there's a rising trend, though, where a lot of them are down and are at supports with either a hammer, or they're at supports with an inside bar, or they're at support with, no extra confirmation that we are pulling back. So we're also at a weird part of the market where NVIDIA earnings is about to come out, and you have all of these weights. Google's a great example, where if it does start to curl up and get out of these supports, at the same time, you have all these weights doing that around the same time, like Amazon, Google, Apple, Tesla. I mean, Tesla's kind of already did an early move here, but they could definitely do better. But I don't think anybody should shun them if they don't join this recent rally over the next week, considering they are still above a support. So if they have to take a little bit of a dip further first to help out, then so be it. So they could be a little bit off timing. NVIDIA as well, they're down, at a 50% of a gap right here. So with them having earnings on Wednesday, it does beg the question, like, do we see all these start to turn back up together, or do we see all these turn down continuing down, considering we've already seen slowdowns in the market? So if you go to SPY, we already kind of knew the market was slowing down. It's just you didn't see it on SPY until a day or two later when you started to see this breakdown, which this is about when we started to flip being bearish. The day before, I was saying how this could be a bullish reset candle as long as we hold on to this key area. The next day, we have a lower open, so kind of deleting my whole point of that, and then closing lower under the key area that makes us bullish continuing on from there. So that was a really big indication. And then we got the follow through into the next day. A good move up, but rejected. And then the next couple days were when I wasn't streaming. I remember that because I was very happy with that rejection. Gave us the lower open, which you and me are more thinking like it should go from here to this level. So the fact the next day opened entirely under that level is like, oh shit, it should probably go to whatever's next. So that's this. So it got to that. Next day, 50-50 candle. Not really that crazy of an open or a close. You have wicks on both sides, but it is still in a downtrend of short term, as well as under a key resistance short term. So that gives you that indication. So us moving down to this is the same expectation as us thinking that from this should go down to this, as this should go down to this. It's the same expectation. So now that we're down at this level, Will this be the first time in 1, 2, 3 attempts that this actually holds on to the low and actually tries to test up towards this level and actually builds off of this, whether it breaks above that first or retests under it first before breaking above it? Either or. That would be pretty interesting to see. Let me remove all this. So now you have context in all this. Sorry for all the extra drawing. So now that we're looking at this, now we understand, like, all right, well, if we get a higher open tomorrow, that indicates in the same way that this got a lower open, that this got a lower open, and kind of and deleted our whole point of saying, well, it's holding above the 50% of this candle. It should hold that, right? You know, it should. What the next day do? Open lower. So it kind of deletes that whole point of saying, well, it should go higher. It completely flips it on its head. Bearish or bullish validation, or bullish invalidation, strongest bearish validation. Sorry, I can't speak English today, nor can I any day. But now that we're down here and it's made this low, if we get a higher open tomorrow, or even just a flat open that breaks the previous day high, that indicates to us that it should go up to at least 767. If we see a hold of 767, it should start to work towards, I mean, this area as a whole is what you're aiming for, but you do have a recent gap to work with here. So if you go from your previous day to there, so I guess you could say, actually, you could kind of cheat it. Yeah, fuck it, leave that up. 767.50. It just kind of opens up the area a little bit more. But basically, it should work up to this area if it bounces higher, just to be a little bit more tedious with it. It should work up all the way to there. And you see how I'm just using the recent story, the recent context of the candles. I'm not really thinking about too much more else yet. It's because you're trying to get a template of what this chart is trying to do on its own, right? Then you can go to your sectors, and vice versa on this scenario, by the way. You know, a lower open, we already know we're down. That's nothing new. You know, it opening lower is kind of what you should be expecting. It's if you get that higher open, that scenario is going to play out because people aren't thinking about, oh, well, it's down, it's going to keep going down. A higher open here would actually indicate it can pump up to that next area. That's a good $2, $3 move almost. $2.50 move. And then if we get above that, you know more than anyone else that it's bullish, whereas everyone else will finally just see a big green candle and go, oh, guys, we're bullish, finally, green candle. But you know, and I know, because it's controlling a certain area, that it actually does want to move higher. So I'll have to see from there. But now that you have like an overall template of what you know this chart can do based on lower opens, flat opens, higher opens, break of previous day's highs, break of the 763.90 level to get down to this level and potentially break that level. You know, now that you know all the what can this chart do, the things that can trigger that, your sectors. So if you go to your sectors, and this is why I was talking about your weights, your individual equities that are just large weights in the market, because these are what dictate direction. As these line up together and go certain directions, it helps you out with a potential idea of what the market can or can't do. So if you have a lot of things down at support, curling back up, moving up together, then you're going to have higher chances of seeing upside in the market. And if the market's already down at support or has been breaking down, then even better timing. You know, then you have an even better line. It's like having all the stars align. Now, when you go to your sectors, and excuse all the extra levels, sorry. If you look back at the levels here, we were kind of keen on this being resistant against this until we saw a break of this. We couldn't be super bearish, right? So we ended up getting that rejection, got a test of that level, and then they gapped up above it. So it kind of eliminates that short-term bullish pressure, right? Then you get up, you hit next resistance, doesn't really get over it. We understand that this is a bearish candle. At the same day, Google, Microsoft, a couple other weights, not looking too good. Even though Google's not in this sector, it's just nice seeing another big, stock that is also at a resistance or slowing down or pulling back. And then you go up to a big sector like your XLK and you see that, which Microsoft is in this sector. So it's good that those lined up. Lower open, which again, a little bit more selling than we were probably anticipating. We were probably thinking, let's get down to this area here. Opening under that is insane. And then continuation down. Now that we're down, we're at the next big pivot area. Now that we're at this area and we have a hammer, it's almost like this chart flipped. It's like we have a bearish candle at a bearish level, bullish candle at a bullish level. And technically, we're still in an uptrend. So still looking to see, do those weights, your Apples, your Microsofts, your NVDAs, do those start working together? So if you're ever checking your software sector, IGV, you're going to want to see 100s hold, 101s hold, basically. As this starts to curl, you want to see it get over 104s. If you can get over 104s, it's more bullish, right? Go to your semiconductor chart. You can see they're also a hammer at a big pivot area. As long as they hold on to this area, there's a good chance they can move up into 518.50s. If we can get over 518.50s, it's not just one green candle. Now it actually shows that there's potential to move up to a higher level, like the level we just fell from. So now you can start to see that template starting to line up where it's like, huh, I could see where that pressure could come from. Now you don't just have a template of what SPY can or can't do. Now you also under the things that can trigger that potential up or downside move based on those different scenarios. So if you're going and you're looking at XOK, you can see, oh, wow, it's got that hammer at that pivot, like he was saying. And then you're going and you're looking at IGV, and it's curling up, which we don't know that this is going to go up or not. I'm just pointing out different conditions that can happen. This could also just go up, and then we have a bearish hammer at 104s, and then it could cascade back down. And then a couple days later, you and me will be sitting here saying, wow, it actually looks like it wants to go down to 101 again and potentially test it, show if we're going to hold that or not. And if it breaks, we know that the market can move lower. So you can also have the conversation on the other side. But now that you know that, you can kind of see in real time what's actually moving the market up and down. Like today, I promise you there are a lot of people that were like, why is SPY down so much today to start today? Why is it dumping so much? It's like, dude, what do you mean? The main driving force of the market, semiconductors, your AI, your memory, have been dumping. They opened lower at 511, 512s, basically, and then dumped under 500. Like, no shit, you're going to see that on SPY. And you're going to also see that even more so on Triple Q because it's a larger part of Triple Q. It's only about, your XOK is only about a third of SPY. It's almost 2/3 of Triple Q. So, of course, you're going to see that impact more on Triple Q where it's a larger part of the pie. And then you can tie in macros. You go to your daily time frame on the dollar, and you start to understand, like, oh, okay, when we had that bond news, the dollar dropped. That's bullish for the market. Yes, you're right. But now that it's down, will it continue to be bullish for the market? So as this rejects, that'll be good for the market. If it does end up cracking over 99, basically, it should move back up to that level in which we were looking to see could break or not. So this is the important level. This is a 50% from that level. So we're just looking to see, do we get a lower high here or not, or is the retest going to take longer? And if it doesn't happen at all, they retake this, then we understand, okay, the market is probably pulling back more. And that's just one pressure. Then you can go to the oil chart. As a lot of people in my community know, between 81 and 85, a lot of news events keep happening, right? Every time we push over or push into this, news comes out. Every time we push back to it again, news comes out. Push back up to it again, news comes out. So now that we know we're back around this again, we know that we're also prone to the oil Iran/Trump news that can possibly come out, which is also an impact to the market. If this goes up, that's bearish for the market. If this goes down, that's bullish for the market, for the stock market, the equity market. If you ever see someone say the word equity, they just mean the stock market, basically. Individual equities, Eli Lilly, Tesla, that kind of thing. So that alone is pretty important, but that's why you got to start with SPY, kind of get a general idea of what you think can or can't happen, based on what you've seen, recent context, what are the key levels around, in what order did they touch those key levels or not, what's next, what's already happened. And then you can go to your sectors, and now you can start to interpret, like, all right, if this starts to curl up more, then tech stocks are more favorable to look at for upside. Banks were in a position, again, where it was like, oh, damn, they might actually be pulling back again. And then they closed above it again. And now look at them again today. So now they're back favorable. They're not looking as bad as they could have been. So knowing that might not help you too much because you already know a couple things look more bullish now. But in the future, think about when things are starting to pull back. What sector will be the most favorable for a pullback? The ones that are up the most. So you can definitely go check that at XLF and if XOK is up higher at that time. So it's not even just direct information. Sometimes you're getting like indirect information. And then comms, which, as we all know, comms have been consolidating a lot. And then it's also nice too, not just saying comms and XLF and XOK. It's also important that you guys understand what are in each of these. When I say XOK, you need to know that I'm at least talking about NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft. If you don't even remember just those three, then you need to study up more. And you can go even further than that. When we talk about IGV, and we're talking about SOXX and SMH, like we talk about certain stocks, it's not like one belongs to the other. And then banks, pretty obvious, of course, you guys probably could just know that off memory. Comms, do you know that we're mainly looking at Meta and Google when we're looking at this? When you're looking at discretionary, do you know that we're mainly looking at Amazon and Tesla? When we're looking at healthcare, do you know that we're mainly looking at Eli Lilly, J&J, AbbVie? You can go further with Merck and UNH even. Staples, like, do you know that we're looking at Walmart cost, Coca-Cola, and not even just the weights in each sector, but like, what are those? Like, when I'm looking at a tech stock or tech sector moving up, right, and it's bouncing from support, what else can I use to kind of double confirm that really is bullish? It's not just going to give me some weird fake out short term. By seeing if staples are up and are hitting a resistance and are pulling back down to support. If this is hitting resistance and pulling back down to 86, then it kind of double confirms my confidence in seeing, oh, maybe it does bounce. So it's just not, oh, I can't control Z. So it's just kind of nice having like also rotational info, maybe not seasonality, but just kind of understanding like what is supposed to rotate into what. When banks are moving higher, that's a good bullish indication for the market. When tech is moving higher, a lot of the time, not every time, XLC and XLY, comms and discretionary, those end up following up eventually, right? Sometimes sooner than later, sometimes later than you'd like. So, and that's in healthy market conditions. We're not always, I wouldn't say we're in a healthy market condition. Oil's at, like we said already, 81 to 85. We know we're news prone right now for the stock market. Whether it's good or bad, we don't know yet, but you know that we're prone to news. And then you think about what news is on the market that's planned. You have NVDA on Wednesday. You have more data coming out on Wednesday regarding interest rate inflation. So it's a lot of shit to think about, but it's a good little checklist to go through. So then you start to think about, well, damn, this is more favorable. Or like we just said with tech, like if you think tech's going to go up and then we get a good print tomorrow, maybe you're bullish into NVIDIA earnings. And then you can start looking at a more favorable tech ticker that you like, that maybe isn't NVIDIA related. What's crazy too is it's so easy to look this shit up too. Like if you're ever like, Bueller, what are the IGV holdings? Like IGV holdings by weight. Just look it up. That's why every time I say software, I instantly think of Microsoft. I just instantly think of Microsoft because software. But there's other top holdings in there. That could also mean Palantir. That could mean PanW. That could mean CrowdStrike. That could mean CRM. That could be Oracle. Now Adobe. So you start to see a bunch of big names in there. If you're like, well, what about SOXX? It's like NVIDIA, MU, which you should already be able to think of semis without looking at SMH or SOXX. You should already kind of understand when you're looking at that. You're definitely looking at NVIDIA, AMD, Avgo, MU especially as well. But you're looking at a lot of big weights for SPY and Triple Q. They're not just top semiconductor holdings, they're top market holdings. So that's why they're important to look at. It's not just because of them being a semiconductor or a software stock, it's just because they're tech stocks. They're very important to look at. They're a very large part of the market. Yo, what's up, Firewater? Firewater Divine Paradox, how are you doing on this fine Monday afternoon? Also, can we show some respect for Target for a second? This thing has been pumping. They knew I sold half my position. That's why. It's okay. I'm really happy with this one. I think it can go to 200, but I would like to see a. I mean, I guess it kind of did it here, but any kind of retest would be nice for that one. I love those boring ass names that just come out of nowhere. Those are my favorite. And then, of course, I go over this stuff for like years and stuff with like my chat and stuff. And then I go to Twitter today, and this is probably the first time, and it might just be the first time I've seen it. I don't mean like this is the first time on the internet anybody's ever said this. Um, or I'll just find it from here. But I found a post on here that I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I like. Here it is. Part of the reason I entered Target around 90 was because of this. Love this post because it highlights important info. And this is this is like part of like our like whole dollar cost average strats. Like we love finding like boring ass names that like should come back up. Is our like TLDR strat. And there's so many names that you'll be surprised that ever come down here. And there's so many cool ways to find names like that down there too. Whether you're looking at like actual performance from year to date or over a certain period of time, and you just go down to like top weights, like you're not gonna like every name that's down here, but then you start seeing names you're like, damn, Nike's down here, damn, App is down here, Reddit's down there, Tesla's down here year to date. It's like you start to see some of these and you're like, damn, there are like just some really big names that are still cheap. Netflix not as enticing as it was before, but still was down there at one point. Meta's down here. Like a lot of people think Meta is still undervalued. But then you'll be surprised with like different ones where it's like even more boring names like Target, Disney, Nike. This guy said PayPal, which is another one we did as well. Like there's so many names that are like boring and are like down in the dirt. And it's like a great time to dollar cost average where you're not dedicating yourself to one price. You're just kind of buying a little bit over time. And also hopefully for you, while it's being boring and it's down, you have time to buy. And then as it rises up, that's really favorable for you because now you have a really good price for your like whole position. But then also you're kind of prepared because you've been getting into it. You're not like, oh, let me get another 100 while it's up here pumping already. Where it's like, dude, what? No, don't. It's too late. Was I in Tesla shorts? No. No, we did a long. I got kind of lucky though, because as soon as I got in, it like bottomed and then it went up. So we trimmed and then it came back down and then we took like a tiny L in the second half. So like the overall trade was green, but it wasn't like anything crazy. But no, yeah, puts ended up being pretty fucking good for Dust, it looks like. I should have kept looking at it, but you know me, I don't like to just like trade it and then come back. I don't like to double dip, even if it's the other way. But it looks like a double dip would have been fucking nice here because it just stuck to all my levels and then just fell. It's also kind of hard to be bearish on something that's already fallen that much, and it's Tesla. But yeah, that worked out pretty well for anybody looking at the levels. In the levels channel today, the watch list trigger for this was below 356.70 and 357.50. Okay, so these two levels here. What are the targets? 353.50, 350, 0.42, and 347. So it's already gone through two targets. Actually, I guess we could post that and show that. Here, I'll tell you what I did. We trimmed positive 9%, and then final exit was minus 3%. So again, not like a crazy trade. We got lucky on the hammer going up short term, but I knew we had to get out because I was like, this is exactly where it would also fall if we continue to hold this. And I said that before we entered. I said it's either going to be a small L or it's going to be a good W, and it ended up being neither of those. It ended up being a very, very, very minuscule W. But that's what I was liking, is that it just kind of stuck to what I had pointed out with the levels. But yeah, Tesla doing pretty good from the watch list. I'm happy about that too, because I always like to try to include like Tesla or Coin every watch list, and I've been trying to fit MU in there more. But Tesla's done really good. And we could look at the others real quick, since we're looking at Tesla. And then MU, I'm pretty sure, was fucked from the get-go. Yeah, because this was my watch list level for the day, was 929. I think I had posted it not expecting it to fall more before pre-market ended, and then when it dumped like that, it's like, okay. Which in this case, I've tried to tell people this, but no one listens. If you go from level to the first low it makes, you just need to wait for better retests from this area, but it looks like you didn't really get one. Because it looks like it's retaking in a bullish fashion. I mean, here it kind of fucks up, but then it retakes again, and now it's still above it. But yeah, so that one has been pretty much bearish all day under the levels. And I would even say that it didn't really give a great retest for more downside, because ever since it made this low, it's been higher lows. So that one's been like if you didn't read it in order kind of thing. If you just zoomed in and were just looking for a bearish retest, you'd probably fuck up, because you got to realize it did fall a lot. It fell a lot before open, and then it did that. So you're not always going to get the best bearish retest for that continuation down, and you're not also sometimes not going to get it at a good time. But yeah, that one didn't do shit with the watch list. It was just kind of bearish all day. And then SPY was a crazy one, because this one I said they need to get above this level, basically. They need to get above this to be bullish today. That never happened. And then I said below this level in 764.17, expect a test of 762.65, which we almost got. So I guess SPY on my watch list did really good. So that's 2 out of 3. Let's look at Coin. Last one. I was going to say, I think Coin just fell all day. I remember seeing the watch it on my left side and it just being down the whole day. Where are my levels at? Bro. Oh. It says previous day high supply is 189.87 to 191.36. Watch for direction from here. So I guess I already stated this is where you watch for direction. But if you get above it, you can start to be a little bit more bullish. Looks like we rejected it right off the rip, and it looks like you get a better idea of it trying to be bearish over here. So that took a little bit of timing, about an hour into the market. And then it says also marked previous day control point 185.28. If we do see the dip first. Oh, okay. So if it doesn't just go up here and it just drops, look for a break of this. Damn, bro, Coin was perfect from the watch list too. Why does it keep showing Ace? I didn't even type his name in here. Oh, that was when I was trying to find his role. I guess I did type that. But yeah, look. Tesla on the watch list, target to downside below this area here. Kind of just stuck to that. I should have stuck to that. Coin also, perfect watch list pick today. Kind of just stuck to everything it said it would do. I didn't even have a bullish scenario in this, really. I kind of just said, watch this. And then where it could go if it falls and then breaks lower, if it just falls there instantly, because, that sometimes sucks ass when something just falls and you don't have, like, a good backup plan. So I try to include that when we're in a scenario where I know we're up and there's a pretty key level if it breaks lower, but it's not always easy to say that because you don't know if it's going to dump or pump right at the open, but it's good to point out both scenarios. And then, yeah, right here, SPY also stuck to the key levels today. Weird how much we say type to the T or to the T when talking about basic. Because again, I would say every single level I've gone over has been pretty basic. I think everybody in chat has these drawn. Like, I'm not going to be surprised if I go in chat and I see anybody doing really good from some of these just levels, regardless of what ticker it's on. So even if someone in chat's trading something different. What's up, Alice? It's always good seeing you, dude. Just got back home and you were right. I wasn't paying attention earlier. What did I say that for? I said that to you? I'm swinging Tesla put. Good luck, my friend. All right, let's check trade floor now, and then let's play Contexto. All right, so I'm updated up to this point. I didn't get to see what popped up next. Oh, I do remember him saying that he liked that for more downside from the lead test, which he should have done really well in this then, because if I remember correctly, Tesla dumped since we just did the watch list review. Yeah, so they should have done really well in this. God, dog. A same day, 338%. Yeah, so we had a lead test here, a second lead test, a third lead test. Seems familiar. Lead test. He has a rocket in his name now. I was like, what is that? It's in his name. Ryaku Musk. Oh, I'm seeing it now. New name, same goat. Damn, that's actually a sick ass trade. I didn't even say they did this in here. I was so focused talking in stream with this like tabbed. Damn, good for them. Or Ryaku. And you got Kevo hyping him up too, goat. I always love when I see people like this in here. Like, even if Kevo's not trading or he's busy, like, him just, like, adding energy to here, like, makes Ryaku probably more comfortable to post more, which is dope as fuck. I always appreciate when I see people like that in chat. Because I like to do that with people, too. Like, you see people doing good, and it's kind of cool to, like, go in there and hype them up. All right. I think it is contexto time. What do you guys think? Where art thou? Where art thou? Where art thou, thine enemy? It's always contexto time. You're damn right. You're damn right. All right, I'm pulling it up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like all of you to hold up. It's got a fucking lag for a couple seconds while all the ads load in. Because I refuse to learn how to just get a different thing. Holy shit, it's lagging its ass off. I'm clicking and it's not adjusting. Oh god. Holy shit, that was bad. I thought we were gonna lose each other for a second. Previous games. We have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let's do today's. Let's actually do like a current day one for once. We're kind of beyond that bullshit recently. Oh, what did I just do? Oh. I clicked off. I got a little scared there. I just wanted to increase the size a little bit, bro. No, we don't care. Alright, who wants to go first? Who has a word for me? Remember, if I go first, we're going to get a dog shit word. So if you guys go first, we'll have a better chance. Oh, while we're sitting here waiting for you guys to give me a word, make sure to go into chat. And oh, I was already in the right channel. And let us know how your polls was, which I can finally say I didn't trade that day. I always have to wait for you guys to finish voting. It's funny because I have a bot that does all this, but I always forget to just type the command and I just do this manually because it's just become muscle memory now. Plus, I don't know why, but I like the dots more. It's just a little cleaner. But yeah, go in there. All the good shit. Fruit. Oh, you're right. We do get food every fucking time. All right. It looks like it's not fruit today. Why did I click that? I'm going to type vegetable just to throw it. Okay. It's definitely not a vegetable. Let's just type food. All right. I don't think it's food today, actually. I think it's going to be some word like carpenter. Oh my god! I literally just started thinking of random shit, and I thought of Chris, and then I thought of Chris's profile pic, and then it made me think of carpenter. Always use your brain's randomness. Brick. Oh my god! And then Aloha type brick! Hold the fucking phone! Why am I getting a fucking tampon commercial? Or not a tampon commercial. Holy shit, we gotta chill for a second. Brick is crazy, by the way. She typed brick, and it's a top 13. That was her first word typed for the game. What the fuck? All right, I might actually type yours wood because that like might actually be close. Yeah. All this because my stupid brain went to thinking about Chris's like profile pic and shit from Twitter. It just made me think of construction. I was like, oh, carpenter. It's not food. It must be something stupid. Not saying that's stupid. Just saying like it must be like a super specific word. Watch it be like mortar or like cement or concrete. Brick, concrete, construction. Brick is super close. House. Okay, brick. Brick. Roof. Roof! Oh my god! Oh my god, Steph! Wall. 13 guesses in, and we have a 3 and a 13. That's insane. Roof, brick. Two people type chimney. It must be chimney. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, low key, that looked like we cheated. Oh my god. When I saw two people type chimney and roof and brick were the other words, I then knew we were cooking. Bro, if I didn't type vegetable, we would have got that in 13. If I didn't type vegetable and food. If I didn't type those, though, I would never have typed carpenter, because I needed to be demotivated that it wasn't food related first. And then after we got that out of our system, it was like, all right, it's some random shit. And then our brain did the rest of the work. And then you guys carried SF with brick, Steph with roof, and then two people, who were they? Chris and Garden coming through with chimney. Well, as soon as I read it, I was like, this has to be a top 3 word at least. It's either 2 or 1. And it wasn't 2. Holy shit, you guys are amazing. We might actually be the best fucking chat for this. Get your screenshots, everybody. Get your screenshots. Get your screenshots. 14 guesses. That might be our best one for a while. I don't know what our record is. I don't remember what our record was because we started playing this and there was a day where we got something like super quick. But I couldn't remember if it was a single digit or not. As of recently, 14 is definitely our record. I think last week, didn't we get 15? When Smokes helped us that one day? I think we got 15. Yeah, it was either 8 or 9. That's what I thought. I knew it was a single digit number, but it wasn't like 4 or anything. Like it was like, yeah, probably closer to 10. I think our record is 8 or 9, but I honestly cannot remember. But as of recently, 14 is our best. Last week we got 15. All right, let's do Sunday. All right, Garden and Chris, hook us up. we have some pretty good ones though. We have our good days and our bad days. He put 4 in Go For It Garden. That means popcorn is going to be the number 4 word. Oh my god, imagine. Damn, 78,000? What's the opposite of popcorn, guys? Because that's whatever the word is. House. Yeah, I was trying to think, what's the opposite of popcorn? Probably like Adam. Okay. Oh my god, hold up. I was kind of cooking though. 4,000 is closer than 78,000. Atom. Atomic. Kettle. Jesus. Okay, based off of what we've already typed. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Based off of what. Okay, look at the numbers we're getting. This has to be like space or galaxy or sun, moon. What the fuck? Hold up. We just went from our hottest run to the toughest word ever. I mean, look at the numbers we're getting. Learn to spell. It's in here. Pronoun. Oh yeah, adverb. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, that was it. 18. We saved it. Holy shit, we saved it because he was telling me to spell. We actually saved that because none of these words were close. It was grammar related. It was down that path. Which I would like to argue that popcorn should be rated higher than it was because a lot of kids I know grew up on popcorn reading. Just saying. I would assume the word reading is what? Huh? Bro, what are the closest words? I'm sorry, but like communication, writing, speaking, these should be words that are pretty close. Determiner. Guys, why didn't y'all type that? Why didn't y'all type whatever this is? It's like prerogative, but with a J-O. Collocation. Bro, why aren't y'all typing this? Parenthetical. Onomatopoeia. There we go. There's a word I know. There we go. Descriptive. Didn't even know that was a word. Ungrammatical. Worksheet. How did worksheet fit at 78? Okay. I think we can all agree that one was a little bullshit. Let's do another one. Yo, we saved that though. Would we get it in 18? That was a pretty good save. Dang, and I always start with parent. Yeah, how did we not start with that? All right, everybody. Lottery. Oh God. I'm still thinking about that last one, honestly, because it's like that could have been one that we sat here and typed 120 words, and then we somehow pulled something out of our ass and got to 18. Are we actually getting good at this? Yeah, when in doubt, fruit. I hate how much food. I hate how much food is in this. I hate that you pointed that out to me because that never ever occurred. That never hit me. And then you said it, and now it's all I've noticed. If you think about it, you eat words. So technically, the last one was word related. I mean, food related. Cine. Um, fruit, food. Those really aren't that close, but is a good direction. Bush. Boosh. Boosh. Look, Jake, I didn't ask who you voted for. I'm asking for words for contexto, okay? God, dude. Always getting political in here. Outside. I'm going to catch you outside. Fruit, outside, food. Dare I type inside? Oh my God. Landing strip? Brother, you're going to need a landing strip when I'm done. Is that even a word? No, that's 2 words, jackass. God, this guy has kids. I feel like we're stuck here now because I typed inside. What the hell does that help us with? Closet, where you belong. Okay. Inside wall. Inside wall. Tree. Steph, I think you're behind a second. Click live again for me. Kitchen. I refuse to make a joke about that word towards garden. Kitchen. Oh yeah, things that are inside. Inside wall. My demons. Inside wall. These are some hard words, man. Remember, we got 14 today. We got 18. We can already, be a little proud of ourselves. But we're only at 15 here. Prison. There you go. That's what it's like talking in here. Okay. Corner. Corner. I bet you were put in the corner a lot as a kid. Actually, I bet Maddie was a pretty good kid. Maddie's pretty cool. Or were you a shithead? Room? Are you telling me to type room? Like the word room? You just built an inside corner? Oh, okay. So corner was fresh on the mind. I see. I was raised in the corner, built by the corner, molded by it. My references are on point today. Spy just casually, perfectly holding 763.92 in the background. Point. I don't have a joke for point. Shouldn't point at people. It's rude. Unless you're trying to rage bait them, then point at them all you want. Inside wall. Chris probably has a word to help us get closer to this, and he's withholding it from us. It's crazy. I want to talk about rage bait. That's rage bait. I would never rage bait, but I'm tired of all this I had to type it. Inside wall, fruit outside. Socket, pipe. See, did I not tell you guys? This son of a bitch had something and he was withholding it from us. How dare you? That's like getting superpowers and not telling your best friend you have superpowers. Just like not like what? How are you not gonna tell, bro? Copper, I scrapped that shit. Probably a plumbing word. Too bad no one can help with that here. Yeah, it is a shame. Honestly, my brain went straight to the word fixture. Pipe inside. Vent. Oh, I can't type. Drain. Sewage. Thank God it's not that direction. Water. I was going to type hot water heater, but that wouldn't have helped. Oh, yeah. The word plumber was probably a good guess. Oh, maybe not. Did I type tube? Oh, there you go. Tube. Faucet. Water inside pipe. Yes, that exists. I'm kind of curious because I've drawn 100 of these today. When I think of the internet, I just think of that Matrix movie where Neo goes to talk to the robot people thing. Copper being so far off his throat. Yeah, that one fucks with me too. Plastic. Iron. Cast cast. Iron. Hose. I got hose. Tank. Spigot. That is how that's spelled, isn't it? What the hell is this word? Plastic pipe. I was actually going to type that data J, but then I was like, nah, because it probably wants one word. Which, in my brain, that is one word. Valve. Polyvinyl chloride. I hate you. You know the best thing? Boodle? Boodle's a word? I meant to type bottle. What the hell's a boodle? Oi, get your boodle out of here. Only bottles in here, no boodles. Plastic pipe. Plastic pipe. I repeat, plastic pipe. Oh, plastic pipe. The only plastic pipes you have are drain and vent. Or to insulate a wire. Refrigerator. Oh yeah, straw. That was actually a pretty good guess. What? Oh, I spelled it wrong. I typed a little too quick, didn't I? P-trap. You wish. I used to have to put these P-trap covers on for like businesses. That shit sucked. Wait a minute. We're thinking about this so wrong. It's not plastic. It's going to be another type of material. This has nothing to do with plumbing. It's going to be another material. Watch. Yeah, rubber. Rubber, plastic, glass. It's a material. This has nothing to do with the pipe. Glass is a great guess. My brain went into Minecraft mode. Aluminium. Jesus, saying it and then trying to spell it fucked up my head. Aluminum. Aluminium. Oregano. Steel. I don't think it's a hard material because look, you go from glass to pipe to rubber to plastic. I think it's like a broken down material. I almost just said rubber again because my stupid brain. What is a more broken down material than plastic? Or maybe I'm thinking about that wrong. Alloy. Wool. Sheetrock. I'm having to say it out loud so I make sure I get it. Clay. Okay, something there. Gasket. Recycle. Here we go. Pottery. Harry Pottery. Bro, I didn't even know there was a Harry Potter show. Damn, this word. Yeah, this word can go fuck itself. Nylon. Oh, we're cooked. You know when you're cooked, but nylon gets pulled out. Material. Wow, great. Everybody, round of applause for Data J. Round of a fucking applause. I hate you, parenthetical. I typed that right first. Wow. I don't even know what the word means, but it's provocative. Gets the people going. Plastic rubber, bro. I think I typed cement already. Or was that last game? That was last game. This motherfucker tells me to type steel again. Tool. You're a tool. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm even more confused because I thought it would. Oh my god, my brain. Oh my god, my brain. Dude, what the is this word? This motherfucker tried me to type in furu. Coding. Wait, y'all are better at this than I am. I'm just gonna stop helping. Plaster, plastic coating tool. Like, is it fucking painting or something? Did we already type painting? Paint. Painting is like 500 something. Paint is 47. Teflon. God, I haven't heard or read that word in so long. It's insane. Give me a Teflon power. I can't tell you how much Teflon gets used. Or pipe dope. What's pipe dope's original name? I don't even know the actual name of pipe dope. What is pipe dope actually called, Chris? I've never called it its actual name. I've only known what the old timers call it. What is pipe dope actually called? Mold. Oh my god, who typed that? Garden, you got us out of this hell. I don't know what made you type mold, but I love you for it. Mold and nah, I'm about to crash the fuck out. I'm about to crash the fuck out. No, like actually though, why is mold and mildew the top two words? Like, why is this the word and why is this the word that relates to it? But then on top of that, why are these the words that follow that? Or that? I'm about to lose my mind. I'll let y'all have a good good look at the top 18 there. Oh my lord. Thank God for Garden getting us out of that hellhole that was mold. I thought about the word wax at once, but I was like, eh. I did not think of those other ones. Spore, rot, fungus, preform. God, dude. Does that mean one day we can get the word preform or parenthetical? Nah, fuck you, Contexta. That was a good hot start, though. We had back-to-back bangers. Yeah, I disagree strongly with that one, too. Yeah, I agree. I agree with what you just said. That was insane. Like, how are we supposed to get to that from... Bro, if I read the word tool, I'm never getting to mildew. Never. There isn't any word that's getting me to mildew from tool. Oh, but what about preform? What? You mean perform? No. Preform. Huh? The hell's that? No, come on. You know what preform is. The closest word to tool and mildew. Come on. You know. I'd hate to see this AI's garage. Uh, yeah. Like, I don't even want to think about that. That's insane. I'm removing these short-term levels finally because that was just for like Chris, and so he didn't lose money. Wanted to make sure homeboy got out. But now that it's done, we can take a screenshot. Screenshot time. I can't take a screenshot because this shit keeps popping up. I can't believe we didn't fucking get mold. But then on top of that, I can't believe the words we had to climb over just to get to that word. I mean, that might go up there with aerosol. Like, it's not that the word was hard. It's just like, my brother in Christ, how am I supposed to get to that word? God, Avgo's still selling. That's crazy to me. No way it's at that fib. I just drew that from COVID high to low. No way that it's around that. God, airlines are such a tormenting sector to look at. You know what we should do? We should go all the way back to the beginning of time. There we go. All right, so let's start from here because I don't feel like going that far back. So low to high. Technically a low to high. Technically a low to a high. I mean, actually, I'm going to just stick to the big ones. Oh, of course, I deleted the wrong one. We're going to just stick to the big ones because it's a lot of shit to look at. Oh, come on now. Come on now. You can do it. Oh, I just said I was going to do the big ones only. That's what she said. Don't need that one. I think we're fine right now, right? Yeah. So I got levels. Of course. No levels in between 195 and 220. Why is that? Oh, because that's the last move up. And that's the last move before it. Can I cheat? Close enough. Ooh. That's crazy. Let's try to get as close as I can. That's close enough. Jeez. Cheese. Mold on its tools that are made of plastic. Damn you, AI. I'd say if there's any like random swing I would take, it would probably be tech related, but make sure it's not Apple or NVIDIA or Microsoft. Or triple Q related, even like a discretionary ticker like Amazon. I do like Amazon's positioning for upside. It's just risky because you have NVIDIA on Wednesday. Also, the market's just kind of holding. It's not really bouncing. Besides that, I don't know if I'd take anything. Me personally, the way my wallet works, I don't know if I'm taking that. If anything, I would look for a short-term upside swing. Yeah, on triple, like honestly, a triple Q swing would be pretty good here. Do we do an end of week triple Q swing? Do we risk it? Do we risk it? I don't really like that chain for this week. It's going to be a little expensive because volatility's up because NVDA earnings, which, I mean, rightfully so. You know what's crazy about this level? I think this is the level that impresses me the most. I mean, maybe these two are pretty good, but I think this level impresses me most. Does anyone see what 725 lines up with? I'll give y'all the answer after, but I want to see who gets it on their own. What do you see on this chart that 725 lines up with? Yeah, Amazon looks really good. Those are the four I like the most: Amazon, Meta, Google, and Boeing, surprisingly. I just like that it's at a short-term level, so that could be a good just bounce to 50% of range, like 215, 216. Amazon, Google, Meta, all kind of the same TA. It's just their sectors are holding decently, and their individual charts themselves are also holding pretty well. It's just, again, the high risk and probably more expensive option is chain this week. Jensen going to come out with Elon Pump, and they're going to pump these pumpings. Crickets, everyone is like, I know this shit. I'm not spoiling it for the rest of them. I hate work for night, but it pays well. Dude, you're all over the place right now, aren't you? What is up there, Tobias? I updated my SPCX levels in your. I mean, I didn't change anything. I just reposted them in your channel. I hope that's okay, dude. Please don't hurt me. Welcome to my brain. It's okay. Mine. I was only able to track what you were even doing because that's how my brain works too. It's just there's no flow to it. It just latches on to the next thing. Man, you know what's crazy? Somebody said that I should just do some chart updates to see if it does better for my page. I'm pretty sure I got like less views and clicks on literally everything today. Just doing charts. Actually, I guess I didn't do too bad. That's just pretty funny though. I feel like my page is getting like shadow banned, dude. Like nobody sees this shit. Or at least the people that follow me probably just don't use Twitter during the day, but still. It could just be cope. Nightmares and schemes. What do you mean don't do charts? There's plenty of pages that do amazing with black background charts. I mean, that wasn't the reason I was doing it. I was just doing it because I use black charts, but I don't care that much. I was just like, it was funny. Someone was like, dude, try charts this week. So I did charts, and it's like, dude, I tried. Oh, man. Fantasies and dreams. Dude, Tobias, by the way, I need to suck every piece of content out of your brain. I don't think you even realize what I did on my Twitter, because, I mean, you probably don't care. It's Twitter. But I don't even think you realize what I did on my page. If you go into my chat's history and just look up your messages and filter out everything that isn't a picture or a video, I did 2 weeks of posts. Actually, it was only 1 week. I did 1 week of posts just copying like templates of Tobias, like memes and videos that he's sent. And then I made these two. Like, this is from Tobias, this is from Tobias, this is from Tobias, this is from Tobias, except I added my own little wordplay on it. This is from Tobias, this is from Tobias, that's from Tobias, that's from Tobias. I made that one. That's me. That's me. Damn, that got 13,000 views, and all I did was just say one thing about it. Jesus Christ. Shouting out people. This is from Tobias. That's me. That's me. That's me. Tobias. 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 Oh, and then me doing this got them to tag the right person because I didn't know who it was, and now they follow me. So shout out to Tobias for that. Even though he didn't know he did it. This is from Tobias. This is from Tobias. This is from Tobias. Yeah, I had a lot of shit from you. I just took it from chat. Yeah, I knew you didn't care. That's why I did it. To be honest, though, I was only doing it because I like to schedule posts when I have the energy, and then I'll like have it ready so the next day I don't have to tweet. I can just focus on stream. I'll probably do more of that tonight. But you had so many funny ass posts that I was like, holy shit, dude, I'm literally just gonna take this guy's post. I know you didn't care. But yeah, I wanted you to see that because I did it, and it didn't like make my page blow up or anything, but it was just funny because it was like you posted so much shit that was still funny in today's market. So I was like, wow, this is so weird how all this lines up. But yeah, now you know though. Now you know what I was doing and what I'll probably continue doing. But yeah, if you ever have any content though, Tobias, because you know me, I like posting people's shit from chat. I'm not gonna lie. I think a lot of the memes people post. Okay, maybe not that one. Crazy one to open it up at. But there's a bunch of like funny memes people make and like funny different posts people make and throw in chat and like videos and stuff like that. What the fuck? Oh, that's too late. I didn't even know that was in there. And yeah, make sure to go vote in polls today. What the hell are these reactions? How much you want to bet somebody that added it was a bot? You did one for Tesla earnings that got 4 million views on Reddit. God, dog. I think the best I've ever done on Reddit when I actually, because I did like 10 posts on there and 2 of them blew up. One of them got like 760,000 views and the other one got like 180,000. I've never gotten near a million. 4 million is insane. It has to hit right. I've learned it's timing. You can't just be funny. It needs to also be the perfect timing. Like the Leopold stuff. Like, everyone's still posting shit about it now. It doesn't do as well. But if you were posting like day one and people locked onto it and kind of understood the context, like it was perfect. All right, well, guys, I'm going to do a quick little market review and update here in a second. After or while I'm doing it, you guys can ask questions in the chat. And after I'm done, I'll see if there's any questions to answer and we'll go through them. If not, then we'll end the stream there. But give me 1 second before I do the market review and update. Before we get through this review, good sirs and ma'ams. Oh, I need to go fix my recurring investments on that Robinhood account. I'm going to switch it up. I think I'm going to do DDD, SpaceX, and Tesla on this account. I need to edit when these start. I want them to start tomorrow. Which I've already been doing this. I just didn't update you guys as well as I probably should have. I kind of just mentioned it here and there in stream. But we did like a kind of like a backup account that just does like recurring investments only. And then sometimes I'll have like a swing in there that I do that's like on my phone. It's just like a phone account kind of. But I think I'm gonna do $10 weekly on DDD, SpaceX, Tesla. And I'm just gonna forget it. And we do have a little bit of AVGO left over, but I think I'll sell it and put it all in DDD. That'll give us like 30 shares, I think. And I started it with like 150 bucks or 185. It was like right under 200. It's at 474 now. So it's kind of been stacking slowly over time. If you guys remember that first mention. I told you, dude, just adding like 10, 20, 30 bucks a week or every other week or every 3 weeks. It's like just doing that is better than doing nothing. And at the beginning, you're only going to own like partial shares, or if it's a cheaper company, you only have like a small amount of shares. But like starting small and like building off of that is better than just sitting there. And there's so many good opportunities in the market right now too. Especially for people who are like genuinely long term on things. Like actually holding, knowing you're going to hold it for multiple years to come, not just trying to get a quick buck out of a quick move. So finding actually good value of a good company. All right, here in a minute, we'll do the market review and update. One more second or a minute. Who's all in here? Who's all in here to catch the live review and update? If you guys didn't already know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I do like the stream, and then afterwards we do the review of the market, the update, and I cut it and I clip it and I send it to Discord, X, YouTube, everywhere. Everyone has it. But of course, people who are in the live streams get it a lot earlier. It's basically just what happened and what are we looking for next, and what are the things that can change that. All right, let's get into the review and update, and then we will call it there. If you guys have any questions while I'm going through this, please feel free to just cut through and just drop it in the chat anytime, and I'll get to it at the end. And if not, we can end the stream there. All right, so let's get into the market review and update. So first off, let's talk about what happened, and then we'll get into what we can look for next. So what happened and what contributed to this? So really big lower open today on SPY. Here, I'll open it both. On SPY and Triple Q. Now, I would like to say on the daily time frames, going to either of these, it was kind of expected that if we didn't get a flat or higher open, that this would be a bearish retest on triple Q due to us being down and then back up into that area and closing back down outside of it. So unless we had something early on to indicate otherwise, we had to already assume we were going to go down. The thing even my community was definitely surprised about was the size of the move down, which we'll get into what contributed to that here in a second. On SPY, same story. It just didn't look as clear because you didn't have the close outside of the area yet. It just kind of was down under it and then opened and then closed inside of it. 50-50 candle, but definitely leaning a little bit more bearish until proven otherwise. Really wanting to see 767 contribute more today if it had the chance, but didn't even have the chance, open lower. So let's get into what actually caused that. Go back to the single chart real quick. Semiconductors. Your semiconductor chart was a really big reason that we had a lower open and such a strong continuation down after that lower open. So this contributed to that. You also had Tesla struggle a little bit today, kind of start today, so that didn't help out with your discretionary sector, which real quick, let's go through that and see what added and took away from the market. XLK, as you can see, tech sector, which this is where those semis rely, or where those semi sectors are. So that's where it's getting its damage from. And I would also like to point out they went down, came back up, didn't even get above one notable level. They stayed under it. So going into tomorrow, it's pretty obvious that you'll be looking at that low, but keeping that 181 on watch for short-term upside pressure outside of just looking at the gap down 50%, if we do get that upside move first, are going to be two notable levels to look at. Your banks finally had a I was gonna say finally had a day where they pumped and it didn't just stay up all day, but I didn't think I saw this last hour where they went back up. But they did pull back down under 58, still back above it on the daily time frame, which is where we need to stick for most of these, to be honest with you. We were looking to see if this would remain bearish. The Friday of last week, they ended up closing back into this area, so it started to kind of question, like, okay, all they need is a higher open or a lower open to tell us, okay, this is definitely bullish or bearish from here. Today, we got a higher open and a pump into the next fib extension target. So we're still looking to see from the 58.15s, which is where we've seen them struggle before. Do the banks continue on? Do they continue ripping higher? If so, new all-time high is around the corner. Comms, your Meta Google sector, we're looking to see just beforehand what kind of movement could they get out of this consolidation area. Because if you highlight all of this, you get a big little range here. We have yet to really make it out of this area, and we are moving out of the bottom of it towards the top. So looking like to see if we can get another bearish hammer, or are we actually going to have the strength to close outside of it? So we'll look to see if that happens or not. Of course, any gap down, look at today's 50%, and that's the case for pretty much any daily time frame. Discretionary getting a move up, which honestly was a little bit expected because you have two bullish kickers retaking the same low. So we're looking to see if we can get some better movement today. Didn't really get it, to be honest with you. This is mostly because you had Amazon slightly green, nothing super crazy, but you had Tesla down. So it kind of takes away from that sector's overall strength. So that's why they're just slightly up, but with a red candle because of their individual weights. Healthcare still holding high, still looking like they want to make a new all-time high, kind of in this very similar position as banks. Recently, those two have been kind of doing the same thing. Staples popping up is actually a very bearish indication for the stock market. So it's going into tomorrow and the rest of the week. We want to see this 87.35 fail. If that fails, this will show us that relief is possible for the tech part of the market. So this is bearish as of right now for the stock market. But if this can retake 87.35 and work under this day's 50%, that'll indicate more bearish pressure for more lows, which is really good for the tech part of the market, which is what moves the stock market a lot of the time. It's a very big driving force of the market, which is perfect timing because if you look at tech, they're down, hammer, add a support. So if that was to happen, that would be a good double confirmation that tech is trying to bounce. So here recently, going into Wednesday, perfect timing, for, of course, with NVIDIA's earnings. We're looking to see if things can bounce off of recent supports and curl back up. And you can even see this across your individual equities. Some of your weights have already made that dip down and started basing, like Apple, like Microsoft, where they've already made that move up. They've already cooled off. They're basing again, like Google. It already made that move up. It already made that move down. They're basing. So we're kind of in a position where we're either near this short-term upside resistance or we're about to start, pulling back, or the other scenario, which is what a lot of us think, at least, where multiple weights start working up together and start making it up to higher levels. And that's what's going to help carry the market higher. The big thing, though, is that Wednesday's NVIDIA earnings and data coming out is very important. So If we get a miss and this starts to pull back, your SOXX is still going to be bearish. And if you look at that, right as this is looking like it wants to give a short-term bounce, that could also be an area where we get a bounce. And then if the NVIDIA earnings is bad, we lose this area. That's a driving force of the market that's pushing to the downside. That's going to be bearish. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that going into Wednesday, of course, and outside of Wednesday into Thursday, which would be horrible timing for SPY as well, because they're really needing to retake 767 for multiple reasons. But if they end up rejecting this, or we get any more downside confirmation under these recent lows from last Thursday, then we will probably see that continuation down towards the lower 750s. So keep that on watch. Bit of a hot take there, because if we don't end up getting any strength from NVIDIA earnings or any of these bigger weights like I just showed you that look like they want to curl back up, if those don't curl back up together, then we are going to be seeing that downside continuation, which you can go look at Triple Q and SPY for. So keep a close eye on those. Really, I guess I'm just telling you to check on a bunch at once. It might sound overwhelming at first, but as you go through these, you'll start to understand, what actually affects what, which is very important. As you go through like XOK, you should instantly snap onto the fact that you're looking at NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft. When you click onto banks, your JPMs, your BACs, you go to XLC, you should understand you're looking at your Metas, your Googles, and then how much impact these have too. When you go to SPY and you click the Analyze tab here, and you can Google all this information too, you can see physically how much each of these are of that sector, right? So when I go to SPY, I can see, XOK is 37% of SPY. Yeah, so it's a little important that we try to see that if they're holding or not. That's probably where the market's going to bounce. Now, if we can see if other sectors are adding on to that, like XLP going the opposite way short term, seeing XLC, XLY, XLF, XLV go the upside as tech is bouncing, that would add on to that upside pressure, or vice versa if we're breaking support and seeing downside pressure. So definitely want to keep multiple things on watch all at once. I would also like to add that the dollar is still at the perfect spot for a bearish rejection, which would be bullish for the market short term. And then oil is the other one that's in a weird spot though. 81 to 85, please load. 81 to 85 is a very important area, and every single time we've popped above this and either hit a target or rejected it, news comes out. So now that we're back around this area with an inside bar, or Harami if you want to call it, and a negative print, this tells us downside pressure is very possible. But as we know, news loves to come out around 81 to 85 area. So as we're sitting here, around 85 again, news is very likely to come out very soon for oil, which, as we know, if this dips, is bullish for the stock market. As this holds and moves higher, is bearish for the stock market short term. So keep that on watch, as these are outside pressures to the market, outside of just your individual sectors or the individual equities that make up those sectors. So hopefully that helps. On the charts, it definitely feels like we do need some relief bounce. I wouldn't say it's super bullish until we see extra things start to pop up and go the same direction like I just explained. But moving forward, market is weak, but it could get better here pretty soon if these things start to work together. So I guess what I'm saying is just keep your eye on those different indications. Triple Q, if you do see a breakdown of the 704.30, 705.50s tomorrow for short-term scalp traders, that'd be a good downside trade. If we do see that upside momentum, look to see if the previous day high holds. You're also looking for the 50% of this dip, 711.50, 712.40s, before we can get to the 716s again. So we'll look to see if that happens. And then SPY for your short-term trades, again, kind of the same thing, which I can go down to this to help you. As long as we're against this, not very helpful. If we do see that short-term upside pressure tomorrow, look to see if 767, 765 gets retaken. If not, we're still rejecting. You should still be expecting more downside. Look for those fresh lows at 762 from last Thursday to see if we can get that breakdown or not. PDCP might be helpful tomorrow, but I'm not going to mark it. It's already a clear enough range like this that you just keep it pretty simple. And if that happens, we should be expecting kind of mid or higher 750s. So I will see you guys on the next one. Hopefully that update was good enough. Here in the stream, though, do we have any questions? I need to actually remember to cut this video up before we end stream as well, because last time I didn't, and I had to wait for it to render. But what's up, stream? How are you guys in here? How many likes did we get today? I never check it. 34. That's pretty nuts. Over 30 plus people join this stream every freaking stream. That's pretty awesome. That's something to be happy about, right? Thanks, Billy. No problem, dude. Happy to do it. Honestly, it helps me too because it's like I tell you guys all the time, like you really do need to go through this like a routine. You know, it needs to be like procedure. It should be a thing you're doing all the time, you know, regardless of me being here or not. Not saying you guys wouldn't. I'm here, guys, by the way. I'm just trying to find the point of the stream where I actually started talking about this. Oh, I found it. The worst feeling is when you like. I just almost did exactly what I was about to complain about. What the fuck? Oh my god, I did it. Nice. Finally. I'm putting my finger on my screen to fucking do this. This is crazy. Oh, and it moved. How nice. All right, I got it. 824 market review and update. Update. I didn't capitalize the R. Create. Thanks, Biller. No problem. Celebrating V uppies. Yeah, that one's kind of cracked out today, isn't it? Honestly, it's been on crack. Yeah. That is a bit nutty. $3.95 is the first fib extension from the weekly. You could do one from the daily too, but it's probably gonna have. You probably already went through one. And it's probably like close to the second, if I had to guess. Thanks for the stream today. Thank you, Garden, for being here. Tesla IB. Tesla IB, you say? Oh yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard not to be after a day like that. The thing is, this one's weird because it's breaking short-term stuff from previous day, right? So let's remove this chunk. It's under a short-term level of this day's 50. It's under the short-term level here. The thing that's crazy about this one, we can remove these two, thankfully. The thing about this one is like it's still holding where the chart is bullish from though. Like moving up from here up to here, it's or up to here to here and then up to here, it is still holding, which is what this is. So that is one thing about Tesla that's a little weird is like it could do a bit of both. And I think it's perfect timing because like it could go down and then let's say Tesla or NVIDIA earning kills it, market's strong, everything's trying to bounce. Next thing you know, they're bouncing. Oh, hold up, the video's public. Let's go see. Oh, that's posted. Nice. I gotta download it. While streaming, so you guys are probably gonna lag for a second. All right, should be good now. All right, posted on Twitter, Discord, and YouTube already. Look at me, man. Hot shot. Getting things posted on time. What is this guy up to? Do we have any questions before I end stream? If not, we can end it there. Any chart requests or questions about anything we do in the chat or the system, strategy, anything like that? Damn, is that an engulfing? Ugh, that is crazy looking. Watch that open lower, fill 1 day gap, and then go back up to fuck the short-term shorts before filling other gap. To be honest, though, if Bitcoin keeps trending up, that might just keep pumping. Bitcoin do be kind of pumpy. Which I've also been updating Bitcoin a pretty fair amount too, which I don't normally do. For a while, we're looking to see if it was going to break 58K to move lower down towards like 50K. Ended up holding it very well, actually. Moving up, hit resistance, kind of held good. I'd say short-term bullish consolidation, but you don't really know that because you don't know if it's going to break 62K or not, which it never even touched it again. And then you got one really strong candle from the news, I'm pretty sure, or when people started buying again. And then since then, since about, what, 69, 70K, it's just been going up every day. That's crazy. So I've actually done a pretty good job of updating this too. I don't really want to take credit for it because it's not like I'm trading this or anything. They're against the first lower high target of that recent high at 83K. So they have hit really good targets between like 78 and 81. It looks like if they get above like 81 to like whatever I just marked right here, the high to low of that move when it dipped. So whatever that is. Yeah, 79 to 81. It looks like that's the next pivot. Which, let's see, this should be inside of all that. Oh, it's slightly above it. Okay. So yeah, it's slightly above that level. It's like 80. We'll just remove that. whatever that is, because that's first dip to dip that broke base, and then they kept going down. So this is the next pivot you want to get above. If you're a Bitcoin buyer, if you're a Bitcoin bull, you want above 82K basically. But better range than down here. Now it can kind of do some better consolidation down here or something. Or it just keeps ripping. Who the fuck knows? You bought at 85 and underwater the entire time. I mean, honestly, 85 is not bad. I think if you were dollar cost averaging down here, it would have been better for you though. It's just hard to double justify that if you don't want to overexpose. 85 though, honestly, if you really want like a no bullshit response from me, I don't even understand the cycle that well, but even I understand the bullshit basics to it. Even if this does exactly what I said and it does slow down and consolidates, and then the cycle ends after October, I mean, that still puts you in a position where you're up. 85 isn't really that bad. I would have been scared for you if it broke this level, because this is the level I was saying. If it breaks that, it definitely is a lot more bearish than people think. But I saw a lot of people on the internet get way too bearish down here. And I'm not even a bull, and I thought people were being a little crazy about it. Not that I'm invested or anything, but I watch crypto because I like to watch Bitcoin futures on here because it helps me also help with like Coinbase, because I love trading Coinbase. So I like to have I like to have the overall context of what it's like, you know, the thing that relates to it does. But yeah, everybody and their mom was like bearish as hell on this chart around like 58, 61K. And I remember that because that's when I first started updating it super heavily. Was about down here. It fell, and I drew some levels for it. We just stuck to it for a while, and I just kept updating it every week. Since then, it's just consolidated and gone up. I would like to say, though, the more you zoom out, the more you start to realize it is still in a downtrend from its all-time high. If you just kind of chart from there. So it really does need to get some better stepping stones above levels like this or even above 88K. But like I said, consolidating between here and here is still better than sitting down here, where if you break the next level, you're going down to 50K, and that will scare people. So that was one thing I went over. But I'm not going to take credit for like, oh, look at my chat's gains on crypto. Like, no, I didn't do anything like that. I just like trading Coinbase. You got a pretty good chain, though. You know what I just realized? Does it make a new bio for each of those videos? Hold up. I'm going to be pissed if it is. Okay, it's not. I'm about to say. I went to Betty Ford for rehab alcohol. Anyways, that's not the funny part. The funny part, I met this guy in there. I thought he was homeless. Was in there like hospital scrubs still. Got to know him. He had $1 billion in Bitcoin. Bought 75,000 worth initially and some on the way up. What? Bro's in rehab. Thought he was looked homeless in rehab. Has $1 billion in Bitcoin. Or had. That's insane. I don't think people realize how much $1 billion is. $1 billion is fuck you money. I mean, you could make way more than $1 billion off of $1 billion still, but like $1 billion is already fuck you money. Last I heard from him, he was in Switzerland trying to get sober again. Good fucking luck. When you hit a lick like that, it's probably hard not to be addicted to something. That's an insane lick. 75,000 to a bill, like that's You can't even like pretend that you would know what to do in that situation because no one knows until it happens. That's as much as I know. Getting a billion would be like absolutely insane. I'm the kind of guy that missed out on a $200,000 gain on Dogecoin. When I was still in plumbing, I bought like a million coins of it at like quadruple zero something, and I made $2,000 and I sold. I thought I was hot shit. It was like 2 or 3 thousand. It wasn't anything crazy, and that was like before I was like serious into trading or anything. I didn't even like. I was still at my old job, and then I remember like I told this guy to get into it, and then I like got out of that job, and then like not even 6 months later, Dogecoin was rallying, and it was like going to like crazy prices and all that stuff. And I looked back and I did the math, and it was like I was up around like even with like rough numbers, not getting it all correct, it was like over 200K, 200K in gains. I was like, oh my god, bro. I could have finally afforded uh what's it called, a trip to the moon. That's 2 months of Trump's trading service that I missed out on. Dude, I could have made a billion off those 2 months. That's how you get a billion. You make 100K Trump trading service, and then you make a billion off that month. And there's plenty of signals. He traded over 1,000 times in 1 month last month. Got a low guy vacant. Entertainment going down on my ATIS. I fade away every time that I call, let the world cut it shit. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Man, y'all should be glad I muted the mic. I just sneezed so fucking hard. I think part of my brain came out. That's insane that that lines up like that. Actually, I might keep it like that. Now that you're done, where would you go now? Now that you're done. Damn, that's crazy too. I go from there to there and that lines up. Insane. That one's actually to the cent as well. That's actually 201.90 on 201.90. This one's like 218.09, 217.94. Like those are a little off, but pretty close. That was exactly to the cent on. That was creepy. All right. Did I get them all? There to there gives you that, right? Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's the one that lines up with that. And then that didn't make a new low, so you don't draw it. Which means I need to draw one from over here, which sucks. Oh my god, and I have to find another one. I probably should have just done it from over here. I really like the recent stuff, though. The recent lower highs have been so fucking good lately. I guess we could do that and then do the 50%. Yeah, that works. And then this recent move, how's this looking? If you were to draw a fib now, like let's say it made a low here and never went lower for the next couple days, that would be the fib, and it lines up with the weekly fib from the lower high of all-time high. That's crazy. So if it rallies, 218 is probably happening at the very least. I would love to see from 218 what it does, though. And then if it does dip lower, which honestly, if tomorrow has like a small red day, a small hammer, something like that, I wouldn't really be surprised. You know, something that's down but looking like it wants to go back up before earnings, that wouldn't be surprising to me. So tomorrow, looking to see if 205s get tested or not, and if they break or not. Because if they break, then that means we're heading towards 201.90. The lower high from the weekly fib, 201.90, the other major time frame fib. So that'd be interesting. What order we get that in, and it all starts if 205s are holding or not. All right. Well, I think I'll end the stream there. I didn't even realize it's almost 8 hours on the stream. My apologies, guys, just for kind of going on a random ramble. All right, well, I'll see you guys later on. Thank you guys again. Thank you for all the likes. Make sure to check the pinned message. Check out the latest video on the channel. I really hope we can get this a bunch of likes, to be honest with you. If we can get 35 likes on a YouTube stream, we should be able to get, whoops, not that video. We should be able to get like 35 likes on this video. So share this around, share it in chat if somebody in chat hasn't seen it yet. Do whatever you can, get it some likes, share it around. Or check it out for yourself if you haven't already. But really cool video. It's an hour long. But I will say it's definitely probably one of the best videos I've released recently. I don't typically do the longer videos where I sit there and like think about what I'm going to talk about for a while. I normally just hit record and go, but with that one, I actually sat there, kind of went over a few things first, and then I set it up, organized it, and hit it. It's still one big recording though, but at least it's a little more organized. But yeah, see you guys later. Thank you guys again. Love you all. Have a good rest of your day.